A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, easy aces. Sent Jane over to Mr. Neffs to see if he would take $5,000 to settle out of court the lawsuit which he brought against the Aces. Jane thought Mr. Race was asking for $5,000, and Mr. Neffs, fearing the Aces had something on him, finally agreed to pay it. Jane called Ace and told him it was settled, but didn't go into details. It's evening of the same day at the Aces' bungalow, and we find a proud Jane still relating to an unsuspecting Marge and Ace how hard a job she had convincing Mr. Neff he ought to settle. Listen.
Well, at first, Mr. Neff was very friendly. He even asked me to sit down. So I sat down, and I said, "How are you?" And he said,
Leave out those unimportant details. Get to the meat.
Dear, after that big dinner we had?
Oh, please. Go on, Jane.
Well, where was I now? You said, "How are you?" Oh, yes, and he said he was all right. And I said, "What can I do for you?"
You said, "What can I do for you?"
Yes, I said, "What?" Oh, did he say that? Well, it doesn't matter. I'm trying to remember everything. I wrote down most everything.
You wrote down most everything?
Yes, I wanted to make sure I'd have everything right. You're always saying I ball everything out, and this was one thing I was going to do right, so you couldn't say anything.
So you sat there writing everything down that he...
Oh, not word for word, just notes. See, here.
Let me see that.
No, you wouldn't understand them. They're just words to remind me of everything that went on. Now, let me see now. What can I do for you? I wrote that down, but I don't remember which one said it.
If it wasn't for the fact that I'm so happy that you talked him into settling this case out of court, I'd...
Oh, that alone, Ace. This is her big day. After all, she did get the thing settled just like you asked her to.
I know, and I appreciate it, but imagine her sitting there taking notes on
Oh,
things...
yes, I remember now. Mr. Ness must have said that. What can I do for you? Because
yes.
The next thing I see I wrote here is $5,000. That's when I told him about the $5,000.
Now we're coming to it. What did he do then?
Well, we just talked about it. He kept saying no at first, and then I kept saying, well, I better go back and tell my husband. And every time I said I was going back, he kept telling me not to go.
Oh, I see. Trying to get a better settlement. But you didn't swerve from the $5,000.
What do you mean?
I mean, you kept telling him that $5,000 was our price and not a cent more. Is that
Yes, I told him that you said $5,000 was the price. That's when he stopped being so friendly. I see I wrote it down here.
Let me see those notes, Jerry.
Well, you wouldn't understand them.
Stop bothering about the notes. What happened then?
Well, he wasn't friendly, and, Antonio.
What's that?
Antonio!
I'm trying to think what this was I wrote down while we were talking. Oh, yes, I remember now. He has nothing to do with it.
Antonio has nothing to do with it.
No, it's the name of a hairdresser I happen to remember while we were talking.
Oh,
You must have been very interested.
Well, you know how your mind kind of wanders.
I wonder what's coming up next. Come on.
Antonio. Oh, here it is. I remember. That's when he got very mad and he kept walking to and from. I wrote to and from so I'd remember.
He kept walking to and from.
Yes, and all the time he kept hollering and talking, mostly hollering.
Hollering what?
Just hollering. And then I finally said, well, I have to go again. And he wouldn't let me go.
I guess he was just as glad to get it settled as we were. Just trying to get a higher settlement, I suppose.
That $5,000 is just like finding it. What more could he ask for?
Well, I'm glad to settle it like that. Just take the load off my mind. Maybe I can get down to business again now.
Oh, yes, I got it now. I couldn't figure this note out. He kept talking about the $250 he gave me that time in advance of selling the lot for him.
Oh, he wanted that back, I suppose.
No, he said I could keep that.
Well, that was nice of him. I guess Neff's not a bad old geezer.
Yes. And then he said, how about how much the lawyer cost?
Oh, trying to get costs on top of the $5,000, huh?
Well, you can't blame a man for trying.
Yeah, but I'm very proud of my roommate here, sticking it out on the $5,000 line all through.
Oh, yes, I got that down here again, $5,000. That's what I kept saying, $5,000. Now, What is this next thing here? Bicarbonate of soda. Oh, yes, I wanted to remember to buy some. That has nothing to do with it.
The mind wandered again, I suppose.
Yes. Well, that's about all the notes I've got here. Oh, yes, I played 2 games of tic-tac-toe and won both of them, see? Well, I did.
Okay, Jane. Well, for once in my life and yours, I can say well done.
Yes, I guess I'm getting luckier, winning 2 games in a row. I never won more than one of them in a row before.
No. I mean about getting this case settled. I really think you have a vote of thanks coming.
Well, thanks, dear.
No. I'm thanking you. You did a swell job, and I'm proud of you.
Do you feel all right, dear?
Do I feel all right?
I don't blame him for asking. That's about the most unusual speech of your 5 or 6 years of married life.
Well, it's about time I had occasion to make it. You don't know what a relief this is, getting this lawsuit off my mind. All right, so I don't make the whole $10,000. I only make half of that, but at least I can enjoy that $5,000.
Yes. Now, that's what I want to talk to you about, dear.
About what?
The $5,000.
What about it?
Uh-oh. Don't you think I ought to have something for it?
For the $5,000?
Yeah, I worked for it.
Oh, well, I worked for that, Jane. The $10,000 deal I put over when I sold Everett the lot, out of which I net 5.
Yeah, I know about that, but I mean this $5,000.
You mean the $5,000 I have left, is that?
How about that fur coat I started to buy with the money I was going to make from Mr. Neffs I sold the lot?
Oh, a fur coat now.
Just a moment before this turns into a brawl. I want to say that I'm on the side of the little woman here.
Oh, you too,
And I think you should be.
Well, that's 2 against 1.
Jane, the coat's yours.
I can buy it?
Oh, what else can I do?
Dear, you're the sweetest
Oh, all
person.
right. I know I am.
And you picked a very good time, Jane. It isn't often he's in as good a mood as he is now.
Thanks very much, dear.
Well, what are you...
Jane, are you crying?
Well, I can't help it. If you only knew how long I've wanted to.
That's a new angle. Most wives cry until they get what they want, and you start crying after you're through.
Well, I can't help
Oh,
it.
enough of that now, Jane. Cut it out.
All right.
I didn't know you wanted a new coat that badly. That one you've got is certainly nothing to be sneezed at.
Oh, yes, it is. It's not warm enough in the winter. I sneezed all last winter.
You're going to get a new one now. That's settled. No backing out, my friend. I'm a
I
witness.
won't back out. I didn't know she was so set on having a new one. She hadn't mentioned it in so long a time.
Well, I wouldn't have asked you this winter either if you hadn't made the extra $5,000.
Yeah, $5,000 marked down from $10,000.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it was $10,000 before the trial.
No, I'm talking about this extra $5,000.
What extra? I have no extra $5,000.
But this
There's
$5,000.
$5,000 left out of the original 10. You can't call that extra.
But this
Now,
is.
Jane, drop it. You got the coat. Why get technical?
But he keeps saying it isn't extra, like I didn't have anything to do with
But,
it.
Jane, you forget I made that money before
I
the...
think I see her point. She means that if you had to go on with the trial, you'd probably have lost the $10,000.
Oh, but that isn't reasonable. There was a chance we might have won it.
Oh, yes? And why were you so anxious to settle?
Well, I mean...
You mean what? Go on.
Oh, now, let's not go into what might have been. I'm trying to forget that. About the whole thing. I've got to forget I made $10,000 on that real estate deal. I made only 5.
But I'm not talking about that $10,000, dear.
Well, what are you talking about? There's only one sum of money involved.
I mean the extra $5,000 that I went over to see Mr. Neff about.
Well, you're not going to buy a fur coat on the strength of $5,000 that I had to give up, are you? That's a new angle. I never heard of that.
I guess I'm a little mixed up here. I don't think I understand.
I'll say you are. Look, the $5,000 for settling the case is paid, isn't it?
Yes, it's in the mail.
Exactly. It's in the mail. Now, what's that got to do with your buying a new fur coat?
But I said before, Jane, you better let well enough alone. You've got the coat promised you. I'm a witness.
Don't mention that word witness around me. I'm so glad to get this lawsuit off my mind that
I understand. You do seem to have become suddenly carefree and gay.
I am.
Well, the first time I ever heard of a man who's been just done out of $5,000 rejoicing about it. What I could do with $5,000.
Not to change the subject, dear.
Yes?
About that $5,000.
Why, Jane, you said not to change the subject, and you actually didn't change it.
Oh,
That's
no.
sort of unusual.
Well, what did I do now? We were talking about the $5,000, weren't we?
Yes, I'll admit I tried not to talk about it, but if you insist...
Well, I still don't understand what you mean it's not extra.
Oh, Jane, don't you see
No, Mark, wait, let me...
Well, somebody explain it to her and get it over
I
with.
will. I'll be very patient. Now, look, Jane. What did you go to Mr. Neff's office for this morning?
To ask him if he would settle the case.
Right. Now, you asked him, and he agreed, right?
Yes, but...
No, wait. He agreed to settle for $5,000. Is that right?
Yeah, I know. Don't explain that to me. My goodness, I was the only one there. I ought to know.
The only one. Mr. Neff was there.
Well, he was half there with me.
Sounds to me like you were just about half there. Now, let me go on. Where were we? Oh, yes.
You got him to agree to settle the case out of court for $5,000. Now, originally, I made $10,000 on the deal that we were sued over. That's right, isn't it? This $5,000 comes off of that $10,000. So what's left? $5,000.
That's just it. Why do you say it comes off of the $10,000?
Because what's paid out has to be subtracted.
Well, Mr. Neff will subtract it.
Mr. Neffs.
Yes, you don't take off the money you get.
I get it.
Well, you finally got it.
No, not I. I'm asking you, what do you mean I get it?
You get the $5,000.
You mean I save $5,000?
Oh, you're going to save it?
I save $5,000 out of the 10.
Oh, don't keep talking about the $10,000. This is extra.
What's extra?
Well, that's where we started. You still don't understand.
I don't understand. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Well, you're not doing very good, dear.
Well,
maybe you're a little excited about getting so much money.
I'm not getting any money.
Well, he's sending it to you. Who's going to get it? He's sending what to who? The $5,000 to him.
To me? What
did you say?
Just a minute, Ma. I can't take much more of this. It's getting kind of warm in here. Jane, you say he's sending $5,000
to you? It's in the mail.
What $5,000 is he sending?
The $5,000 he said you'd settle for if he would settle it without going to court.
Oh.
Here, get something. Oh, I'll get it, Marge. Wasn't I lucky to make a note of the bicarbonate of soda? I'll get Miss Jitney, Marge. It must have been something he ate.
Well, when they bring Mr. A to, he'll have to face the cold fact that Jane got old man Neff to pay $5,000 instead of accepting it in settlement. We'll learn more about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Mutual presents Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 22nd broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Art Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement of the meaningless plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. Tonight's play will be introduced by Art Oboler. A few weeks ago, we did a play about... Yes, about big shots. Feminine big shots. Immediately, the mail began to come in.
What about the men? What about the men? What about the men?
Yes. What about we men who have inherited this earth? So tonight, in answer, may I present a gallery of big shots. Masculine big shots. A gallery of big shots. Portrait number 1, Wolf, Variety, Hollywood.
All right. Attention, everybody. Attention. Now, quiet, everybody. Everybody pay attention and get your instructions right. And we'll get this right on the first page. At the first whistle, you black knight charge over the moat. At the second whistle, you defending knight come rushing out of your hiding place and attack the black knight. And I mean attack. Make it look real. Stuntmen. You all know your cues. The minute the general party starts, go into action. Don't worry about what you say. This is going to be a silent shot, and we're going to dub the sound in later. All right. Hit the odds. Hit the odds. All ready, Mr. Cardiff. Roll them. Roll them. Hello. Speed. Action.
Hey, what's Oh, we gotta fix the lights or something. Oh, these things so hard. When will they get it over with? Relax. Hey, Charlie, go on. Finish your story, huh? Well, after all, but don't say, come on, do it. All right, boys, all right. So I said to her, all right, beautiful. Let's forget the whole thing. Before she can say anything, I'm out of the door and in my car and on my way. Oh, brother, what a technique, huh? Come on, when I get to my apartment, the telephone is ringing. Come on back, she says. What a minute. Oh, brother. Well, not now, boys. The man wants to make moving pictures. Oh, Charlie, all right. Come on. Now, wait till I get this on with place. Let me help you. There you are. All right, come on, let's go. I'll go over there. He's waiting at the door. He looks as if he's in time. Is that good? Is that good, the man says. Well, I don't know. Oh, I'll go in. Now, she's in a negligee. They set her back $100 if they set her back a nickel. She takes one look at me and she says, oh, come on. That's just a sort of reserved like, you know, that Ronnie Coleman stuff. And she says, no, Charlie. Oh. Go on. Now, you see, the man says this will be a take. Later, boys. Ready, everyone. Keep your places. You gotta make a few more days. Okay, Charlie. You were in the house. Oh, what happened? Come on, Charlie. Come on. Finish it. Oh, he's got his cigarette. Oh, here, Charlie. Here. Thank you. Light? Here. Come on. Okay. So I was in the living room. What a place. Like that set in Philadelphia Story. Terrific. Thick rugs on the floor. Overstuffed. So I take her in my arms. Yes. And she looks in my eyes and she says, is this real, Charlie? So I looked her right back in the eyes and I said, beautiful? If it isn't, then the real thing never was. What a lie. And then that time. Yes. Oh, golly, Jim. Well, boys, if you buy me my lunch, maybe I'll say it. That's all it takes. Now go to it as if you really meant it, boys. Let's go. You're holy knights in armor, fighting for your honor. A gallery of big shots. Force-up number 2, clean up man.
Fred.
Yeah?
It's on the table, waiting.
All right.
I'm going to call you again.
What else do? I'm hungry. Oh, what a day. Going to sleep.
Beans.
Okay. I'm telling you, if I have another day like today, well, I said it to Mr. Harrison. I said, Mr. Harrison, if I have another day like today, I don't know what I'm going to do. You stop it?
Under your nose. Well, what happened?
What happened? Well, get to work this morning, Mr. Harrison calls me in his office. Fred, he says, this is going to be a big day. We're going to get the final draft ready, he says. So I said,
Somebody complaining about those windows again? And he says, now stop fooling, sir. Which I wasn't. He says, get everything in that place in ship-shape order today of all days. It isn't often we're privileged to see a charter for the peace of the whole world come to birth right before our eyes. Well, that gets me a little sore, because, my gosh, I've been working my head off, so I said, Mr. Harrison, with the kind of help I've been getting, I can't guarantee a thing. I'm head of the maintenance department, not a houdini magician, and I turns and I goes. What else is that, you?
I made my pot roast. Finish the soup.
Yeah. Finished. Right. I go down to my office and I call all the fellas in and I say, look, today's going to be a big day. They're getting ready to vote on it and sign it and go home. So I want to see the ashtrays empty. I don't want to see any paper lying around. When these guys get back to London and Arabia and Australia and Russia, I don't want them to be able to say one word against my department. Do you get it?
I'll share the Settlemen.
Okay.
Yes. So what happened?
They did. So the minute meeting starts, I know I'm in for trouble. Gallery still, reporters, radio, everybody with pencils, everybody with papers, scribbling notes, passing notes. Well, God see, I say to myself, I'm in for trouble. I get on the phone quick. I call up 5 extra men. The devil is a budget, I say. We're going to have enough janitors on the floor to keep it clean, or I'm not the manager of maintenance department. Get on here in a hurry, I says to the extra men. We're going to keep it clean.
Eat the roast.
Amazing. Then the speakers again. First fellow up to address the meeting is from the Secretary of State. Fine-looking fellow, neat as a pin. I says to myself, if he only keeps his papers on the table and sets a good example, I'm in. But does he?
Have some bread?
I got that. He finished the first piece of his speech and throws it on the floor. Great Godfrey, I'm mad. How in the name of the incinerator did he expect the man to keep the hall clean if they throw papers down? He finishes the next page and throws it down. All over the hall, I see everybody throwing papers down. The next speaker gets up. He reads the page. He throws it down. Reporters throwing down papers. Radio broadcasters throwing down papers. Another speaker. More papers on the floor. The Russian speaker. Russian papers. The Chinese speaker. Chinese papers. My men are running up and down the aisles like bird dogs, and me standing back at the podium showing where to go. Faster and faster. The meeting's almost over. We're doing all right. We're keeping the place clean. When all at once, it happens. Why?
Oh, tell me more.
I guess they're sort of reserved like. You know, that Ronnie Coleman stuff. And she says, no, Charlie.
I'm 11. Oh. All right. Take your places.
Go on, Charlie. Go on, Jeff.
All right. This is the day.
Now, you see, the man says this will be a take. Later, boys.
Oh. Ready, everyone. Quiet. Quiet. Roll 'em. Rolling. Speak. Action. All right, save it, boys. Save the arc. Keep your places. Keep your places. We've got to make a few more takes.
Okay, Charlie. You were in the house. So, what happened? Yeah, come on, Charlie. Come on, finish it.
Who's got a cigarette?
Oh, here, Charlie, here.
Thank you. Light?
Here. The light. Oh, come on.
Okay. So I was in the living room.
Yeah?
What a place. Like that set in Philadelphia Story. Terrific. Thick rugs on the floor. Overstuffed furniture.
Yeah, tell us about that overstuffed furniture, Charlie.
So I take her in my arms.
Yeah.
And she looks in my eyes and she says, is this real, Charlie?
Oh, is this real, Charlie?
So I looked her right back in the eyes and I said, beautiful? If it isn't, then the real thing never was.
What a lie.
And then what, Charlie?
That's our Charlie.
Oh, Charlie, give. Details.
Yeah, come on, Charlie.
Well, boys, if you buy me my lunch, maybe I'll
Charlie,
take it.
Come on. One more take. Now go to it as if you really meant it, boys. Let's go. You're holy knights in armor, fighting for your honor.
gallery of big shots. Portrait number 2, Clean-Up Man.
Fred,
Yeah?
it's on the table waiting.
All right.
Ain't going to call you again.
Won't have to. I'm hungry. What a day. Kind of soup.
Bean.
Okay. I'm telling you, if I have another day like today... Oh, I said it to Mr. Harrison. I said, Mr. Harrison, if I have another day like today, I don't know what I'm going to do. And crackers?
It's under your nose. Well, what happened?
What happened? Well, I get to work this morning. Mr. Harrison calls me in his office. Fred, he says, this is going to be a big day. We're going to get the final draft ready, he says. So I said, somebody complaining about those windows again? And he says, now stop fooling, Fred, which I wasn't. He says, get everything in that place in ship-shape order today of all days. It isn't often we're privileged to see a charter for the peace of the whole world come to birth right before our eyes. Well, that gets me a little sore because, my gosh, I've been working my head off, so I says, Mr. Harrison, with the kind of help I've been getting, I can't guarantee a thing. I'm head of the maintenance department, not a Houdini magician, and I turns and I goes. What else we got to eat?
I made nice pot rolls. Finish your soup.
Yeah. Finished. Well, I go down to my office and I call all the fellas in and I say, look, today's going to be a big day. They're getting ready to vote on it and sign it and go home. So I want to see the ashtrays empty. I don't want to see any paper lying around. When these guys get back to London and Arabia and Australia and Russia, I don't want them to be able to say one word against my department. Do you get it?
Oh, I sure was telling them.
Okay.
Well, so what happened?
Pretty good. So the minute the meeting starts, I know I'm in for trouble. Galleries filled, reporters, radio, everybody with pencils, everybody with papers, scribbling notes, passing notes. Thank Godfrey, I say to myself, I'm in for trouble. I get on the phone quick. I call up 5 extra men. To the devil with the budget, I say. We're going to have enough janitors on the floor to keep it clean, or I'm not the manager of maintenance department. Get down here in a hurry, I says to the extra men. We're going to keep it clean.
Eat your roast.
I'm eating, then the speeches again. First fellow up to address the meeting is from the Secretary of State. Fine-looking fellow, neat as a pin. I says to myself, if he only keeps his papers on the table and sets a good example, I'm in. But does he?
Have some bread?
I got bread. He finished the first piece of his speech and throws it on the floor. Great Godfrey, I'm mad. How in the name of the incinerator do they expect a man to keep the hall clean if they throw papers down? He finishes the next page and throws it down. All over the hall, I see everybody throwing papers down. The next speaker gets up. He reads a page. He throws it down. Reporters throwing down papers. Radio broadcasters throwing down papers. Another speaker. More papers on the floor. The Russian speaker. Russian papers. The Chinese speaker. Chinese papers. My men are running up and down the aisles like bird dogs with me standing back at the podium showing where to go. Faster and faster. The meeting's almost over. We're doing all right. We're keeping the place clean. When all at once it happens.
What?
Somebody yells out, they've surrendered. By Godfrey, in a minute, newsboys start running up and down the floor. I signal my men to stop them. It's no use. In a minute, the whole floor is full of newspapers. People reading them, throwing them up. Somebody comes in yelling, saying, it's a false rumor. They ain't surrendered. But it's no use. The hall's waist deep in paper. I waved my men to quit, retreat. And what's the use? Only thing left to do is to save their strength until tomorrow.
Want a toothpick?
No, I got it out. Thank Godfrey, what a day.
Are they going to have another session tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Sure. Last session. They're supposed to sign the charter or whatever it is, and then all go home. Blueprint for the future, the fella says. I got one question. Do they have to throw the blueprint on my floor?
A gallery of big shots. Portrait number 3, Literature.
Come
My dear, there's nothing like a literary cocktail party for bad martinis. Come on, let's get out of here.
Too bad Walker isn't alive this afternoon. We would have adored this coffee glass. Simply adored it.
No, of course not. The publication date is tomorrow. I'm
Meet
sure...
the author? Of course not. Since when is it necessary to attend a literary cocktail party and meet the author? That blonde. That's who I want.
How should I know what the title is? I only sell them. I don't have to read them. It's the usual sort of thing. Best collected, something or other of 1945. No, you know. Oh, he certainly does bring the right people out, doesn't he? Every critic in New York. You would think they belong to the same lodge.
Ladies and gentlemen...
He's going to make a speech. This I have to hear.
Dear friends and drinkers, if you please.
Thank you. Dear friends and fellow treaders in the vineyards of literature. Frankly, behind this smiling face you see an unhappy man. Yes, unhappy at the thought that here on such a lovely New York afternoon, I've taken you away from your work and your wives or your proteges and brought you here through the device of friendship, hors d'oeuvres, and free scotch. Seriously, as the man says, I believe my latest work serves an important function. Reconstructing or revitalizing, as it does, so to speak, the great humor of yesterday so that it can become part of the heritage of tomorrow. Yes, it's only through this continuity of literary endeavor that the mind of the past becomes one with the world mind of today. Yes, if my book serves this function, then truly the great mass of work put into it, the work of deletions and reconstruction and of original reorganization, has been, worthwhile. And from my heart, I thank you for being here today, and even though when you read it you may not like my latest work, I like you very much. Thank you.
Really, Alec, I don't see how you do it. I really don't. So much work.
Well, Alec, we've been having the most violent discussion, Charles and I. Is the title of this new book Best Fish Stories of History or The Tallest Fish Stories of History?
It's the latter title, don't you like?
Oh, I do. It's very intriguing.
I'll repeat again, Alec. I don't see how you do it. Running a huge literary business and on top of that, turning out so many books. What has it been in the last few years? Has it been 3 or 4?
Well, let me see. In 1941, yes, it was in 1941, they started the war, simply ruined the sale of books for a while. I did the book Horse Laughs of History. In 1942, I did Collected Tales of Personal Passion, the book launch choice of the month, you remember. And in 1943, I did Best Collected Pat and Mike Stories of Antiquity. That was the mail order book of the month choice, sold 150,000 copies. But why go on? One works, one does.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Oxnard. Can I have a moment?
And you are?
My name is Nielsen. I'm new in New York, visiting Parliament.
Well, how do you do? I'm sure you'll forgive me now, Mr. Nielsen. So many old friends here.
Well, wait a minute, will you? I've got to do a 1,500-word story on you for the Norton Syndicate.
Oh, the press. I beg your pardon, I do indeed.
That's okay.
Here, have a drink. A little ice, some soda.
Thank you.
Well, what can I tell you?
About the book, about yourself, how you became such a success.
Well, that sort of thing's always a bit embarrassing, you know. If I've made my mark in the literary world, it's been purely because I had been of service and willing to work hard. Yes. Now, Mr. Nielsen, would you believe at this present compilation of Best Fish Stories, it took 5 girls working steadily for 2 months to gather all the material for me. It took 3 girls working 55-hour weeks for 2 months to sift the stories down to the 350 that are now in print. A total of 565 woman-hours labor. Can you imagine that?
Well, what did you do?
I? Oh, my dear man, I was the instigator, the catalyst, the force which drew together all these words into a cohesive whole. Yes. I chose the typeface. I chose the format, the paper, the jacket design. I attend these literary affairs, speak before women's clubs, sign endless autographs at department store book counters. Why, I do everything to bring these works to full fruition.
But, what do you write?
My dear man, do you realize my preface to this book is 500 words? It took me 3 months just to write that. I write every preface to every one of my books. I write the material on the book jacket. I even write the advertisement.
Yes, but what original material?
My dear man, yes, you are a visiting fireman. It is all original. I'll give you a case in point. My next book will be titled Best Wit and Humor Out of Charles Dickens. The humorous anecdotes, the wit, funny sayings buried deep within the musty works of Charles Dickens will be plowed out by me, modernized, brought to life. A beautiful cover, illustrations by Arnold Adams and Bill Malden. The result? I will bring Charles Dickens' work alive for millions of people. Yes, give Charles Dickens a new place in the literary sun. To speak plainly, make Charles Dickens a modern literary figure. Do I right, my dear man?
A gallery of big shots. Portrait number 4, star of stage, screen, and radio.
I don't know how to make love to you anymore. I've forgotten.
Just put your arms around me.
Donna, I shouldn't. I've no right.
I love you.
We'll be unhappy.
I love you.
We'll have so little.
Each other.
Donna, no, I couldn't.
Stop it. Stop it right now. Hold it, fellas. Hold it. Mr. Director, you behind that glass. Would you come out here, please?
I'll be right out, Mr. Harvest.
You'd better be. God, I never heard such a thing. But,
What is it, Mr. Harvest? What's wrong?
Mr. Fleer, I'm going to ask you one question. How much experience have you had in cinema, radio, and theater?
Well, I've been in radio ever since I got out of school.
Out of school, exactly. My dear boy, I have been in stage, radio, and screen for 20 years. For 20 years, an American, no, an international institution.
But what is...
Will you let me finish? I have been sitting here patiently for the last few hours listening to this abomination that you call a radio broadcast. I have tried to be patient. My patience is gone. I won't tolerate it.
Mr. Harvest, there's only 10 minutes before broadcast time.
I don't care if there's no minutes before broadcast time. I will not have my reputation mangled by such performances.
All this time you haven't said a word to indicate...
I don't have to explain myself to anyone. I'm telling you now.
But what do you want?
I want performances. I let you talk me into playing a subordinate part this week on my own show. But at least I want the person playing the role that I should be playing to give a performance. Give me that script. I'll show you what I mean. Music. Let me have the background music.
All right, boy.
All right, there, Miss Huttle or Butler, whatever your name is. Get opposite me on the microphone, if you please.
Yes, Mr. Harvest.
Darling, my sweet, listen to me. I really don't know how to make love to you anymore.
Just put your arms around me.
Donna, I shouldn't. I really have no right.
I love you.
Stop the music. Stop it.
Hold it.
My dear, have you by any chance been to see any of my motion pictures?
Why, yes, Mr. Harvest.
Then would you please, as a personal favor to me, say I love you in a manner to which my audience has become accustomed?
I'll try, Mr. Harvest.
Thank you. Music, please.
All right, boys. Getting a box 4.
No, I shouldn't. I really have no right.
I love you.
We'll be so very unhappy. Very.
I love you.
Hold the music. Hold it. Please, your line, I love you. Make it just I. And I'll take your line and go on with mine. It gives the scene more virility.
Mr. Harvest, we've only a few more minutes, and I haven't even time to...
The devil with your time. If the program runs over, that's your concern, not mine. I must have a proper performance from my supporting cast. Music.
Boys, take it to bar 7 this time. Bring up the English horn, little, will you? All right.
We'll be so very, very unhappy. Very. Yes, I know. I know you love me. But we'll have so little. Yes, I know you love me. Oh, Donna, listen to me. It can't be. It can't.
Hold it, boys. Hold it.
Why did you stop the music?
Mr. Harvest, I've got the music cued to the original words. If you keep changing them, I can't keep up with you.
Well, so you finally admit that you're incompetent.
Well, I said nothing of the sort.
Don't you dare talk back to me. You may have been a major in the army, but you're nothing but a stick labour to me.
Well, I won't take that kind of talk from anyone.
Do you realize who you're talking to?
I am Edgar Harvest.
Well, I don't care if you're Charlie Vander. I'm telling you, I won't take that kind of talk from you.
I will not go on there. Only Jews.
You're only here 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Oh, in the name of heaven, what's the matter with you people? Get to your place. Get to your place. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, with the greatest of pleasure, I bring you another of my weekly series of memories of great motion pictures in which I have had the honor of appearing. This is the program on which I happily and humbly, and with a thrill of discovery, bring you new, young voices and talent. Yes, this is Edgar Harvest, speaking to you from Hollywood.
Gallery of Big Shots. Final Portrait. Spanish Businessman.
Good morning. How do you do? Please sit down. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you to come and to see me. But you Americans are very kind people. And you have good shoulders under your head. You are smiling, huh? If my English is not so good, you'll excuse me, Peter Schoen, because your language I have learned only a small piece, you know. So first, here, my part.
Senor Alfredo Lopez? Lopez?
It's ridiculous, isn't it? But I'm now Spanish citizen. Auf in the Camporero, stolz in the bush. So when in Spain, why not be a Lopez, you know? I always say, wenn man eine Blume auch einen anderen Namen gibt, der Geruch bleibt immer derselbe. It's Spanish, you know? Pure Castilian Spanish.
Lopez?
I see, I feel a little bit confused. Well, it was like this. I will give you a visa to understand me. When things started going from worse to worse where I was, I had a last meeting with my business partner. At that meeting, we were deep under the factory in the shelter, you know. But we could hear boom, 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 boom. So I said to my partner, Rudolph, Heinrich, by the way, they are these two, both of them, good Spanish citizens. Yeah, it was understanding. So I said, we is lost our Führer, also a good Spaniard by the name of Adolfo. Very good, eh? And so now is the time to be a good businessman and use good business logic. The main thing now is friendship with other businessmen all over the world, you know, especially the good businessmen of America. So while there's time, we'll make the necessary arrangements to transfer the business to a friendly country close by, understand? Start a factory going, and so when the day comes that all is lost, we would not have lost everything. Huh? So, here I am, Senor Lopez, at your service. I'm telling you, all this wars, politics, what is it to us? You are here to do business. I am here to do business. It's a logical meeting, no? We have all our own products for sale. Everyone working absolute price. Come. I'll show you. Come this way here. Amazing, huh?
But the machinery, where's the money to reconstruct? Where's...
Logic, all is logic. Before the final bombing, our government too was logical. Junker wings, shall we say, the wings of Don Quixote, they're fastened to every bit of essential machinery. And with the same wings, every mark, Reichsmark, became a centavo, and I became Senor Lopez. My father used to say, wenn die Katze kommt, verstecken sich die Mäuse. The Spanish speech. Thank you. Yes. All this productivity must be to you a beautiful sight. I've always said, in all the world, only the eye of a businessman is clear as the hawk. Come, walk with me. You see? Also clean, efficient. We could give you such wonderful quantity prices, better than before the strike, you know. Name anybody else's price. We give you better than that. Of course, you must take immediate advantage of this offer. soon you understand there will be certain arrangements, agreements. We will have nice, friendly negotiations with your manufacturers and ours, and the prices will be just prices. So you better have certain people in Washington, understand, to see certain people here so that you can take advantage of the special, temporary Spanish prices.
How long do you expect to stay here?
I didn't understand. What did you say?
How long do you expect to stay here?
Here in Espanol. We expect to stay here as long as it's logical to stay here. Why shouldn't we stay here? There are over 100,000 of us. It's an advantage to everybody to have us here. As long as it's an advantage to everybody will let us stay because who can put us out under international law? Dat is Dummheiten. So now, please, come in here. You have a fine Schnaps Spanish friend. Oh, no. My mistake. Nothing there. Bitte here. You come over here. This other door, I made a small mistake. I forgot to hold so many doors.
What was in that section?
What is section? It's a new word I never heard. What is it, section?
Behind that door. What?
What door? Oh, the door. You mean nothing, absolutely nothing.
But I saw several machines in there that...
What you saw, what could you see? Only a second opening and closing a door. And even if you saw it, don't believe it. But what could you see? This
research apparatus.
Research? Research, of course. New products, I told you. We are businessmen.
Cyclotron. Atomic research.
Cyclotron. Atomic research. What are you saying? What are you talking about? We are chemical fabricants. We are businessmen. And if we want to do certain long-vision research in our factory with an eye for future developments of all sorts, it is our business, not yours. You have no right. There is international law. You want to drive us down the ground again, huh? I'm a businessman. A fast businessman.
You have just heard A Gallery of Big Shots, Masculine, a new play by Arch Oboler. The cast, in the order of their appearance in the Gallery of Big Shots, were The Wolf, Elliot Lewis; Cleanup Man, Drift Barnett with Jane Morgan; Literature, Lou Murray with Theodore Von Elf; The Star, Bill Johnstone with Sidney Miller, Kathy Lewis, and Helga Moret; Spanish Businessman, Hugo Haas; narrator, Alan Hewitt. The original music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin. A special nod of thanks to Elliot Lewis. Next week, we will bring you the premiere performance of one of Mr. Oboler's most unusual plays. Its title, Rocket from Manhattan, an adventure story set in the year 2000, concerning another World's Fair and the first atomic-powered rocket to the moon. This will be the 23rd in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. Mr. Oboler's new book of radio plays and comments on radio personalities, titled Oboler Omnibus, has just been published. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From the point of view of time, there are three critical events in the life of a human being, and all three are represented by the proper documents. The first event is birth, and a certificate is duly attested to by the attending authorities. In from 20 to 30 years, the second will usually occur, marriage. A document is provided for this purpose, too. Then, finally, there is death, and it would seem that this closes the final chapter. There is an epilogue, however, a post-mortem occurrence which has its rightful place in the history of the deceased, and which is always faithfully recorded in the forms provided. This is the reading of the last will and testament, and this potent message has given many a corpse the opportunity to strike back from the grave.
I think we turn right at the next bend, Jess.
Yeah, I remember now. The road gets narrow here.
Take it easy. This jalopy will break my spine.
It's the springs. They're falling apart. Well, wait till we get our hands on that dough, baby. I'll buy myself a solid gold sedan.
I wonder how much Aunt Flossie left.
Plenty. She said on every penny she ever got, didn't she? She's worth a mint, baby, and you and I are her only relatives.
I hope so, anyway.
Well, didn't you say we were?
Well, I looked into it carefully, and I didn't find anyone else. As far as I know, there's no one left in her part of the family but me.
Well, there you are. Then we're sitting pretty.
But Aunt Flossie never liked us.
Nah, she had to leave the door to us, baby. We're in.
Mrs. Bradley said the lawyer would be there about 4.
Oh, it's 4 now. He's probably there.
Well, outside of Mrs. Bradley and the lawyer, we should be the only ones.
Oh, say, that reminds me. Is there any chance your aunt would be stupid enough to leave that money to her housekeeper?
No. I'm not worried about Mrs. Bradley. I think Aunt Flossie really disliked her underneath. But she was cheap, so she kept her on.
Well, that's that.
There's the house, Jess.
Oh, that's not a house, Gladys. That's a mint. That's the place where they're giving out dough in bushel baskets, and they're giving it all to us. That's not just a house.
Hello, Mrs. Bradley.
Nice to see you.
Come in.
It was a terrible shock to hear about Aunt Flossie's death.
Yeah, it sure was. We were all broken up about it.
I can imagine.
What do you mean?
Well, you didn't come to see her when she was sick. You didn't even come to the funeral. You were certainly broken up.
Yeah, well, look, sister, we didn't come here to talk to you. Where's the lawyer? Let's get it over with.
He's inside. Quiet, Ophelia.
Ophelia? Huh. Hey, what kind of a name is that for a cat?
You will find Mr. Gawley, the lawyer, in the study. Come with me.
Now, if Mr. and Mrs. Henning will please be seated, we can proceed with the reading of Flossie Warren's last will and testament.
Yeah. Well, look, let's skip the dry stuff, huh? We don't have much time. Get right to the point. The part with the money, huh?
Well, Mr. Henning, it's not usually done that way. But if you like...
Just how much did Aunt Flossie leave, Mr. Gawley?
It's quite an estate. It's £100,000 in cash alone, and another £100,000 in real estate and bonds.
Okay, who gets it?
I'll read the final paragraph to you. Inasmuch as I will be survived by only 2 relatives, I hereby include the following bequests. To my niece, Gladys Henning, who has always been a lazy, good-for-nothing female of doubtful intelligence, I leave my 2 oldest pair of shoes, with the added hope that they pinch her feet and give her corn.
What?
And to the man she married against my wishes, my nephew Jess Henning, who is nothing but a tramp, I leave the weeds which surround my land from August to October, knowing he suffers from hay fever. Furthermore...
Wait a minute. What is this, a corny gag?
I am reading the will as it was written, Mr. Henning.
So she cut us off. Okay. She's got a laugh. Who gets the dough? Mrs. Bradley?
No, not Mrs. Bradley.
Well, who else is there?
Your Aunt Flossie Warren has left her entire estate to Ophelia, her cat.
A cat. A lousy cat.
Quiet, Jess. Goley will hear us.
Well, who cares if he hears? What kind of a deal is that? 200,000 to a mouse chaser. Yeah, your aunt was nuttier than I thought she was.
Do you think there's anything we can do about it?
What can we do? A will is a will. How can we... Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Somebody's got to take care of that cat. Somebody's got to be its guardian. Listen, we got a chance yet. After all, a quart of milk a day and any cat is satisfied. Meanwhile...
Well, Mr. Henning, I'll be on my way.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Goley. There's something I want to ask you.
Well?
Well, you see, the cat can't live by herself. Who's going to take care of her?
If you would let me read the will in its entirety, you would have known. Your aunt provided that £50 weekly be provided for Ophelia's maintenance, and that this £50 be turned over to her housekeeper, Mrs. Bradley, for as long as the cat shall live and enjoy good health.
Then, she got charge of it?
Yes. However, there is a further provision which gives you and Mrs. Henning the privilege of occupying this house, providing Ophelia seems sympathetic. So you see, your aunt was generous after all.
Yeah. Yeah, she had a heart as big as a marble.
Listen, my aunt must have been crazy to make a will like that. Can't we contest it?
Yeah, if we win, we'll make it worth your while, Mr. Goley.
Goley and McDowell helped frame this document, Mr. Henning, and we pride ourselves in our work. It cannot be broken. Your aunt was perfectly safe. Other people have left money to pets. This isn't the first time.
Well, I'm glad she's dead. I only wish I could...
Gladys, that's not nice.
What?
Well, that's no way to talk in front of Mr. Goley. Aunt Flossie was okay. She was just erratic, that's all.
Erratic? And what would you call a raving maniac? Temperamental?
Well, now, Gladys, Mr. Goley's got some business to do, so let's thank him for his help. Yes, we appreciate it, Mr. Goley.
Forget it. I was well paid for my trouble. Good day to both of you.
Look, have you gone nuts too? What's the idea of a phony act?
I just thought of a way to get hold of that dough, Gladys, and it couldn't be easier. All we have to do is get rid of the cat.
You mean kill her?
Sure. When the cat goes, the situation changes. Then the dough automatically goes to Flossie's nearest relatives. Us.
Suppose we're found out.
Well, I guess Mrs. Bradley could squawk. And if she could prove we did it, maybe she could keep the dough. But if Ophelia dies, accidentally...
Oh, hello, Mrs. Bradley.
I suppose you know you have the privilege of staying here if you like.
Yes, Mr. Goley just told us.
Well, if you do stay, don't think I'm going to wait on you. And you'll have to provide your own food. My housekeeping days are finished, and don't forget it.
Oh, no, look, you've got us all wrong, Mrs. Bradley.
I have, eh?
Well, sure. All we want to do is be friends, after all. If we're going to stay here for a while.
If you are, just keep out of my way, please. And don't annoy the cat. Come along, Ophelia.
Maybe she don't know it, but she'll be going back to dishwashing again. And soon. Gladys, wake up.
What? Take that cat away from me.
I just got her out of Bradley's room.
Oh, she didn't wake up.
Those 2 pills I slipped her, she'll dream up a morning. Come on.
What are you going to do?
I noticed your aunt got a deep freezer in the cellar. I've been scouting around. I'm dropping Ophelia in with the frozen pickles. It's as easy as that.
Don't think anyone will get suspicious.
It won't do them any good. The freezer was open. Ophelia jumped in. She hit a spring and the door slammed shut. Just an accident. It's Ophelia's word against ours. Right, Ophelia? Yeah, only Ophelia's gonna be too cold to talk.
I don't understand it. Ophelia left my side before.
Well, she must be around the house, Mrs. Bradley. Let's have a look.
There's something wicked going on here.
Oh, now, don't be like that.
Maybe the cat went into the cellar.
Sure. That's a logical place for a cat to go. Let's have a look, huh, Mrs. Bradley?
There's nothing down here. Ophelia? Ophelia, where are you? Yes, kitty, 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 kitty. Where, kitty, kitty, kitty?
She's moving over to the freezer.
Ophelia! Ophelia, where are you? Kitty, 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 kitty. The freezer. She's in the freezer.
Well, here, let me help you open it.
Oh, Ophelia, darling.
Hey, that cat sure is lucky. The freezer is warm.
The storm tore a wire from the roof last night. It blew a fuse in the cellar.
A good thing for Ophelia.
Yes, wasn't it? Come upstairs, Ophelia. You must be starved.
That was certainly a bright idea. You got any other notions?
Sure. And this one's gonna work. You got the cat?
She's in this bag.
Where's Bradley?
In her room. We better work fast, Jess. She doesn't let Ophelia out of her sight now for more than 5 minutes at a time.
I'll start the car. When I give you the signal, open the bag and let the cat run out across the road. And I can't miss it.
All right. Make it snappy, Jess. This job's beginning to get me.
Okay, Gladys. Let her loose.
Look out, Jess. Jess, are you hurt?
I'm all right. Did I get the cat?
Look. She's sitting on the fender.
What? How did I miss? How in the blazes
What's going on out there?
Ophelia!
Here comes the old woman.
Ophelia! What happened?
Well, Gladys and I were driving into town, and the car went into the ditch.
You ought to learn how to drive. Where's Ophelia?
There she is, in that tree.
Oh, come on, Kitty. Come on. It's time for your cream.
Cream. Look at my car. Well, I'm tired of doing this with kid gloves. There's only one way to get rid of that cat with no mistakes, and I'm doing it. Right now.
According to legend, time has been generous with cats and has endowed them with 9 lives. But man has inherited only 1. And occasionally he is foolish enough to take that single life into his own hands.
Here's what I was looking for.
What is it?
Rat poison. If it's good enough for the rats, it's good enough for Ophelia.
How are you going to work it?
I'm putting it into a cream, and I'm going to stand there until she finishes it.
What about Mrs. Bradley?
You're going to keep her out of the way.
But how?
Hey, make some excuse to get her into the cellar. Tell her the pipes are busted. Tell her anything, but get her out of that kitchen so I can go to work on the cat.
But if we do, it's so obvious.
Look, when that cat croaks, we're going to scream our heads off. We're going to call the cops and yell murder. Mrs. Bradley got rid of it, hoping to inherit all the dough, see? It's her word against ours.
I don't know, Jeff. It doesn't sound right.
Listen, if I don't bump that cat off, she'll drive me nuts. But instead, we can take the estate into the courts. Even if they did find out we killed her, they can't hang a murder rap on us. Well, for the love of Pete, it's just a cat.
All right. Whatever you say, Jess. I'll try to get Mrs. B into the cellar.
And I'll go to work on Ophelia. Here, kitty. Come on. Nice cream. Come on over and eat some cream. Come on. Here, kitty. Come on, Ophelia. Come on, don't be like that. It's sweet cream. Come on, it's real sweet, kitty. Come on, kitty. It's reinforced with something special. Come on, Hick. Look, are you gonna come over here and stick your nose in that cream, or do I have to shove it down your throat? That's it. That's a nice kitty. Come on, just a little closer now. Just a little
Let go of
Not me.
But Mrs. Bradley,
What kind of a trick is this? What kind of a... Ophelia! What are you giving her? What's in that cream?
Get out of here.
Give me that saucer. Give it to
Let
me.
go.
Yes.
She wouldn't let go.
we'd better help her up. I think she's been hurt. What? Jess, look.
Hey.
Her head. I've got blood all over my hands.
Oh, she must have hit it on the edge of the sink.
Jess, is she?
Yeah. Yeah, she's dead, Gladys.
What are we going to do, Jess?
Take it easy. Let me think.
Murder. They'll hang us.
This is no time to get hysterical. They're not going to hang anybody. Where's that cat?
Never mind the cat. We've got a corpse to worry about.
Yeah, that's the first thing we've got to get rid of, too.
How?
I'll bury her somewhere. Then I'll work out a plan. I can figure out some excuse for a disappearance. There must be a way.
You can bury her behind the house, Jess. In the garden.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I'm sure she won't be found.
Well, not if we keep our nerve.
I only hope I can. Jess, my legs feel like butter.
Gladys.
My insides are turning
Gladys,
hands.
come over here.
Jess.
Now put your arms around my neck. Now look at me. Now we're in a spot, baby. And one cockeyed move will finish us. You got that clear?
Yes.
Now, I've been in spots before, and I always got us out.
I know you have, Jess.
And I'll get us out of this one. Now, come on. Kiss me, baby.
I'll hang on to myself, Jess. I promise.
That's more like it. Now, help me lift the body. I'm going to truck it out to the garden.
No. Don't ask me to help you, please. I can't touch
All
it.
right, I'll do it myself. Meanwhile, you find that cat. I don't think I've ever hated anything in my life the way I hate that cat. If it's the last thing I do, I'll bury it with Mrs. Bradley.
Jess?
Yeah, she's all covered. I'm gonna transplant some of that grass. Sod over there to the top of the grave. Nobody'll ever know the difference.
Then what?
And I'll work out a plan. What about the cat? Did you find her?
No. She isn't in the house, and I've searched the grounds. I think she's run away, Jess.
If I catch her, I'll strangle her with my bare hands.
Jess?
Yeah?
It's 3 a.m.
Go to sleep, Gladys. I'm thinking.
I'm too scared to sleep.
I'm beginning to get an idea. I think I know how we can crawl out of this. One thing we've got to make certain of, the body is never found.
Can you manage that?
Sure. This house has 16 acres of land on it. They couldn't find the exact spot where you...
Jess, did you hear that?
It's the cat.
Coming from outside, in the yard.
Wait till I take a look.
Jess, can you see her?
Yeah. Yeah. You know where she is?
Where?
Sitting right on top of Mrs. Bradley's grave.
I don't see anything, Jess.
She's run away again. Look out, I'm going to dig the grave open.
What for?
What for? You want that cat to put us in jail? I got to get the body where the cat won't find it.
How did the cat find the body?
I don't know. Maybe it was coincidence. They say that animals can find things like this. Anyway, when I get this body moved, we're going hunting again. For Ophelia.
Where are you going to bury the body?
I'm going to cement her up in the garage. Inside the wall. Okay, that's that. The cement will harden in a day or two. And I'll go over the whole garage with whitewash. Yeah. What time is it?
Nearly 6.
Let's go after the cat.
Jess, this is driving me crazy. I want to get away from here. I'm afraid.
Now look, Gladys. Gladys, you're in this as much as me. You know that, don't you?
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Where's it coming from?
From the garage, Jess. She's found the corpse again.
Come out of here. Come out, you whiskered devil, and let me cut you open.
She's not in here, Jess.
Listen. Gladys, you go around on the right. I'll go around on the left. Now, when you see her, shoo her my way. Understand?
All right.
Just let me see your head, Mouser. That's all I ask. One look. One look and I'll blow it clear to the next state. There you are. Gladys. Gladys! Oh. Gladys.
Jess.
Where are you hit?
Don't move me, Jess. It hurts too much.
Oh, Gladys.
I told you. She'd be bad luck.
Gladys. Gladys, no. Why, you... I'll get you now. Where are you? Where are you? Gun's empty. Okay, I don't need bullets. My hands are bitter. Yeah, I can see you, too. I can see your eyes, Mouser, sitting up there on the wall. That's right. Don't move. Let old Uncle Chess just get his hands around your neck. Nice kitty. You want some cream, kitty? Want some sugar? Here we are. Easy does it. Easy. Gotcha!
We found a third body, Mr. Gawley.
Oh, no. 3 of them.
Oh, how horrible. This guy seems to have fallen down an empty well in the dark. I just can't figure it out. Good thing you phoned us.
I called Mrs. Bradley a couple of hours ago to make some arrangements regarding Miss Flossie Warren's will. I knew the Hennings were here. When I got no answer, I decided to get in touch with the police.
We found Mrs. Bradley's body inside the garage wall. The cement wasn't dry yet. Why, we figured he killed Mrs. Bradley, then he killed his wife. How he ever fell into that well is something we'll never understand. Mind going outside for a minute, Mr. Gawley? I want you to identify the body.
Very well, officer.
Oh. Look who's here. Poor, dumb little cat. Must have been too much excitement going on out here for you, eh? Well, don't you let it worry you, Tabby. We know you had nothing to do with it. There is a play that has withstood the course of time, and which will probably remain with us forever. And I'm reminded of an appropriate quatrain from this particular work of literature, which may sound familiar to you. He is dead and gone, lady. He is dead and gone. At his head a grass-green turf. At his heels a stone. The play, in case you've forgotten, is called Hamlet. And incidentally, the character who spoke those lines was named Ophelia.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, narrated by Hart McGuire. You heard Ken Wayne as Jess and Myrna Dodd as Gladys, together with Fifi Banvard and Kevin Brennan. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. I refuse to give you up to her. And so, I have made a decision.
Another Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the other woman. Olivia Martin paces the floor of her bedroom. She's been pacing for hours, and it is now long past midnight. Her husband, Fred Martin, did not come home to dinner. He was detained at his office on business. So he said. But Olivia knows that it isn't his advertising business that detains him. And she knows, too, that tonight will be the climax and the final crash of their marriage. The end of everything for Olivia. She knows what Fred is going to say tonight. For months she has been fearful of this moment. And now it has come.
Olivia, you awake?
Yes? Come in.
I thought you might be asleep.
How could I sleep? You know better than that.
It's 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, Fred.
I didn't realize it was that late.
You don't usually bother to see if I'm awake.
Don't I?
For the past 2 months, you passed right on to your own room.
Yes. Yes, I guess I have.
Get your business settled?
Yes. Yes, I had quite a bit to attend to.
Have dinner at the club?
Yes, at the club.
Then why didn't you answer my call? I had you paged. They said you hadn't been there this evening.
Oh? Perhaps I hadn't arrived yet.
Really?
What did you want?
I don't know. I don't remember now what I called you for.
I see. Well, I think I'll turn in. Good night, Olivia.
Why don't you say it?
Say what?
What you came here to say.
What makes you think I had anything particular to say?
I know. I don't know how, but I've known all evening you were planning to tell me something when you got in.
Oh, that's nonsense.
No, Fred. I've known for months this was coming. I know what sort of business detained you. Another woman.
What?
First, I believed you. As the weeks passed and I realized you were growing colder, the whole thing became clear to me. Then I knew you were evading me, that you were lying about those business appointments at night.
Go on.
We've been married 10 years, Fred. I've done everything humanly possible to make our marriage a success.
Have you?
I think I have. At least I've tried.
That's your opinion, Olivia.
Why didn't you come right out and tell me about this woman at the very beginning?
Why should I?
Oh, Fred. It's sick all not to believe it.
Now, let's not have a scene, Olivia.
What do you expect me to do, laugh it off?
No, not you, Olivia. Certainly not you.
I suppose you'll say it's all my fault. I'm to blame for everything. Well, isn't that what you're trying to say?
I haven't said anything.
Then why don't you? Say something. Why do you beat about the bush? You came here to say something, say it.
Very well, since you put it that way, I will. I'm going out of town tomorrow on business. I'm sending my things to the club. When I return, I intend to live there. Wait a minute, Olivia. I haven't finished yet. I want you to get a divorce on any grounds you please. Desertion or whatever you wish.
Divorce? Do you mean that?
I do.
Very well. If that's the way you want it, there's nothing else I can do.
No, Olivia, nothing. Good night.
So Olivia sobs herself to sleep. When morning comes, she finds Fred gone and his things all ready sent to the club. All day she wanders aimlessly about the house like a lost soul. Then as night falls and her loneliness increases, she is seized with a horrible feeling of hopelessness. A strange depression comes over her, and she sits down at the desk and writes a note.
Fred, the very thought of losing you, the thought of divorce, the thought of giving you up for another woman is more than I can bear. The shame, the disgrace, the scandal of it all would, I know, drive me insane. Regardless of what you may think, I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. You'd never be happy with a woman of her type. You'd be throwing your life away. I refuse to give you up to her. And so, I have made a decision. Goodbye, Fred. Olivia.
Olivia addresses the note to Fred at his club, steps out and drops it in the nearest mailbox. She wanders about for a while, then returns to the empty house, takes some sleeping tablets, and goes to bed. Then, the next morning at Fred's office, Doris, Fred's private secretary, is going over some papers.
Yes? Very well. Put him on. Hello? Yes, Mr. Goldberg. This is Doris Hammond. Mr. Martin's out of town for a few days. Yes. Well, Miss Bartow is head of the art department. I'll have her check on it right away. Yes. Yes, goodbye.
Yes?
Tell Rita Bartow to come in here, please.
Miss Bartow isn't coming in today. She's staying home. Has a bad cold.
Oh, I see. Well, we'll send Jack Mallory in then.
Yes, Miss Hammond.
You want to see me, Miss Hammond?
Oh, yes, Jack. I understand Rita's ill, isn't coming in today.
No, I guess not.
Well, Mr. Goldberg over at Lake Laboratories wants to know which ad she intended to run next week.
Only Rita knows about that.
Perhaps we'd better send them over to Rita's apartment and have her select the one she wants to use.
Very well. Who shall I send?
Well, I don't know of anyone who'd rather go on that errand than you, Jack.
Well, I'll go if you insist.
I don't think I have to insist, especially where Rita's concerned.
All right. I'll run over there.
I thought you would.
Thanks, Doris. See you later.
Hello?
Rita, this is Doris Hammond.
Yes, Doris.
How do you feel?
All fair.
Good. Mr. Goldberg wants to know which ad you selected for next week. I'm sending Jack Mallory over with the layout. He should be there in a short while.
Very well. I've forgotten which it was.
And send Jack back as soon as possible. He'll hang around all day if you don't.
I will, don't worry.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, Rita. How do you feel?
Oh, all right. Just didn't feel like coming to the office today.
I thought you had a bad cold.
No, not too bad. I'll be all right tomorrow.
Mr. Goldberg wants you to select a layout for next week. Here they are. Which do you want?
Well, I'd planned on this one. But I think you should make this section in red.
Oh, I see. That's easy. I'll fix it up in a jiffy.
Stands out better this way. We'll use this one for the week following.
Okay. You look mighty lovely, Rita.
Thanks.
Where were you going, all dressed up?
Well, I've got to go out of town this afternoon on that Henderson deal.
I wanted to put it off until next week, but Mr. Martin insisted that I get it settled as soon as possible. I'll be back on the afternoon plane tomorrow.
You shouldn't be running around too much, darling.
Well, I don't really have a cold. That's sinus.
You've had a lot of trouble with that in the past year or so.
Yes, there's nothing much can be done about it, I guess. Thank heavens it only strikes me in winter.
Why don't you try a change of climate, Rita?
Change of climate.
I should think you'd like California. I've always wanted to go there. I've had an idea that I could do very well. Some nice jobs in the movie art departments.
I'm not interested in movies.
I thought about going out there and settling down, buying a nice little home and really enjoying life.
Well, why should a bachelor do all that? You have ideas about getting married, Jack?
Yes. Yes, I have, Rita.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
What time does your plane leave?
At 2.
How about a little lunch while you're waiting? Something warm.
Very well.
Well, leave your bag here. We'll pick it up later.
All right.
I've got something important to talk to you about, Rita.
Important?
Yeah. I got a nice raise this week.
That's fine, Jack.
I want to ask you a question about you and me.
Yes? Go ahead.
No, not now. Come on, we'll talk about it during lunch.
Meanwhile, Olivia Martin, having made a decision and formulated a plan, visits her husband's office and calls on Doris, the secretary.
Good afternoon, Miss Hammond.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Martin? I was just going out to lunch. Would you join me?
I'm sorry, Miss Hammond. I'm afraid I haven't time. I'm in rather a hurry. I've a number of things to do this afternoon.
Oh, can I help you?
I suppose you're quite busy yourself.
Oh, yes, my work is always doubled when Fred leaves town.
Fred?
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Oh, my husband.
I suppose it does seem strange for an employee to call him Fred. But for some reason I've gotten into the habit and can't seem to break it. He doesn't seem to mind, however.
That's so. I can imagine he wouldn't. After all, you're like one of the family, aren't you, Miss Hammond?
Yes, I've been here for 2 years.
You've been Fred's private secretary for how long now?
Almost a year. It doesn't seem that long.
Pleasant work, isn't it?
Most interesting. You've no idea how absorbing this business can be, Mrs. Martin.
But I realize it must have a certain amount of extremely interesting moments.
You should come around more often, Mrs. Martin.
How right you are. Things might have been different.
Different?
Yes. I mean, if I had taken an active interest in the business, well, at times it gets rather dull waiting at home, especially on long evenings when your husband has to stay in town on business.
Well, I suppose it is rather dull under those conditions.
Yes. But I mustn't take up your time with personal problems. I want you to have a check drawn for me for $500.
Very well, I'll attend to it at once.
Have you heard from Fred since he left?
No, I haven't.
He phoned me this morning.
You did?
Yes. He left an important paper at home, and he knew I was flying to Detroit tonight to visit my relatives, so he wants me to drop it off for him at Buffalo.
Buffalo? I thought he was in Boston.
Well, yes, he was. But he had to rush over to Buffalo. Some unexpected business came up, and he says he needs you very badly.
He wants me to come to Buffalo?
Yes. I told him I'd notify you and bring you with me. I'll be leaving the airport about 5:30. Can you meet me there, or shall I pick you up here?
Well, I'll meet you at the airport. I'll have to run home for a few minutes. Is there anything in particular he wants me to bring?
No. Nothing but the paper he left at home.
Very well. I'll be at the airport around 5.
Do you mind flying, Miss Hammond?
No, not at all.
That's good. My plane is a small cabin job. Might be a little bumpy, but I'm rather a good pilot.
I'll see you at 5.
Shortly after noon, rain begins to fall. Round 2, the storm becomes heavier. Then Jack returns.
Jack Mallory, where on earth have you been? Do you know what time it is?
Yes, I'm sorry. I got to talking and didn't realize the hour.
Well, what about the layout? Did Rita select one?
Yeah, this one. She made a couple of changes in it.
So? What changed?
Oh, nothing important. Just wanted this section set up in red. Stands out better.
Yes, so it does.
Well, I'd better put it through right away. I'm sorry to have been so late with it.
I'm glad you got back with it before I left.
Left? Well, where were you going?
Mr. Martin phoned. He wants me to join him in Buffalo. Something important has come up.
Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was in Boston.
Well, he had to run over there in a hurry.
Buffalo, huh? Strange.
What's strange?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean his being in Buffalo.
What's strange about it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose he could be in Buffalo.
Well, what's the matter with you, Jack?
Why? Oh, nothing at all.
Here, lean over here.
What? Why?
A little closer.
What's the matter?
Well, of all things, now I've seen everything. You've actually had a drink. You of all people.
Well, I don't approve of it as a rule, but I walked back from Rita's place. I got my feet a little wet in the rain. Felt kind of chilly. I was afraid I was catching cold, so I dropped in at a bar on the way back and had a drink.
Oh, I hope you don't get sick. Can't afford to have you and Rita both out.
Oh, well, that's right. A lot of work to be done this week.
Here, take off that top coat. It's damp. Let me have it. Now hang it over the radiator. Well.
What's wrong?
How on earth did you do this? You've spilled ink on the front of your coat.
Yeah. Well, what do you know? Fine thing. I just got it yesterday. I must have done that over at Rita's when I blocked that section in red.
I hope to get it out as soon as possible. Hand me a towel from that closet and dampen it.
Oh, don't bother, Doris. I'll have it cleaned tomorrow.
Get some of it out now. Thanks. Certainly hard to get off.
It's probably dried in by now. The cleaners can get it out.
Strangest ink I ever saw. Doesn't seem to be ink. More like blood, if you ask me.
Blood? Let me see. It is strange. Let me see that layout. It does seem a little darker than this on the card. Maybe the cloth has something to do with it.
Perhaps.
Better let the cleaners worry about it. What time are you leaving, Doris?
In a few minutes. I'm flying from the airport around 5.
Well, good luck, Doris. See you in a few days.
Thanks, Jack. Take care of yourself. And lay off the liquor. That's bad stuff to get started on.
Are you kidding?
What do you think?
For a few brief moments, Doris stands staring after Jack as he passes through the door to the outer office. Then she picks up the towel, studies it for a moment. Suddenly she tosses it into the desk drawer, leaves the office, and goes home. Then around 5, Doris meets Olivia at the airport.
Oh, Mrs. Martin, do you think we should try it tonight?
You mean you'd rather not go? Are you frightened?
Oh, no. No, not exactly frightened.
Well, the storm's passed. What's wrong?
What? I don't really know. Nothing, I guess.
Well, nothing to worry about. I've flown this plane in all kinds of weather.
Yes, of course.
Well, we're all set. Let's climb in.
I wish I could have talked to Fred. I haven't the slightest idea what this is all about.
You'll know what it's all about. In no time at all.
What?
We'll get there in a couple of hours. Don't worry.
How far have we come now?
Oh, I don't know. About 75 miles, I should say.
Where are we? I can't see a thing.
We're not far from Monticello.
How can you tell? Can you see that down there?
No, not too well. I'm flying by instrument.
I hope we don't run into a storm. Frankly, I don't like to be in a plane during a storm.
Well, I don't know of anyone who really does.
We could have taken a train.
We could have, but on this particular trip, I was in somewhat of a hurry to get to my destination. Tell me, Doris. May I call you Doris?
Well, of course.
Aren't you just a bit upset over this trip?
What do you mean?
Just that.
Do I seem upset?
Yes, you do. Something playing on your mind?
Yes. Yes, there is something bothering me.
So? What is it?
Is rather not safe.
A guilty conscience?
Guilty conscience?
Isn't that what it is?
What are you talking about?
Are you looking forward to a nice visit in Buffalo?
Why, I don't know. I don't consider it a visit. It's part of my job.
And a very pleasant job, too. I'm sure you'll miss the job and its attendant interest. Working late at night, several nights a week with Fred.
What do you mean by that? Why should I lose my job?
Your job isn't all you're going to lose.
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes, and you know what I'm talking about.
You're crazy.
Fred isn't in Buffalo.
Where is he?
I don't know. But wherever he is, you'll never see him again, you little cheat.
Put this plane down and let me out. You're mad.
I'm going to put it down, straight down on its nose.
What?
Fred won't think you're so attractive next time he sees you.
No. No, you're out of your mind. You can't do this. You can't. You can't.
Put that key back in the switch.
I won't.
You hear me?
I won't. You must.
Give me that key.
Pull up. Don't scream. Pull up.
By some strange quirk of fate, Olivia is foiled in her plan of suicide and murder. A farmer rushes to the crash, finds Olivia thrown clear and still alive. Now, an hour later, in the farmhouse.
Well, how do you feel, man?
What? Why? Who are you?
I'm Doc Sanders.
Doctor? Where am I?
You're on Jake Barrett's farm. Found you right after the crash. Believe me, you're mighty lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
You were thrown clear when you hit the treetops. Got out with a few scratches and a couple of rattling good bumps, but not a busted bone anyplace.
What happened to my passenger?
Well, I'm sorry to say she's dead.
Dead? She's dead.
Yeah, she wasn't as lucky as you.
I'm lucky, am I?
Don't you think so?
No. No, I don't. I'm not lucky. That isn't the way.
Oh, now, take it easy. I know how you feel, but you couldn't help it, ma'am. These things just happen sometimes.
No, they don't just...
What were you going to say, ma'am?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh. Well, they located your husband, ma'am. Jake's driving you back to New York tonight. Now, you'll be all right.
Well, Olivia, now you are on the spot. Your vicious plan was only partly successful. Now you've got to face Fred. And how are you going to explain the situation? How are you going to explain Doris's presence in your plane? Fred arrives in town, spends a few hours at his club. Then in the morning he visits Olivia.
Hello, Olivia.
Oh, Fred, it was terrible.
Yes, I know. I'm very sorry, Olivia.
I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden the motor cut off. I couldn't find a clear spot any place. I thought I saw a clearing, but it was more trees, and with no motor I couldn't pull up.
You were very fortunate.
Yes, I suppose so.
Where were you going?
Why, well, after you left, I got to thinking things over, and I just couldn't remain another night in this house alone. So I decided to go to my sister's in Detroit for a while.
Mm-hmm. Why did you fly?
I don't know. I just wanted to get away as fast as possible.
Wasn't it a rather bad night for flying?
No, I've flown in worse weather. Storm had cleared.
I see. I was never so shocked in my life.
Oh, Fred, so sorry. So terribly sorry.
No. You couldn't help it. It was just one of those things. I know how you feel. Doris she was a lovely girl. A shame.
Yes, she was young. Had everything to live for. I know how you must feel, Fred.
Yes, I'll certainly miss her.
Can you ever forgive me, Fred?
Of course, Olivia.
I never want to fly a plane again, never.
Tell me, how did Doris happen to be with you? Where was she going?
Well, she said she wanted to visit some friend in Buffalo. Asked me if I'd drop her off there.
How did she know you were flying that way?
Well, you see, I went to your office and told her I was going to Detroit and asked her to draw some money for me. Told her I'd be glad to put her down in Buffalo. That's all.
I can't imagine why she'd leave the office in the middle of the week to visit friends out of town. That wasn't like Doris.
Maybe she had some business to attend to on the side.
Maybe. Well, I can't imagine what it might be.
Maybe it was personal business.
Possibly. Olivia, are you telling me the truth?
Why? What do you mean?
Have you told me the real reason you wanted to leave town?
Well, certainly.
Weren't you, running from something?
Well, what would I be running from?
You were carrying out a plan, weren't you?
Plan? What plan?
Didn't you have a definite idea in mind when you wrote that note to me?
Note?
Note.
It seems you've forgotten the note. Why don't you tell me the truth, Olivia?
Yes. Yes, I did make up my mind to do something terrible. I was going to kill her and myself. I couldn't stand it any longer. But after I mailed it to you, I seemed to come to my senses. I saw things clearly. Realized how awful such a thing would be. I just couldn't go through with it.
So you decided to forget the idea and go on to Detroit?
Yes. I swear I changed my mind about killing her. I couldn't be a murderer.
You really expect me to believe that?
Fred, you must believe me. You must, please. I know what you think, the note and everything that's happened.
That note is certainly definite evidence against you.
Note? Yes. Oh, Fred, I swear I didn't.
That's easy to say, but the note is too convincing.
Where is the note? You must destroy it. Don't tell anyone about it, please, Fred.
What time was it when you visited my office?
Oh, I don't know. About noon, I think.
And you mailed the note the night before?
Yes.
And you made up your mind to leave town. You went to the office, told Doris about it, and left at 5.
Yes, that's right.
And what did you do in the meantime?
Oh, I can't remember. I'm so confused. I went shopping for a while.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know, but I swear I changed my plan by the time morning came.
You're going to have a hard time proving all that.
It's the truth. Why shouldn't they believe the truth?
The circumstances all tie in too well. We had separated the day before. I moved to the club. Several people knew about that. And in the note you said you knew who the other woman was. And stated clearly what you intended to do about it.
I know.
Then how else can the police look at it?
Police? What do they know about it?
They've been putting 2 and 2 together.
But the note? How do they know what's in the note?
They were waiting for me when I got back from Boston. They had already found the note. They showed it to me. That's where you made your big mistake, Olivia.
Fred, they really think I killed her? Murdered her?
They do.
What are they going to do?
The detectives are here now. They want to talk with you.
Detectives? Yes. Yes, I'll be calm.
Very well. I'll come in, Captain Evans. Thank you. Olivia, this is Captain Evans. And this is Lieutenant Davis.
How do you do?
Good morning, Mrs. Martin.
Did you gentlemen wish to see me?
Yes, would like to ask you a few questions.
Yes. Yes, of course. But I haven't done anything. I'm absolutely innocent.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Martin. We don't want to upset you. Just answer a few questions.
Very well.
Is it true that your husband left you a few days ago with the idea that you were to get a divorce?
Yes.
He took up residence at his club?
Yes.
You believe that your husband was in love with another woman?
I did.
Did you know who that woman was?
I did.
Did you object to his leaving you, getting a divorce?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Well, after he left you, did you write this note to him?
Yes, I wrote it, but
You mailed it to his club?
Yes.
Next day, you got some money at his office, about noon, and exactly 5 o'clock, you took off in your plane.
Yes, but I changed my mind. I couldn't go through with it, and I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Where were you, Mrs. Martin, between noon and 5 o'clock?
I went about town. I did a little shopping. I don't remember what else I did.
Can you prove where you were during that period?
No, I don't see how I could.
No one was with you during that time. Did you frequent any establishment where you were known?
No, I didn't. I saw no one I knew.
Are you sure, Olivia?
I'm positive. What difference does it make where I was between noon and 5 o'clock?
It makes a lot of difference. Because it was about that hour that Rita Bartow was stabbed to death in her apartment.
Rita Bartow? The head of the art department?
That's right. The weapon's not been found, and there were no clues to the identity of the murderer, excepting your note to your husband.
But Rita Bartow? What have I to do with her?
You said in your note here that you knew who the woman was. Rita Bartow was the other woman.
What? Then what about...
What about who?
What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything. Not one thing.
Oh, yes, you were, Olivia. Yes, you were. You were going to say that you killed the wrong woman. Poor, innocent Doris Hammond. Of course, we know you didn't kill Rita Bartow, because Jack Mallory killed her when she turned him down and said she was going to marry Fred Martin. And Doris was the only one who knew about the bloodstains on Jack's coat. She was the only one who could have pinned it on Jack and cleared you, Olivia. But Doris is dead now, and you killed her. Killed the very one who could have saved you. What a shame.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
You promised me that you wouldn't gamble again. You've broken that promise, and I won't give you another cent. This time, John, you can work it out for yourself.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of Avarice. John Abbott lives in a vast house on the outskirts of town. But it isn't John's house. It belongs to his wife. John has never had a penny he could honestly call his own. But then John has always been lucky. John Abbott is somewhat of a gambler who was fortunate enough to marry a wealthy young widow, Marcia Howard, wife of the late motor magnate Burton Howard. But John has pulled a few tricks bordering on the shady side of late, and Marcia has come to distrust him. She has paid off a number of his gambling debts, but this time he's really in a spot. John got into a poker game with Mike Flynn, lost, and paid off with a worthless check.
Hello, Mike. How are you? I haven't seen you since that big night last week. Where have you been keeping yourself?
Where have you been keeping yourself?
Well, my wife's been rather ill, you know. I've intended to get in to see you and the boys for some time.
Did you try real hard, John?
Try? Why? What do you mean?
I kind of get an idea you were trying to avoid me.
Well, why should I?
Would you have dropped in today if Muggsy hadn't tipped you off that I wanted to see you?
Why, of course I would.
You're a pig's eye.
I resent that, Mike.
You do? Well, I resent this.
What?
This rubber check. You got a lot of nerve running in on a game when you can't pay off.
Why was it returned?
Insufficient funds, according to the slip.
Yeah, I can't understand that. Must be some mistake.
There's no mistake, John. You didn't have $4,000 in that bank, and you knew you didn't. I checked on it.
Well, I'll take care of it. You've got nothing to worry about.
And fork over.
I don't carry that much money on me.
Then you'd better dig it up, John.
I can't walk out and take it off a tree, you know.
You know where to get it in a minute.
Do I?
Sure. Your wife is rolling in money.
That's not as easy as you think. See, Marcia doesn't approve of gambling.
Neither do I. When you can't back your bid.
Well, I can get it. You've got to give me a little time. Take a few days.
John, I'll give you till Saturday at noon to get me that money.
Saturday? Well, that's almost impossible. This is Wednesday.
How much time do you need?
Well, I don't know, but I'll get it as soon as possible. Do you have to have cash?
Not necessarily.
I see.
What do you have in mind, John?
Why, nothing. Nothing at the moment.
Better think of something.
Yes, I will. Oh, I'll get it.
Any good security will do.
I quite understand.
But whatever it is, I'll expect it by noon Saturday. Otherwise, well, I could turn it over to the district attorney, or I could have a pal of mine take you for a little drive in the country some afternoon.
Oh, I'll get it, Mike. I'll get it. I'll have something for you Saturday at noon. I don't know what it'll be, but I'll have it.
That's fine, John. It's fine. I'll be expecting it.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for the extension.
Sure. Always glad to help out a friend.
Yes. Well, so long.
So long, John.
So John Abbott walks out of Mike's office and home in a deep fog, goes to his wife's room on the floor above, slips easily to the side of her bed.
Marcia?
Huh?
Marcia.
Oh, is that you, Nita?
Were you asleep, Marcia?
John.
I'm sorry if I awakened you.
What time is it?
A little afternoon.
Where's Nita?
I haven't seen your sister this morning. She's around someplace, I imagine.
What did you want, John?
I wanted to ask you something. That is, well, I have a favor to ask.
What's troubling you now, John?
I hate to bother you when you don't feel well, but I need a little money.
Money? What is it this time? Your brother again?
No, it doesn't concern Ellen.
That's a wonder. How much longer is he going to stay here?
I don't know. Is he so obnoxious?
I can't understand why a young fellow like Alan should be content to do nothing.
Oh, he'll get into something soon, dear.
I hope so. What do you need money for, John?
A note I had came due.
What kind of a note?
Just a note. I gave it some time ago.
How much?
$4,000.
$4,000?
Yes.
Do you mean to say that you owe someone $4,000?
I'm sorry, Marcia, but I do.
When did this happen?
Just a week or so ago.
You've been gambling again. Do you realize how many thousands of dollars I've given you to pay off such ridiculous debts?
Yes, Marcia, but you don't have to shout at me.
Only a month ago you promised you'd never gamble again. And now $4,000.
I didn't mean to get in so deeply, Marcia. I just dropped in to say hello to a few of the boys, and I had a few drinks, and before I realized it, I was in the hole.
Don't blame it on a few drinks. All you need is a deck of cards.
Oh, don't rub it in, Marcia. I feel badly enough about it.
You do. You sit in on any game you like, regardless of the stakes, and expect me to always pay off. What do you think I am, the mint?
Well, you're not broke, Marcia.
It's no fault of yours. If I let you handle my money, I wouldn't have a dime. What did you give, an IOU?
No, dear, I wrote a check.
A check? Why did you do that? You have no account of that size and never did.
Well, they wouldn't take my IOU.
Who wouldn't take it? Were you playing with Mike Flynn again?
Yes.
You're a fool, John, an impossible fool.
But that isn't the point, my dear. Will you help me?
No, John. You promised me that you wouldn't gamble again. You broke that promise, and I won't give you a dime. You can work it out for yourself.
Where would I get $4,000?
Why don't you try working for a change?
Well, I don't expect you to give it to me. I'll pay it back.
You pay it back? Do you think I believe that?
You act as though you were down to your last penny. What good does all that money do you anyway? What good will it ever do you?
More good than would ever do you.
I might be able to get into some kind of business if I had enough capital.
Business? You?
Well, what's wrong with that? You talk as though I were a good-for-nothing loafer.
You are. You and your brother. I'm sorry I didn't know that before I married you. And now your brother's hanging around here. And what for? Pretending to be in love with my sister. I don't like him, and you can tell him to leave.
That's right. Get yourself excited over
Have
nothing.
a good reason to be excited.
You're not half as sick as you think. You have all the symptoms of a hypochondriac.
Get out of here. Get out of this room.
I'm going.
And tell your brother that I...
Marcia.
Oh.
Marcia.
What's going on in here? What was Marcia yelling about?
I don't know. She's fainted. She certainly can get worked up easily.
You'd better call Dr. Manning.
Very well. I'll call him from downstairs. Dr. Manning. Yes, this is John Abbott. I wonder if you could come over here. Marcia has had another spell. Yes. Very well. Goodbye.
What happened, John?
I don't know, Ellen. She gets excited over the least little thing.
Yeah? What was she yelling about?
Oh, I went in to ask her about something, and she blew up.
What did you say to her?
Why?
Was it something about me?
No, I needed a little money to cover a note. And I happened to ask her at the wrong moment.
No. Give me the check, didn't you?
Check? What do you mean?
That $4,000 check you gave Mike Flynn?
What do you know about that?
I heard about it.
So?
You think she'll let you have the money?
I don't know, Ellen. I rather think she will, eventually.
What do you mean, eventually? You've got to have it by Saturday.
Yes, that's right.
Sure a tough spot, John. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Why?
Mike Flynn is a bad egg to fool around with.
I know how to take care of Mike.
I hope so.
I'm going out for a few moments. I'll be back by the time Dr. Manning gets here.
Okay.
John goes out and walks around for a while, pondering over his predicament. Alan sprawls on the sofa and studies his own personal problem. In a few moments, Nita, Marcia's young sister, comes down the stairs.
How is she, Nita?
She's a little better. I gave her some of the medicine and she pulled out of it.
What upset her?
Oh, it doesn't take much to upset Marcia. She's such an unreasonable woman.
I wonder what John said to her.
Probably some trivial little thing.
Maybe.
Sometimes I feel I can't stay here another day.
Why do you stay, Nita?
Well, I feel it's my duty to stay. It wouldn't be right to leave Marcia in this condition.
Is that the only reason for staying?
No,
Suppose she's angry because of my being here?
I don't know.
I don't think she likes me very much. I don't know why she should feel that way. I've tried to be nice to her.
She doesn't seem to like anyone very well. She makes herself miserable. No one seems to be able to do anything for her.
Suppose she resents your being here, Nita?
Why should she?
Oh, I don't know. She might invent some crazy idea and, well, I wouldn't want to see her get angry with you, Nita.
What reason would she have to do that?
Oh, I don't know. I was just talking, thinking out loud.
What are you trying to say?
Do you think that Marcia loves John?
I know she doesn't.
Do you believe that John loves Marcia?
I don't know. I don't see how he could, considering the way she treats him. Poor John is miserable. My heart aches for him.
Nita, you know that I love you very much. Don't you, darling?
Yes.
Please marry me, Nita.
I just can't, Alan. I know you love me, but
I know that I have nothing. But that'll change. I got a swell job coming up, and I'll make you very happy, Nita.
I believe you, Alan. I know you love me, but I just can't say yes because...
Because of John? John is a swell fellow, Nita, but he's a lot older than you. Besides, he's married to Marcia. So what good does it do to you?
I can't help it, Alan. I just can't help it.
Do you think that John cares for you?
I think he does.
Has he told you so?
No, it doesn't matter. I worship him.
He'll never divorce Marcia. He can't afford to.
I know.
Then what do you expect to happen? Are you waiting for Marcia to die? Is that it?
How can you say such a thing?
Oh, why not be frank? Marcia may live for years. And the longer you stay around here, the worse it'll be for you. If you married me and got away from here for a while, you'd forget all about John.
I don't think so.
The longer you stay, the more miserable you'll become.
Perhaps. But I can't leave. I can't. I've tried.
Very well, Nita. But I think you're foolish. Out of your mind.
Please, Alan, let me alone. Don't say another word about it, please.
Okay. I won't say another word. Not another word.
Dr. Manning visits Marcia. John returns to the house. And now the doctor has come downstairs and asks John, Alan, and Nita to join him in the library.
I want to have a little talk with the three of you.
Yes?
About Marcia?
That's right.
How is she, Doctor?
She's much worse than when I saw her last.
Worse?
Yes. She's suffered some emotional upset. She can't afford to do that. Her condition is very, very serious. I've warned you before about the result of the slightest argument. I don't know what occurred this morning, but I warn you that another such occurrence will cost her life.
Is she that bad?
I'm going to be frank with you, John. For her own good, I have to tell her the truth. I think I should tell you.
The truth?
I doubt if Marcia will live more than a year.
What?
Yes. On the other hand, if she suffers no further emotional stress, she may live 2 or 3 years.
Poor Marcia.
I didn't realize it was that serious.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but I feel that you should know all the truth.
It is quite a shock, Doctor, but I appreciate your letting me know.
Yes, we all do.
Of course.
Well, I must run along now. I want to have a few words with your housekeeper, Mrs. Simmons, about Marcia's diet.
Good day, Doctor, and thanks for coming over.
It's really serious. I thought Marcia was more or less of a hypochondriac. I really did.
Yes, so did I. Well, this puts a new light on the situation.
What situation?
Well, I'm sorry I caused Marcia to become upset.
Yes. We must be very careful from now on about what we say to her.
Yeah, that's right. Very careful. All of us.
Early next morning, John goes into town to have a talk with Mike Flynn, the gambler. Mike isn't in his office, so John drops over to the drugstore to purchase a few articles.
Well, how are you, John? I haven't seen you for a week or so. Where you been keeping yourself?
Well, I've been rather busy the past few days.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Well, I have a list of things here. quite a few items. I'll let you fix them up, and I'll call for them later.
Very well. Got some nice specials on today.
No, just what you see there on the list.
Oh, yes, of course. Now, let me see. Yes, Yes, I have everything here.
I'll be back. Hello, Mike. I was just up to your office.
So I hear. Got some good news for me, John?
Why, yes. That is, well, I think things are going to be all right.
That's all? I'm glad to hear it. For your sake.
I wanted to ask a little favor of you, Mike.
Favor?
Yes.
Well, that all depends on what it is. What you got in your mind, John?
Well, I suppose we go over to your office.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Just wrap those things up, Mr. Smith. I'll call for them in half hour or so. Come on, Mike.
Then John returns home at noon. Now it is after 1. Lunch is over. And John sits at the desk in the library, lost in deep meditation. The library door opens and Nita slips quietly to John's side.
John?
Oh, yes, Nita. I didn't hear you come in.
I opened the door very quietly. I thought you might be taking a nap.
No. I was just thinking things over.
I know how you must feel, John.
I've developed a bit of a headache. I didn't sleep a wink last night.
I'm so sorry for you, John. May I rub your head? It might help a little.
Oh, thanks, Nita. I'm all tied up in knots.
Does that help?
Oh, yes. Helps a lot. Sweet of you, Nita. You're an awfully nice girl.
Thanks, John.
Yes, the man who gets you for a wife is certainly going to be lucky.
Think so?
I know so. Are you really in love, Nita?
Yes, John. I'm sure I am.
And I hope it lasts. But with a girl like you, sweet and kind and gentle, it's bound to last.
Yes?
You know, Alan is a very good boy, but he's got to be handled carefully. He's quite a bit like me. I know my shortcomings, and Alan has the same. We were both raised with a silver spoon in our mouths. Then we were suddenly thrown out into the world on our own, and we just couldn't take it. I had nothing to offer anyone, so I just followed the line of least resistance.
Have you, John?
Alan is just like me, but fortunately he's young enough to be changed. He can learn new tricks. The right girl could help. And you are the right girl.
Think so?
Yes. You're as different from your sister as night from day.
But I don't love Alan.
But you just said you did.
No, John, I didn't. I did say I was in love, but not with Alan.
But he's mad about you, Nita.
I know. He's nice, but I don't love him and never will.
Well, then if you're in love, and it isn't Alan, then who is he?
Don't you know?
No.
Oh, John. John.
Nita. Nita.
Oh, John, forgive me, but I can't help it.
What do you mean?
Don't you know, John?
Look at me, Nita.
Yes, John, I know it's despicable, but I can't help it. I love you.
Well, of all things. Nita.
I've loved you from the day we first met.
But, Nita, darling, what's ridiculous. You can't mean it.
I do. I've tried to fight it, but I can't.
I'm married to your sister.
Marcia doesn't love you, not the way I do, and you don't love Marcia.
How do you know that?
I can tell, I know. Oh, you're miserable, John.
Am I?
Yes. Marcia has treated you terribly. How you've gone on this long, I'll never understand. But I love you. I'll always love you. Don't you care for me at all?
Yes, Nita. I'll have to confess. I do.
Oh, John. John, darling.
Oh, it won't work. In the first place, I'm married to Marcia. In the second place, I'm older than you. In the third place,
yes?
I'm in a spot. A very ticklish spot. I can't afford to, break off with Marcia.
What do you mean?
I owe a certain man $4,000. I must pay him by this coming Saturday, or I might go to jail.
What? Oh, he couldn't do that.
Yes, he could. And he might even take me for a ride.
Kill you?
Yes.
Oh, John. Did you tell Marcia?
That was the cause of her relapse.
She refused?
Absolutely.
Well, that only proves she doesn't love you. She's mean and hateful. Sometimes I think she's insane.
Do you? Maybe she is.
You mustn't give up hope, John. You'll get the money.
How?
There'll be a way, John. There must be a way. We'll make a way.
Make a way? What do you mean?
I'm not sure, but we'll find it.
Then, a short while later, the housekeeper, Mrs. Simmons, comes to Marcia's room to take away the luncheon tray.
Did you enjoy your lunch, Mrs. Avarice? I thought I'd pick up the tray and dishes. Well, ice cream. Where'd you get the ice cream? I didn't serve you any ice cream. Mrs. Abbott, are you asleep? If you'd wanted ice cream, you could have told me. Mrs. Abbott. Mrs. Abbott. Mercy on me, she's cold. Mrs. Abbott! Mrs. Abbott! She's dead. She's dead. We need the police, an ambulance, a doctor.
The police arrived. The ambulance arrived. But Marcia was dead. Quite dead. Why the police were called, only the housekeeper knew. But once the police arrived, they followed it through to an autopsy. Now the officers have returned to the Abbott residence. Captain Barnes is speaking.
You're Mrs. Simmons, the housekeeper?
Yes, that I am.
Mm-hmm. And you're Nita, Mrs. Abbott's sister?
Yes.
And you?
I'm Alan Abbott, John Abbott's brother.
You live here?
I'm visiting here.
I see. Mrs. Simmons, you served lunch to Mrs. Abbott?
I did.
What did you serve?
I served chicken soup, creamed carrots, toast and tea.
And, ice cream?
No,
You didn't serve ice cream?
I did not.
Are you positive, Mrs. Simmons?
I'm positive.
You don't have to shout.
I thought you didn't hear me.
I heard you. Will you two step out of the room for a moment? I want to talk to the housekeeper alone.
Of course, Captain.
Certainly.
Mrs. Simmons, how long have you been with Mrs. Abbott?
You mean, how long have I worked here?
That's right.
Too long.
Didn't you like it here?
I don't want to talk about it.
Didn't you like Mrs. Abbott?
I certainly did. She was so good to me. I worshipped her. Poor thing, poor thing.
You came here the day she married her first husband, didn't you?
Yes, and they were so happy. It was very pleasant here then.
You mean there came a time when things ceased to be pleasant?
Yes, that's what I mean.
When did things take on a change?
After she married John Abbott.
How long after she married Abbott did her health begin to fail?
It was about a year.
Did they quarrel often?
Yes, quite a bit.
What about?
Well, about money. Mr. Abbott didn't have a cent when they were married. And he's never earned a cent nor done a day's work since. There's always gambling, always losing money. Her money. Then she got disgusted and clamped down on him.
And shortly after that, she began to fail.
Yes, and she changed completely. She became morose and cranky. You just can't realize what a change there was in her unless you knew her.
How long has Alan Abbott been visiting here?
Visiting?
Mm-hmm.
He's way past the visiting stage, the lazy loafer. Been living here over 6 months.
How long has Nita been here?
She came to live here over a year ago. Mrs. Abbott asked her to stay with her when she first took ill. And that was a big mistake.
Mistake? To have her sister here? What do you mean?
I'm talking too much. I don't want to get mixed up in this. I'm leaving this house at
I'm
once.
afraid you're going to stay right here, Mrs. Simmons, until I tell you to go.
You mean I'm arrested?
We call it detained. Until this is cleared up.
What are you doing here anyway? Why are you snooping around asking so many questions?
Why did you call the police when you found the body?
I don't know. I was just excited.
You didn't call the doctor. You called the police. What was in your mind to cause you to call the police instantly?
I don't know. I really don't know.
She's had bad attacks before, and you always call Dr. Manning. But this time you called us. Why?
I don't know.
Then I'll tell you, because you knew she'd been murdered.
Murdered? I didn't.
Then you must have suspected it. Who did you suspect, her husband?
No.
Alan?
No.
Nita?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then it must have been you who served the ice cream.
I didn't serve ice cream.
But it was served. And there was arsenic in it.
Arsenic?
Rat poison. Mrs. Abbott was murdered.
Oh, I knew it.
Her husband did it.
No, she did it. Nita did it.
Why?
Because she was madly in love with John. She wanted Marcia out of the way. I knew she was a devil.
Bring them all in, Murphy. Nina, your sister was served ice cream at lunch in this dish. Mrs. Simmons says she didn't serve it.
Well, what about it?
I'll ask you that. What do you know about it?
Why,
Wait a minute. What's the ice cream got to do with it?
I'll tell you in a moment. Did you serve that ice cream, Nita?
You don't have to answer that, Nita.
Did you?
Yes. Yes, I did serve it.
What did I tell you?
Where did you get the arsenic?
What? Arsenic?
Mrs. Abbott died of arsenical poisoning. This dish contains arsenic. Where did you get it?
Why should I do such a thing?
You had a motive. You were in love with John and wanted your sister out of the way.
That isn't true.
You bought the ice cream and you served
I
it.
did not buy it.
Then where did you get it?
I don't know.
You'd better tell. You're in a tough spot.
Wait a minute. Nita did not do it. She couldn't have done such a thing. I bought the ice cream. I gave it to Nita to serve to Marcia.
Then you put the arsenic in it. Nita would never do that. She isn't the kind. John did it, and he had a motive.
What motive?
He gave Mike Flynn a rubber check for $4,000. Mike gave him till Saturday or he'd turn it over to the DA. Marcia refused to help John out, so he killed her.
Is that true about the check?
Yes, but I didn't kill Marcia. That's ridiculous.
Of course it is. And if anybody had a motive to kill her, it was Alan.
What?
Yes. Alan was in love with me. Asked me to marry him. But I knew what was back of it.
Nita.
He wanted to marry the money he knew Marcia would leave to me.
I did not.
I told him I loved John and turned him down. He was jealous of John. If Alan poisoned Marcia, he figured John would be blamed and that would put John out of the way. He put the arsenic in the ice cream. He must have.
He's crazy, absolutely crazy.
She's not the only one. The housekeeper accuses Nita. Nita accuses Alan. Alan accuses John. And both men trying to protect Nita. But I've got a piece of evidence that definitely pins it on one of it. How about it, Sergeant? What'd you find?
I checked the box of rat poison we found in the pantry. Purchased yesterday noon, and the poison register was signed by John Abbott. The druggist confirmed it.
All right, John?
Yes, I bought it, but I swear I'm innocent.
The evidence is all against you, John. And if Nita's part in it, well, it'll all come out in the trial.
But wait, it isn't over yet. The door bursts open and Dr. Manning rushes in, waving a special delivery letter just received at his office. Read it, Doctor.
Listen to this. John doesn't love me. He cares for nothing but my money. He's in a spot over a bad check, a spot in which he deserves to be. Alan is no good and pretends to be in love with Nita, but he really wants to marry her for the money he thinks I'll leave her. My sister is in love with my husband, which disgusts me. And if I leave my property to her, John will marry her at the first opportunity. This house is filled with nothing but avarice and greed. I can bear it no longer. The thought of hanging on to life under these conditions for another year is intolerable. A few minutes ago, I slipped down the back way and found some rat poison. Removed a portion of it, slipped back to my room, and mixed it with the ice cream. Enclosed is a short will, witnessed by Mrs. Simmons. I leave all my property, personal and real, to the children's home at Montebello. This will end the disgusting situation created by my late husband's fortune. Signed, Marcia Howard Abbott.
Well, there you are. None of them killed Marcia, but they certainly had the motive. Now, all of them are left to face the world penniless. And there's still a $4,000 check standing between John and Nita. Too bad.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called A Night to Forget.
Excuse me. It's dark in here. I can't find a doggone lights. Where's the lights?
There aren't any lights, John H.
Who's that?
It's me.
What'd you say about the lights?
I said there aren't any lights.
There's got to be.
Not in here, John H.
Who's in this Studio 15?
You kidding? This is the morgue.
That was last night. I think it was a dream. I remember I went to bed early because I had to get up so early this morning to get that stuff to Ted before he takes off for California. I drank a bottle of ginger ale with some lemon juice. I read Variety for about 15 minutes. Then I went to sleep. Must have been no later than 10:30. Then this happened. You know how it is sometimes when you get in a dream and you don't think you're dreaming, and when you wake up you wonder whether it happened or not? Well, I was walking down the hall to Studio 15 for this broadcast, and when I went in, it was all dark. And I stumbled around trying to find the lights, and I hit my shin on something. And then this voice in the dark talked to me.
You kidding? This is the morgue.
I'll be darned if I can figure it out. I think it was a dream, all right. But my shin hurts where I barked it. It's all black and blue. I woke up and I lay there quite a while. You know, half dopey, trying to figure it out. I turned the lights on finally, and I was right there in my room with my shin hurting me. I know I hadn't been out of bed because I was all wound up in the covers. And I couldn't get back to sleep again. You know how it is? You have a nightmare and you're afraid to go back to sleep because you might have another one, a worse one. Well, listen. I was just lying there in my own room with the lights on, looking at the ceiling and trying to think. And it began to get dark. No, the lights didn't go out. I could see the lights, but it was dark. Everything just sort of faded, like in a movie, you know? And pretty soon it was black dark. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. And I just lay there, flat on my back, in the dark and the silence, and I was scared.
Doesn't he look nice?
Beautiful.
He's got that blue and white shirt on that I gave him.
I wish I could have got that tie from him in time. I always liked that tie.
It is pretty. He certainly looks nice.
Certainly does.
Look, will you two please get out of my room?
What'd you say, John H.?
I said get out of my room.
Why, this isn't your room, John H.
Now, look.
Of course it isn't.
Now, look, if I have to get up and chase you out of here...
Right, John H. You know you can't get off.
Of course you can't.
You're dead, John H.
And then it got, well, undark. And pretty soon it was just the same as it was before I fell asleep. If I did fall asleep. Look, I'm a hard-headed guy, even if I do work on supernatural radio shows. You don't want to believe this stuff. You go nutty. Only, well, sometimes I always sleep in pajamas. Both halves. I put on my pajamas when I went to bed last night. Red and white striped textron. Yeah. Well, when I woke up, or when it got undark again, I was wearing a blue and white shirt I never saw in my life. And I was wearing a hand-painted Countess Mara necktie that I never saw before either. So this is too good. Somebody's playing funny jokes on me. I love practical jokers. In a pig's eye, I do. Radio's full of practical jokers. All sorts of bum gags, like Don Amici used to do when he was a radio actor. You used to be reading a commercial, giving it this and that. Don would come up behind you and start to take your coat off. Well, you know you can't stop. You're on the air and you have to make with this thing. So you'd wiggle around. The first thing you'd have your coat. Then he'd unbutton your suspender buttons. Take off your necktie. You can't do a thing but keep that old smile in your voice and go about locked-in goodness and, please, Mrs. Housewife, buy the large economy size and holding out of your pants with one hand, and it's all very, very funny. Especially if the sponsor's sitting there in the booth looking at you. So I say to myself, some practical joker. Only I add a couple of adjectives to that. Only thing is, how did he get the lights to go out? I lie there a while and I think and I try to figure it out. And I shut my eyes, I guess. Anyway, when I opened them, it was dark again. I am walking around in the dark. And the ground is springy underfoot. There's a cool wind blowing. What are those things? Those white things. Why, they look like gravestones. They are gravestones.
Will you stand to one side, please, Johnny?
Excuse me.
I gotta get to work, see? This is an extra special rush job. I gotta get it done right away. Did you say something, Johnny?
I was just going to ask you, what is this place?
My goodness, John H., this is a cemetery.
Cemetery?
Certainly. Would you move your foot a little?
What am I doing in the cemetery?
What do people usually do in the cemetery, John H.?
What are you doing?
Me? I'm just chiseling your name on this gravestone.
And there it was, laid out in chalk on the gravestone. John H. And I shut my eyes. When I opened them again, I was lying on my bed. Well, you know what people mean when they say their mind reels. Oh, boy, I do. I rubbed my eyes, and I felt like sand on my fingers. It wasn't sand, though. It was marble dust. And brother, I was shivering. This kind of nightmare is a little too real. And the telephone rang. And so I got up to answer it. Mind you, I was awake. Well, I know I was. Well, the lights were on. I got up and I picked up the receiver. I said, hello? Hello?
Sure is too bad, isn't it? Sure is. I never heard of such a thing.
Hello? Hello?
Poor old John H.
This is John H. Hello?
Poor old Al, I'd say. It's tougher on him than on John H. Al? Al who? Al April. You know, the sound effects man. Oh, I didn't know his name.
Who is this? Hello?
Yes, he feels pretty awful about it. Well, I should think he would.
Who is...
Killing a man. He didn't mean to, you dope. I know it, but just the same, poor old John H. He didn't know it was loaded. I mean, loaded with bullets. Matter of fact, there was just the one bullet. One was enough. Right on the air, too. Yeah. I bet that was the first time a radio audience ever heard a real killing. Yeah.
Hello? I want to know who this is.
What about its commercials? You know? John H., you mean? Yeah. Well, I'm auditioning for the big one tomorrow. You are? Yeah, they called me this morning. Gee. I wonder if I could get in on that. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're going to pick me. I think I'll try anyway. Sure you won't mind? No. Oh, no. Well, I'll see you. Poor old John Page. Yeah, too bad, wasn't it? So long.
Who is that? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir?
You got me in on a crossed wire or something.
Oh, no, sir.
Well, when you rang me, I picked up the phone
Well,
and...
I'm sorry, sir, but I didn't ring you.
What?
Well, I haven't had a call for you all evening.
Now, that wasn't a nightmare. Or a dream. That happened. Even if the operator did say she didn't ring me. Whoever it was playing a joke on me, they fixed it with the operator so she'd say that. Didn't they? All right, that's the way I figured it, too. So, this was about 11:30. At 12:30, the manager of the hotel called me on the phone.
I hate to wake you up at this hour of the night, John H., but I thought maybe radio registry or somebody might have called you and couldn't get you, see? And I know how important it is for people on the radio to get their calls. And...
What are you talking about?
Why, I just thought you might want to call registry and see if they've been trying to get you, see?
I don't get it.
Oh, excuse me. See, something happened to our telephones about 10 o'clock, and nobody's been able to get a call in or out of the hotel since then.
Well, maybe my practical jokers might have got to the manager, too. But this morning when I came downstairs, I found he wasn't kidding. The phones had been out for 2 hours and a half. Something blew up in the switchboard or something. Well, that's carrying a practical joke an awful long ways, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's one night I won't forget, believe me. Yeah, but I gotta stop this kind of talk. And this kind of thinking. I will forget it. Heck, it was probably a lot of nightmares. I'm gonna stop drinking ginger ale before I go to bed. Well, anyway, I saw Ted and gave him the stuff, and he got away to California okay. I sort of had a hunch that if this was a gag, Ted might have had a hand in it. So I made a few cracks, but he didn't give it a tumble, like he would if he'd had anything to do with it. He can go just so far with the gag, and then he can't keep his face straight. But he didn't fall for any of my hints at all. So, man, I gotta forget it. But just for laughs, when I see that Al April, I'm gonna make him show me that sound effects pistol. Believe me. So then I went and did my commercial. The guy from the agency was there. He had the renewal of my contract with him, so... Well, anyway, after I signed it and he signed it, I'm not going to hold auditions for my job tomorrow. So, like they say on the radio, here we are at the bottom of the well. This is no dream. This is the hallway that goes down to Studio 15. Here, there's Miss Rose. Hello, Miss Rose. Through the door. There's the drinking fountain on the left. And the lights are turned down. It's bright. Early today. I want to be here early so I can talk to Al April and look at that sound effects gun. I'm not dreaming now. Cut it. Studio 15. Turn the door. Open the control room. Nobody there. Hang up the coat. Go in the studio. Yeah, the light switch is right where it always was. And the lights go on. Yeah, studio 15, all right. Nobody here yet.
You're late, Johnny.
Oh. I'm not either. Look at the clock. Oh. Who are you?
I'm Mr. D. I got your note and I came right over.
Note? What note?
The note you wrote me to meet you here tonight.
I didn't write any note.
Why, you certainly did. I've got it right here in my briefcase. Now, I've got it right here.
I don't know what you're talking about, mister.
Now, just a second.
Oh, my goodness, I don't seem to have it after all. But I'm here, so that's all that matters, isn't it?
What did you say your name is?
Deep.
Well, what'd you want? I'm on the air in just a little while.
Oh, it won't take long, Johnny. I've got the catalog right here. And you can pick one out in no time. About how high do you want to go?
What'd you say your name is again?
Deep. Now, here's the catalog.
How do you spell it?
Spell what?
Your name.
Oh, D-E-A-T-H. Shall we sit down here at the table where I can spread out the catalog?
Listen, Mr. Deeth, or whatever your name is, this gag has gone just about far enough.
Why, what gag, Johnny?
Your gag, my friend's gag. I'm tired of it. Suppose you scram.
What are you talking about, John H.? I don't indulge in gags. Not in my business.
And what is your business, Mr. Death, pronounced Deeth?
I don't know whether you're trying some of your radio humor on me, John H. You dragged me all the way down from the Bronx to let you pick out a coffin.
A coffin?
You think I'm in the grocery business?
Listen,
Now, this one here you wouldn't want. Man as well known and prosperous as you, John H., you wouldn't want to be found dead in this one. No, sir, you wouldn't be found dead in it. Eh?
Look, Buster, I don't want a coffin.
Then why did you sign an order for one and pay a substantial down payment?
I didn't.
All right. Now, let's get this settled. This model, 23, code name Tired. This will set you back $441.23. Tax included, of course.
I don't want it.
Something a little more expensive, perhaps, eh? Now, here's a dandy. Code name Sleepy. Solid rosewood. Well, practically solid. Hand-polished silver alloy handles, nylon lining in your choice of color.
I don't want it.
Okay. Well, what do you know about this for a coincidence?
Huh?
By George, I didn't know this model was in the book. Look at that.
What?
Look at the code name.
Code name? John H.
Man, is that a job. You know, I haven't seen this model yet. Look how it's streamlined. Plastics, too. The latest thing. Real built-in factory-engineered dependability. Finest model we've ever made. And look, it's fireproof. And that coincidence about the code name, the John H. You know what, John H.? You'll be the very first user of this latest model. Stand up.
What for?
My goodness, this is a made-to-measure job, John H. Nothing too good for you famous radio people. Stand right up there. That's it. Now, let me see. Dimension A. My, you have broad shoulders, don't you? Now, let me put this down. There.
Listen, mister, please,
I'm going to get it absolutely right, John H. I tell you, I can hardly wait to see you in it. Stand still.
Listen, this has gone far enough.
Just hold the tape, Ada. Now, let me see. 3 inches above your head. Now, 6 feet 4 inches. I didn't realize you were that tall, John H. How much do you weigh?
Well, let's see. I've lost 17 pounds since I went on the diet.
My. You must tell me about that. If we have time. 17 pounds. And that makes it...
191.
Oh, my gracious, I can save you a little money then. The oversized models carry a 4% discount, you see. The little ones are harder to make. You're very fortunate, John H. Now, there's a plaque on the lid. See here?
Yeah?
Now, well, we can engrave that with any large emblem or, you know, an odd fellow or a moose or anything like that. You are a big fellow, and I suppose you could say in slang that you're a big moose. Get it?
No. The only thing I belong to is the lambs.
Lambs? Lambs. Oh, my, John H., I really don't think we could do that. You see, we carry all the well-known emblems in stock, but the lambs, we'd have to have that engraved, and I'm terribly afraid there won't be time.
Huh?
Oh, you said it was a rush job, remember? Matter of fact, it's tonight, isn't it?
What's tonight?
When you're to be killed. If I remember correctly, you said in your note with the order that a sound effects pistol was...
Mr. Deeth, did I write that?
Well, I couldn't swear to it in court, of course, John H., but somebody wrote it, and your name was signed to it.
Well, look. I'll write my name. Is that the signature?
Absolutely identical, John H. Yes, sir, absolutely identical. I remember the curlicues on the H.
I don't understand.
It's perfectly simple. You're going to die, and you need a respectable, refined, late-model coffin, that's all.
Are you sure I'm going to die?
Cheer up, John H. Of course you're going to.
You know, I heard that before.
Yeah, it's all over town.
Tonight.
That's what you said.
By a shot from a sound effects pistol.
I saw it in your own handwriting.
How did I know, Mr. D?
I'm sure I don't know, Johnny.
Isn't there any way out of it?
Don't ask me. I'm just a salesman. And you're just a customer. Not that I don't enjoy listening to you on the radio, John H. I really do. And I must say that you're going to be a great loss to the art, science, profession. What do you call it?
It's a living.
Now, living. And now it's a dying. Mustn't mind my little jokes, John H. I'm an inveterate joker.
Is this one of your jokes?
Oh, no, John H. This is strictly business. Now, did you want to give me a check for the remainder now?
Well,
I think possibly that'd be wisest, considering that, well, you know how long it takes to get money out of an estate.
Now, look, what if I don't die?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that.
Well, what if I don't?
Well, you will eventually, John H., and at least we'd have time to engrave anything you wanted on the plaque.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, excuse me. Is this the gentleman that's going to shoot you?
Huh? Oh. Hello, Al.
Hi, John H. Well, you get killed again tonight.
I do, huh?
Yeah. Says here you do.
How do I get killed this time, Al?
Get shot.
I see. Excuse me, Mr. D.
Certainly. Is he the one?
He's the sound man. Al April.
Huh? Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Say, Al.
Yeah?
You ever have any accidents with those guns?
No. How could you?
I don't know.
What kind of accidents?
Really shooting somebody.
With these things? No. Look, in the first place, they're loaded with blanks. In the second place, there ain't any place for the bullet to come out, if there was one. And in the third place, I always shoot him at the floor. So how could I shoot somebody?
I was just wondering.
You know, I always wondered how you do sound effects on the air. This is most interesting.
This is Mr. Deeth, Al.
How are you, Mr. Deeth? Your face looks familiar. You in radio?
Oh, my, no. I'm a salesman.
Oh.
Can I look at the guns, Al?
Sure.
Which one you going to use on the show?
This one. Say, what's the matter with you, John H.?
I'm a little nervous, I guess, Al.
Thought you was on the wagon.
Well, I am. I'm just a little nervous, I guess. Let's see the bullets.
They're not bullets. Blanks.
The blanks.
Here.
How do you load it?
Oh, give it to me. There.
Can I shoot it?
Sure. What do you want to shoot it for?
Well, I got to make sure of something.
John H. is sure he's going to be shot tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Al. I just want to test out these shells.
Well, that's silly because... Well, go ahead. But don't point it at me.
Oh, I thought you said you couldn't shoot anybody with it.
Well, you know, the wadding. It stings, kind of.
You'd use these same shells on the show, huh?
Sure. What you scared of?
I got a hunch, Al.
Well, those are the same shells I'll use on the show. Go ahead and shoot. I'm going to get set up.
Okay, Al. You asked for it.
Hey, don't point that gun at me. Doggone it. Hey, I told you about that wadding. It stings. Doggone it.
I'm sorry, Al.
You shot me.
There, Mr. Date.
Why, John H., you killed him.
That's right. So I'm not going to die after all. Take your coffins and get out of here.
Why, don't be silly, John H. Of course you're going to die.
I am not.
Why, certainly you are. You murdered poor Al in cold blood, and they'll send you to the electric chair.
Yeah? How are they going to do that? They won't have any witnesses except you.
Why, John H., how foolish. What about the people listening to you on the radio? Goodness, John H., don't you know you're on the air?
The title of the Quiet Please story you have listened to is A Night to Forget. Willis Cooper writes and directs Quiet Please, and John H., the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And James Monks played Mr. Deef. Al April was played by Murray Forbes. And the sound effects on the show were played by Al April. Others in the cast were Jack Tyler, Kermit Murdoch, Lon Clark, and Polly Cole. Original music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here's our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Tonight's show is the 40th in the series of Quiet Please. Next week, for the 41st, I think I'll call the show after the name of our series. Let's call it Quiet Please.
And so, until next week at the same time, and quiet, please. I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, Raymond, inviting you once again to join our scary company. Please come in, won't you? We have a full quiver of shivers this evening and what? You say it's rather cold in here. Well, some of the chills of our story must have leaked out. Why don't you all huddle together? There's so much comfort in having someone else beside you instead of being besides yourself.
Now, Mr. Raymond, that's no way to welcome people. You're apt to chase them away talking so scary-like.
What? Oh, hello, Mary Bennett. So, you don't think I'm a good host, huh? Maybe I should say, lay your little head on a pillow. Are you comfy? There. Now, Uncle Raymond will drone you to sleep with a bedtime story, and when you wake up, Aunt Mary will give you a nice hot plate of Lipton's noodle soup.
Oh, dear. There's just no talking to you. Folks, please don't listen to the way he talks about Lipton's noodle soup. Try it for yourself. You just don't know how good noodle soup can be until you've tasted Lipton's. It's got such a grand chickeny flavor. It really tastes homemade. And then, of course, Lipton's noodle soup comes in a package, so it's no work to prepare. You just empty it into boiling water, and in a jiffy, soup's on. And another thing, Lipton's makes lots more and costs less than canned soups.
Well, thanks for the hot facts, Mary. And here's a fact for you. Did you know that more than 2/3 of the Earth's entire surface is unknown? The salty wastes of the sea? Only a short distance under the surface, death lurks in 100 different shapes. And that's where we're going to take you tonight in Robert Newman's strange story of Death in the Depths. A wharf in a small seaside town a few minutes before midnight. Moored to the dock, just barely visible through the thick fog, is a stubby, broad-beamed ship. Suddenly, out of the swirling mist, a man and woman appear. He is tall, heavy-set, carries a sea bag over his shoulder. She's slim, attractive. They reach the end of the dock, and he stops. His face haggard.
I can't do it, Leila. I just can't. That's all there's to it.
Stop arguing and get on board there.
Well, I'm telling you I can't, Leila. I can't. Why even think about it? The way the water looks down under. The feel of it pressing against you.
And I'm telling you that you're going whether you like it or not. 2 years of living in crummy second-rate rooming houses. That's plenty, see? Too much. You're going back to doing something that really pays off.
But, Leila,
I told you to shut up. Now stop squawking and let's go aboard.
Okay. Hi there, the Gasca Bay. Captain Brody around?
I'm Brody. Come aboard.
Evening, Captain. My name's Farrell. This is my wife.
Hello.
I understand you're going off on a job and you're looking for divers.
Well, yes, I am. We've got a salvage job off the Keys. It's a tough one, 20 fathoms. We only use real deep water men. What did you say your name was again?
Farrell. Steve Farrell.
You mean Big Steve Farrell? Why don't you say so? Sure, I can use you. Wait right there. I'll go get the paper.
Okay, Captain.
Well, was that so tough?
Leila, for heaven's sakes, don't make me do it. You don't know what you're asking me to do it. It's like sending me... Leila. Did you hear that? 9 bells.
What of it?
What of it? There's no such thing as 9 bells. It's like a clock striking 13 o'clock. And it means death. The only other time I ever heard it was when Curtis...
Listen, I'm getting sick of this, see? You don't want to do any more diving because you've lost your nerve. And because a bell rings 9 times instead of 8, you say it means something. Well, what do you think it would mean if I told the police a couple of things I know? I'll tell you. It would mean the chair. Now, how do you like that?
Leila, you don't know. You don't know.
Take care of yourself, Stevie boy. I'll be seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Feeling pretty good, aren't you? You think you're getting just what you want? Well, maybe you are. Because when I sign those papers, I won't be signing on as a diver. I'll be signing my own death certificate. I'm all set, Captain. Any instructions before they close me up?
No, Steve. Can't expect much on a first dive, but see if you can determine the extent of the damage. All we know about her now is that she's about 1,500 ton. Her name was the Santa Elena. She went down in a collision.
Right, Captain.
Okay, close them up. Start the pumps. Go away.
I'm scared. Scared. I swore I'd never go down again. Here I am. It's all just the way I remembered it. Nothing at first but the quiet. Just the punch, like the echo of your heart beating. And the light fading as you go down. Getting darker. And the cold. The pressure building up. Pressing harder and harder. Gripping you tighter and tighter as if you were being swallowed by something alive. Always down below where you can't see it. Something weighty. Something that... Stop it. Gotta stop it. There was a time when I really used to like diving. When did it all begin? Despair. Guess that night in the bar in Tampa. She told me she married Curly.
Well, this is certainly quite an evening you're giving me, Steve. It's more like a wake than a celebration. Why are you looking at me like that?
Wondering whether I should kill you. Whether I should talk to Curly and let him do it.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You know Curly. You ever found out how things were with you and me? Well, he's just young enough and crazy enough about you to put you away for keeps.
I can handle Curly with my little finger. Besides, you wouldn't do anything like that.
Wouldn't I? Why'd you meet me here tonight? You know it's because you wish you were married to me instead of him.
So what? What are you going to do about it? You know darn well he'll never let me go.
No. I guess he won't, but... We've got to do something.
Yeah. But what?
After all, he works for me. Diving's kind of dangerous. As a matter of fact, we're getting off on a job tomorrow that's pretty tricky.
Steve.
When you want something badly enough, there's always a way of getting it. Yeah, that was the beginning. That wasn't when I was afraid for the first time. That came later. 2 days later, out on the reefs. 2 days of being with Curly and talking to him. Knowing all the time what I was going to do. And that last dive, late in the afternoon. Standing on deck with Andy, the pump man, and watching Curly through the clear water. Watching her move across the deck of the Hulk. As cool as she was, and...
You going down too, Steve?
Yeah, Andy. Maybe we can wind up today and start home tomorrow. Think you can handle both of us?
Sure. Only watch the coral over on the port side there, sharp as a razor. Almost took Curly's boot off this morning. If you get into any trouble, well, I'm all alone up here.
I'll watch you. Want to button me up?
Yeah, sure.
Going down then. Just the way I'm going down now. I still wasn't afraid. Not yet. I was too busy figuring out just how I was going to do it. And landing on the bottom and starting to work my way toward the Hulk, over the coral. There was Curly's hose and safety line, lying on the coral, snaking its way to the Hulk where he was working. I didn't have to look up. I could tell by the shadow I was under the hull of our ship, so Andy couldn't see me. And I came to a place where Curly's line was lying right next to a coral spur. And I knew that was it. I bent down, looped it around the spur so Andy couldn't pull him up.
Hello, Curly. Curly, try your line. I think it's fouled.
And I did it. Took out my knife and cut Curly's air hose. Andy must have known it even before Curly did. As soon as the bubbles started pouring out of the end of the hose.
Hello, Curly. Can you still hear me? I think you're in trouble. Your airline's cut. Hold it and save whatever air you got. Steve's on the bottom, too. He'll get over to you. Did you hear, Steve?
Yeah. I heard. I'm going as fast as I can.
Steve, you gotta hurry. Where are you?
I just hit the deck, but it's clouded up and I can't see anything. Where's Curly?
Up forward near the ship's bell. Listen, he says he's going to ring it so you can follow the sound. And for heaven's sake, hurry.
Follow the sound. As if I didn't know where he was. Straight forward. I could see him now, his lifeline taut, so we couldn't move. Holding his air hose with one hand and ringing the bell with the other. He was swaying back and forth. And I started counting the strokes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then he slid down onto the deck. The air bubbled out of his helmet, and I knew he was dead. I remember thinking, 9 bells. 1 bell after midnight. And suddenly it came over me that this was something I was never going to be able to forget. Never. But every time I went down, I was going to see him swaying there, hanging on to the bell, waiting for me. Waiting.
So that's why Steve Farrell wouldn't go back to his old profession of deep-sea diving. I should think it would lose some of its appeal if you expect to meet a dead man every time you go down. How about that, Mary? Climb aboard and tell us what you think.
Well, Mr. Raymond, I certainly wouldn't like to be a deep-sea diver. To be all alone down there in the cold water with fishes and all sorts of things swimming around you. That's not for me.
Oh, but just think, Mary, when you come up, you could have a nice hot plate of Lipton's noodle soup.
I think you've really got something there. Lipton's noodle soup would sure be welcome at a time like that. It's such a heartwarming dish. It perks you up just looking at it, looking at those tender noodles floating in that golden broth. My, I'm getting to talk fancy. But really, folks, Lipton's does taste sort of special. It's got a chickeny flavor, and it just tastes homemade, like the old-fashioned noodle soup you used to make yourself. But heavens, I don't want to be interrupting Mr. Raymond's story, so I'll just say, try Lipton's real soon, won't you, folks?
Now, shall I go on with the story of death in the depths of the sea? And that strange underwater world where dead men ring their own death knell on the bells of a sunken ship? Okay. Just a moment later now. And Steve Farrell is still standing on the deck of the sunken freighter, Santa Elena.
Oh, Steve, anything the matter?
Why, no, Captain. I'm sorry. I thought I heard something funny, and I guess I lost my nerve for a minute. After all, this is my first dive in quite a while, but I'm okay now.
You sure? We can haul you up, send Mike down.
No, I'm okay. I'm going to stay.
Well, all right, but don't forget we can't see you from up here. So keep talking all the time so we'll know exactly where you are and what you're doing.
Check. I'm up forward now on the port side of the deck. I'm just going inside. Companionway door is jammed shut, and I'm blinking on it. There she is. And now I'm inside in the car door. It's pretty dark. I'm switching on my light. I can see now, a little way ahead of me at least. It's all kind of queer.
Where? How?
Just funny, strange. She scanned it over on the starboard side, so the card is tipped over at an angle. Sort of like a dream where everything's turned around. Kind of different and still familiar. Why does it seem so familiar? It seems to remind me of something else. That's it. The corridor of the hotel right after we were married. Walking down it with her, Leila. Out onto the terrace. The way she took the cigarette I gave her. Smiled at me. Very sure of herself.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks a lot.
Why the smile, baby?
Why shouldn't I smile? I'm young, healthy, and I'm married to a guy I like. A guy who's going to take real good care of me.
I sure am, baby. Not only that, from now on, things are going to be different. Didn't have a chance to tell you before, but I'm through with diving. For keeps.
What do you mean?
The set? I sold a boat yesterday and all the equipment. I'm out of that racket for good.
You shouldn't have done that, Steve. Not without talking to me about it first. What do you expect to do from now on?
Oh, I'm all set on that. I got a job as a second engineer in a freighter, the Arcturus.
Well, I guess that'll be all right. For a while, anyway.
What do you mean, for a while? You think you're going to tell me what kind of work I should do and what kind I shouldn't do?
But of course, Steve. Like I said, I'm your wife. And besides, if I wanted to, I could tell either you or anyone else a lot of other things. Like why you decided to give up diving.
What are you talking about? Gave it up because I was sick of it.
Is that the reason? Or is it because you're afraid that if you did do any more diving, you might start seeing things?
Seeing what?
Well, after all, you were right there when Curly had his accident and got drowned. The funny thing is, you were talking about how he might have an accident just before you went off on that trip. I've been thinking I really ought to talk to Andy about it since he was there, too, and find out just how it happened.
Andy's not around anymore. He left town right after I paid him off.
Oh, I see. Well, remember that the police could probably find him, Steve, if they should ever want to ask him any questions.
Steve, what's the matter? Why don't you answer? Where are you?
What? I'm sorry, Captain. Nothing's the matter. I guess I was just thinking about something else, and I'm at the end of the corridor now. Just open the door to the engine room. I'm going across the gratings now and down the stairs. Funny. Something kind of familiar about all this. Pattern on the grills. Picture the stairs. Hey, Captain, what did you say the name of this tub was?
Settlemen. Panamanian registry, I think. Why?
She kind of reminded me of another ship, the Arcturus. The Arcturus? What made me think of her? I know why. A year and a half in which I almost forgot about Curly. What had happened down there on the deck of the schooner. A year and a half in which I was almost happy, even with Leila. And that night, the night McHenry came up to me while I was on watch in the engine room.
Hi, Steve. Howdy, gang.
Swell, Chief. I just cut number 2 in again, and she's purring like a kitten.
Good. Look, Steve, the old man claims she's a little bit heavy. Wants us to sound out the pumps and check the bilge. I told him he was crazy, but, well, maybe we'd better.
Okay, Chief, I'll get on it right away.
Anyone around to give you a hand?
I don't really need any help. But if I want him, Swanson's there someplace.
Well, report to me as soon as you're finished.
Hi, Chief. Oh, there you are, Swenson. Hey, where you going? Come back here.
Go.
Hey, wait. Wait a minute. You're not Swenson. Who are you?
I'm nobody, Chief.
Stowaway, huh? Hiding down here behind the boiler.
Give me a break, will you, Chief? I ain't doing nobody any harm. Where I'll be. Steve. Big Steve Farrell.
Andy Andrews.
And I wanted a break. This is terrific, Steve. Like money in the bank.
What happened to you, anyway?
Oh, usual thing. Run of tough luck. Been out of work for about a year now. Look, Steve, I'm pretty hungry. I ain't had nothing to eat since we left port.
I guess I could pick up some stuff from the galley for you. But we'll have to be careful. It'd be the devil to pay if they found out I was hiding you.
Good old Steve. I know you wouldn't let an old shipmate down. And, Steve, while we're at it, I could use a little cash, too.
Yeah, I figured that. Well, when we get to port, I guess I could let you have 10 or 20.
That's not enough. I was figuring on, like, 500 for a start.
500? Are you nuts?
I don't think so, Steve. You see, after Curly had his little accident and you sold the boat and all the equipment, I figured you'd given up diving because you were kind of upset about it. Then I heard you'd married his widow, that Leila dame. I started thinking back. I remembered how Curly's air hose looked after we pulled him up. The place where it was cut wasn't rough, like it had been done by coral. It was clean, like it'd been done with a knife.
You. So that's it. Blackmail.
Oh, why do you have to use words like that, Steve?
Okay, Andy. It's going to be a little tough to get, but... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Someone's coming, one of the wipers. We got to find some place for you to hide. I know. Down there in the bilge. Here, climb in. Right down through that
No, but it's almost full of water.
There's plenty of room, and you'll be safe there. Really safe.
Oh, okay, but you better not... Oh, what are you doing? Let go of me! Let go! Help! Help!
You'll be safe here, all right. I'll see to that. Stop struggling like that, Andy. It's not going to do you any good. And I'm in too deep already to let you go wandering around with what you know. And a few weeks before they find you down here in the bilges. Maybe they never will. And if they do, they'll figure you tried to hide down there and got drowned all by yourself.
Hello, Steve. Steve, will you talk up and stop mumbling? Where are you now?
Down at the bottom of the ladder in the engine room. This light's not too good. The boilers are right in front of me, and seems to be some kind of a brass plate on the floor here. Captain! This isn't the Santa Elena. It's the Arcturus.
What are you talking about?
It is. Don't you understand it? It's the ship where I killed him. And he must still be down here. Down the bilges. Get me out of here. Pull me up.
Okay, Steve. Now take it easy. We'll get you up. Start hauling him up. Mike, you better go down there fast, see what the trouble is.
Hurry up, for heaven's sake. I think I see something moving back there, behind the boilers. Hey, Brody. The bell. Ringing like it did when Curly. That means that he's here, too. You're bullshit. Can't you get me out?
We're trying, but something's wrong with your line. Seems to be fouled. Now, look, Steve. Try to get out yourself. Start working your way back along your line.
No good, Steve. You know that, don't you? You're here to stay.
Andy. It is you.
Sure, Steve. And I got a friend with me. A friend of yours, too. He's standing right next to you.
Andy.
We waited a long time, Steve. But now you're here with us. And now you're going to know exactly what it was like with both of us. You're going to know what it's like to drown.
Steve, why don't you answer? What's the matter? Steve, your lifeline and air hose, I think they're gone.
Hey, go there now. Let me go.
Too late, Steve. This is it. This is the way it was with us. Trying to fight it first, holding your breath. Then, when you can't fight it any longer, letting go. The water rushing into your mouth, nose. You choke at first, try to fight some more. Then everything starts to go black, and you relax. There are lights moving in the darkness, and suddenly you feel very peaceful and very free. Peaceful and very free.
Did you find him, Mike?
Yeah. He was right where you said. Down in the engine room. They're hauling him up now.
It's going to be tough breaking the news to his wife. How did it happen?
There's a heavy iron door leading into the engine room. It swung shut, cut his lifeline and air hose.
He was saying an awful lot of stuff that didn't make sense, but there was something about a bell.
Well, his lifeline was looped around the bell on the foredeck. Must have gotten caught when you tried to pull him up. And that may have rung the bell a few times. There was something else, though. You remember you said he kept asking if the ship's name was really the Santa Helena?
Yeah?
Well, there was a brass plate in the engine room with her original name on it. And it was the Arcturus. They must have changed it when they re-registered her.
That is funny. There's one thing that's even funnier. Of course, the whole thing was an accident, but I wonder what made that door close.
You do, even with two able-bodied ghosts about? But that's the way we like to leave you, with a couple of things to keep you wondering. And when we do, then we've known we've really rung the bell, the funeral bell.
Oh, Mr. Raymond, with all the different kinds of bells there are, why do you have to talk about that kind?
All right, Mary. Pick your own bell, see if I care.
All right, then I'll choose a dinner bell.
Will you ring it 9 times?
No, sir. You only have to ring it once if you're serving Lipton's noodle soup. And folks will come swarming to the table, because they know it takes Lipton's to show how good a noodle soup can be.
Now, before I close the inner sanctum, here's a word of advice. If you should have nightmares tonight about drowning men and wake up with a start and see a strange figure in your room, a figure with staring eyes and seaweed in its hair, dripping water on the floor, don't be alarmed. Just ask it for its haunting license. Brother. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Net of Cobwebs by Elizabeth Sanksay Holding. Well, now it's time to really close that squeaking door until next week at this same time when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, I don't know how you feel, but that spooky bell gave me the shivers. Right now, I'd like to hear a cheerful sound that'd make me forget all about it. Yes, I'd like to hear a tea kettle singing on the stove. And when that water is at a good rolling boil, let's have a cup of Lipton tea. You know, the tea with the brisk flavor. That word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, means that Lipton's has a lively, full-bodied flavor. It never tastes flat or wishy-washy. So don't forget Lipton tea. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Temple of Huizilipochie.
The drums again. They have such a plaintive sound to them, do they not, senores?
They have nothing. They give me the creeps.
You seem to know a lot about this area, Juan. Oh, a good deal, Senor Prescott. In the unexplored area is a race of people thought lost to the world. What do you mean? What people? When Cortez conquered Mexico, he did not conquer all the Aztecs. Part of the nation followed Cuitlahua down through Central America into South America, into Brazil, senores. Into an unexplored part of Brazil, on the very edge of which our camp lies tonight. Are you serious, Juan? Why should I lie, Senor Prescott? We stand close to death, the three of us.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present the Temple of Huizilipochie. And now for our story.
an original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Temple of Huizilipochie.
I didn't think that day when I came back to our apartment in Caracas after a talk with the old man that Fred Taylor and I were going to wish we'd never heard of oil.
Hey, you, Mike?
Yes, Fred. What are you doing?
Taking a shower. Come on in. Well, did you see him?
I saw him, all right.
What'd you say?
I said I saw him.
Well, what did he say about the vacation?
He said no.
Well, how come? We have one coming.
Yeah, but not till we finish this next job.
Hey, just a second.
Now, tell me what he said.
Ever hear of the Huizilipochie River?
Yes, it's in Brazil. Empties into the Amazon.
Well, that's where we're going.
What?
That's right.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. The company just leased a big tract of land along the river. We're to go in and see if we can find any traces of oil or uranium.
Uranium?
Yes. Bartell's group flew over the tract. The way they've got it figured out, there's not only oil there, but also uranium.
So Bartell flew over it. Why don't they send Bartell to walk over it or paddling down the river like we'll have to do?
Well, Bartell is senior on the staff. He gets the cream. We get the hominy grits.
The Huizilipochie.
Mm-hmm.
Say, if I remember right, there's some parts of that river that have never been explored. It's in the northern Mato Grosso region, isn't it?
Yes.
There might be a few natives in that unexplored part that wouldn't want us to be sticking our big noses into their business.
Well, the old man said he'd throw in an extra week in the States with pay.
Hey, I can hear you talk. When do we start?
As soon as we can pack and hop a plane to Cuyaba.
He doesn't want any grass to grow under our feet, does he?
I guess not. And don't forget to pack your guns. We might need them. We cleared ourselves with the Brazilian Consul General in Caracas, picked up our visas, and at midnight boarded the plane that would take us to Cuyaba.
Mike, you wait.
Where I am now. Where are we?
Just crossed over into Brazil.
Why'd you wake me?
I don't know.
Nice.
No, I don't know what it is. I can't sleep. I keep thinking we should never have started out on this trip.
Why shouldn't we?
It's a funny thing. I just have a feeling.
Yes, senor. Please be quiet.
Oh, got you, amigo. You go to sleep and keep the other passengers awake.
Well, just the same. I wish we hadn't started out on this safari. It's got me worried.
We landed in Cuyaba, got checked out by the Brazilian authorities, and then went about the business of finding ourselves a guide. Most of them were familiar with the territory leading to the source of the Huizilipochie on the plateau of the Mato Grosso. But none of them had been any farther than 200 miles down the river, and none of them were willing to act as our guide. After we spoke to them, I received the impression that they were afraid. Fred was having a drink when he came up and spoke to us.
We're doing fine. We can't even find the guide.
Well, we can always follow the map Bartell drew up for us.
We're not in the mood to go into the lowlands alone, Mike. There are too many ways a man can die down there.
Well, what else can we do?
Pardon me, senores.
You want something, amigo?
I understand you are looking for a guide.
That's right.
I may be able to help you. My name is Juan Torrigo.
Well, have a seat.
Gracias, senor.
You care for a drink?
No, senor.
You know where we can get a guide?
Si.
Where?
I can guide you.
You know the Huizilipochie River?
Si, senor. Most of it. And that I do not know. I am willing to make the acquaintance of.
Well, what do you know? We looked all over Cuyaba for a guide, and then one falls right into our laps.
Right. When can you start?
When do you want to leave, senor?
As soon as possible.
The other guide said that no one was familiar with the river.
I am, senor. I will be ready when you want to leave.
Can you get the supplies and the boat we need?
You will not get a boat in Cuyaba, senor. Supplies and a canoe, that is possible. A boat, I cannot get that for you. Nor can anyone else.
We'll settle for that, then. Oh, you'll need some money.
Here. No, senor. I can pay for the canoe and supplies. You can repay me later.
Well, that sounds all right to me.
Perhaps you can rent an automobile and hire someone to come with us as far as the river. Then he can drive it back to Cuyaba.
Well, that's a good idea. Now, as for
I am not worried about payment, senor. I am sure I can trust you enough to pay me well for my work. I will be ready to leave tomorrow morning.
Good. Get the canoe and the supplies.
See, I will meet you at your hotel tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. From there, we can pick up our supplies. We leave early?
Yes, about 6.
Well, tomorrow morning we begin a great adventure. Buenas noches, senor.
Buenas noches. Seems to be a pretty competent guy, doesn't he?
Yes.
Well, we'll know tomorrow morning.
Right.
Senores,
Yes, senorita.
I could not help but see you talking to Juan Torrico, senores. I know you are looking for a guide. Has he offered to guide you?
Yes, he has. Why?
I would not do it, senores. He's El Diablo, that one.
What do you mean?
Many parties he has led out, senores, to the Huizilipochie River. Always, he has returned alone. Never has he brought back with him any of those he has led out. Something happens to them, senores, and they are never heard from again.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Temple of Huizilipochie.
Notwithstanding the warning of the girl, we started out the following day for the source of the Huizilipochie. The roads for the first part of the trip were fair, but as we drew farther away from Cuyaba, they became worse. And we bumped and jolted our way along for the next 5 hours until we came to the source of the Huizilipochie. We unloaded the canoe and supplies and had to portage downstream for almost a mile before the stream became wide enough to use a canoe.
Where does this tract of land your company lease begin, senor?
About 150 miles down the river, about 10 degrees south of the equator.
That is an unexplored area, Senor Prescott. We had a party take a look at it from a plane first, before the lease went through. But no one has ever been through the land underground. No one has ever really seen that area.
That's right, Juan.
How far do you think we can go before dark, Juan? 50, 60 miles, Senor Taylor. As long as we paddle with the current.
How far have you been down?
Oh, don't worry, Senor. I have been down this river quite far.
The current was swift, and we made excellent time that first afternoon. Towards evening, Juan spotted a good campsite, and we paddled into shore and set up camp. We had a good meal, and we were sitting around the fire when we heard the first drum.
With good luck, we ought to make the edge of the tract your company leads by tomorrow night, senores.
That's when the work will really begin.
You know, Listen. Drums. Do not be afraid, senores.
Where are they coming from?
Somewhere down the river, I think.
Listen. There's another one.
Have you ever heard them before, Juan? Si, senores. Many times before. But there is nothing to worry about. The way you look, one would think they were beating for you.
Drums pounded throughout the night. I didn't sleep very well with that incessant throbbing beating against my ears. Towards morning, we were quiet, and I fell off to sleep. By 6 o'clock, we were up, had eaten, and were on the river.
Rapids coming up, senores.
Yeah, they sound pretty bad.
They are bad ones. We must be very careful. We spot cows down here. Look out, senores. Here we go. Look out. There's a submerged creek just ahead. Oh, senor. Hey, we're heading for a rock. Hold on, senores. That is the worst of them, senores.
I didn't think we'd ever get through those things alive. I was a little worried myself.
No, it's not the time to worry, senores. The rapids are nothing compared to what may lie ahead.
What do you mean by that, Juan?
Not a thing, senores. But who can tell what may happen?
According to our map, we had reached the beginning of the company's tract of land. We made camp at a spot about 10 degrees south of the equator.
Good meal, Juan. Gracias, Senor Taylor.
Yeah. According to the stories we heard, this is as far as anyone has ever penetrated down the Huizilipochie. No one has ever gone beyond this.
You are wrong in that, Senor Prescott. No one has ever gone beyond this point and lived. Many have gone beyond, and all of them have crossed into the land of their ancestors.
It sounds like a threat, Juan.
Why should I threaten you, Senor Taylor?
I don't know. The drums again.
They have such a plaintive sound to them, do they not, senores?
Plaintive nothing. They give me the creeps. I wonder why they never explored this section of Brazil.
Many have tried, or have failed. You seem to know a lot about this area, Juan.
Oh, good deal, Senor Prescott. In this unexplored area is a race of people thought lost to the world.
What do you mean? What people?
When Cortez conquered Mexico, he did not conquer all the Aztecs. Part of the nation followed Cuitlahua down through Central America into South America, into Brazil, senores. Into an unexplored part of Brazil, on the very edge of which our camp lies tonight.
Are you serious, Juan?
Why should I lie, Senor Prescott? We stand close to death, the three of us.
Listen. Yes, I heard that cry before.
What is it? The call of Huizilipochie, the ancient war deity of the Aztecs. Huizilipochie calling into the night, ordering that the sacrifices be brought to him.
That drum is pretty close to it.
Quite close, Senor Prescott. And do you know what it is saying?
No, what?
It is saying that we come for the men of another age. We come to bring them back to the Temple of Huizilipochie.
You mean they're out there in the dark?
See?
I'm getting out of here.
I'm afraid not.
What did you get? That's my gun. How did you get it?
While you were sleeping last night, amigo. We are here! Huizilipochie! We are here!
What are you going to do with it?
You will run that soon, amigo.
Mike, look. They must have been hidden behind the trees out there.
Ophelia! Chilana! They have been waiting for us. We will go with them to the Temple of Huizilipochie.
They didn't want to take any chances of our getting away, did they? They tied my hands so tightly, I think they stopped the circulation. That's the way mine feel, too. Yeah. I read about these when I was still a kid. Do you know where we are? No. Cortez found them when he first went into Mexico. This is the Teocalli, Temple of the Aztecs. What's in those two towers at either side of this landing? The sacred images of the presiding deities. And those blocks of stone in front of the towers? Those are the sacrificial altars. Mike, we have to get out of here. Look. Coming up the stairs to the top here. It's Juan Tarico. But he's not wearing the clothes he wore before. He's wearing a scarlet robe. Yes, so I see. The robe of the sacrificial priest.
Amigo. Are you enjoying our hospitality?
What do you intend doing with us, Tarico?
Don't you know?
No.
Have you looked over the side, amigos?
Yes.
And did you notice the people gathering?
Yes.
They have come to witness a ceremony. The altar of Huizilipochie has been dry too long.
What do you mean?
That it has been some time since the high priest has made an offering to Huizilipochie.
And we're to be the offering. Is that right?
That's right, amigos. You are to be the offering.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Temple of Huizilipochie.
We stood on the square at the top of the Temple of Huizilipochie. Our hands were bound behind us. Before us stood Juan Tarico, who had offered to act as our guide. Only now he was attired in the ceremonial robes of the high priest.
Yes, my friends. You are to be the offerings.
You dirty...
No! You should not lose your temper, amigo. If you are nice, I will make sure your death is speedy. If you continue to act as you have in the past, I hesitate to say how long it will take for death to finally put its mantle on you.
We should have taken the advice of the girl in Cuyaba.
Oh, yes. The girl in Cuyaba. Orfadores, Chilana!
Let me go! Let me go!
Let her go. Amigos, this is Maria Espanza, the girl who warned you about me. I had some of my men bring her here. She will be the third offering. And now I leave you until later. Adios, amigos. Lana! Madori!
What happened, Maria?
They came and took me that night. The night I spoke to you.
Tarigo must have been watching. And they brought me here. What will they do with us?
Kill us in the sacrificial ceremony.
Oh, no.
Maria, your hands are free. Untie us.
What?
Untie us. Maybe it'll give us a little more of a chance when the time comes.
See, I will untie you.
I wonder what they did with our guns. I don't know.
They tie you very well, senor.
Yes, I know.
There. Now you, senor.
We have to get some circulation back into the...
You cut your wrist, senor.
Yes, I know. Something brewing. Hurry up.
It is done.
Grand. That feels better. Thanks, Maria.
What can we do, senor?
I don't know, but we're sitting ducks here. Let's try one of those towers. Come on. Right. You've got to glance over the side. There must be 1,000 people down there surrounding the temple. And they're all waiting to see us die. Inside, hurry.
Look, senor.
Human skulls lining the walls of this place. The ancient Aztecs kept the skulls of their sacrifices.
How many have died here?
I wouldn't like to know. We're going to die here if we don't do something. Hey, look. Isn't that an entrance over there? Yes. Let's take a look.
It is a stairway that leads down inside the temple.
They're coming for us. The only thing we can do is take that stairway. Here. You take one of these torches. I'll take the other. Maria, you stay right behind us. Let's go. I only hope I'm not hopping out of the frying pan into the fire. If we wait, it's certain death. At least we might have a chance this way.
It is so dark in here.
There's a landing up ahead. Careful now. Right. Lift your torch a little higher, Fred. Hey, look. It's a room. If I'm not mistaken, right in the center, those are guns. Guns. Let's take a look. Hey, but they're not our guns.
Perhaps they are guns taken from the other men who came here.
That must be it. Guns and ammunition. We have something now to fight with.
Over on the other side of the room, the stairway continues. Will we take it, senor?
Yes, we will. But first we take the guns. All the guns and ammunition we can carry. Hurry. They'll probably figure that we came down here. Well, they slipped up and they left Maria's hands untied.
I carry guns and ammunition, too. I cannot shoot, but I can load them for you.
Good girl. How you fix mine? I have as many as I can carry. My pockets are full of bullets. Oh, yeah?
I have 5 guns, and I carry this knapsack full of ammunition.
And what's holding us back? You said it. Let's get going. Right.
Walking for almost an hour.
When we came to the bottom of the stairs, I thought we'd come to an opening somewhere right away. Now I'm not so sure. Don't know where this tunnel is leading us. I think we're pretty close to an exit. I can feel the air moving.
Do you think they are in back of us?
I don't know.
Oh, Tarigo will not be beaten this easily.
I know that. Hey, look up ahead. Huh? Isn't that moonlight up there?
We are nearing the end of the passageway.
I wonder where we'll be when we come out. There go the drums again. It's a different beat this time.
Perhaps they say to look for us.
Maybe. Say we're coming to the opening. Be careful when we step outside.
You think maybe...
I don't know. Well, we're here. Yes. And listen. We're close to the river. You look like our camp was here. They must have come through the tunnel when they surrounded us. That must be it. I wonder if the canoe is still there. Let's take a look, shall we?
I have a feeling that they are here. They have been waiting for us.
We have been waiting for us. Where are you, Tony?
You did not think we would get away, did you?
The canoe is there. I see it. Look, we'll make a break for it. Maria, take a gun in each hand and shoot when I give the command into the trees, anywhere. We'll all run for the canoe. If we keep our firepower up, we may be able to make it.
Ha, 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 ha! What you talk about, Tonico? You go back, tunnel, baby! Ha, 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 ha!
Get ready now. All right, together now.
Maria! Senor! Get that canoe in the water, hurry! All right, Maria, get in. They're coming for us. Come on. Hey, they're all together.
Let's give them a volley they won't forget.
Do you think they follow us, senor?
No, Maria, I don't. Not after what happened. You know something?
What?
Tarigo seemed to be their leader.
Yes, and as soon as he fell, they clustered around him. No, I don't think they'll be following us.
Senores,
Huh?
where do we go now?
We'll go down the river till we come to a town. It'll be too hard getting back up.
What about the company, Mike?
I don't know about the company, but I'm not coming back here. We're too close for me. If they want to explore this country, they can send in someone else. I've come close enough to death at the Temple of Huizilipochie.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight three of radio's most distinguished actors, Scott Tennyson, Frank Behrens, and Agnes Young in Killer, Come Home.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. For tonight, we have a different kind of story. We're traveling into a remote section of the Kentucky mountains, where the ties of kinship are stronger than the law, to join two escaping convicts. It's the story I call Killer Come Home. In a lonely section of the mountains, two men crouch in the brush. Far in the distance, they can hear the siren of the state penitentiary from which they've just escaped that evening.
Listen to Waylon Willie. They're sure anxious to get us back, Harry.
They're not getting us, Missouri. We're not going back.
I sure hope you're right, Harry. That sure admired know just where we are going.
We're heading for Deep Valley.
Deep Valley, where's that?
Cross four ridges and you come to it. It's just about lost back in the hills.
And what's that for us?
My old home. My ma and my brother Tom. They'll hide us out.
You sure of that?
Blood's thicker than the law in these parts. Not that brother Tom and me ever got along good. But he'll hide us out. Or else.
Or else what, Harry?
Or else Ma... Listen.
Huh? What is it?
I hear a car coming up this road.
A car?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I can hear it now, too. That's an old jalopy. Duck down, let it go by.
Nothing of the sort. We're going to stop it.
Stop it? You crazy? Every one of these old hillbillies have to have a shotgun beside him.
You leave this to me.
Okay, Harry, you're calling the cards.
Now, I'll talk to him. You slip up from behind. Use a rock.
I got one right here.
All right, then come on. Hey there! Stop that car, huh?
What do you want?
I'm a deputy sheriff. There's a prisoner escaped from Stone Mountain. We're searching all cars.
Huh?
You have to speak up, mister.
I said we're searching all cars for an escaped convict.
Escaped convict? I ain't seen him. Now, step aside. My old woman's been expecting me since sundown.
Well, that's too bad, Pop. We've got other plans for you.
Huh? I didn't catch what you said.
See if you can catch this. All right, Missouri.
No, don't.
Good work. That takes care of him.
What are we going to do with him now?
Take any money he's got and tumble him into the bushes. And then we'll ride the rest of the way to Deep Valley to pay a surprise visit to my old Ma and dear brother Tom.
Well, Doc, how is she?
Yeah, she's 70, Tom. That's all that's ailing her. Anything fretting her, anything on her mind?
She's pining to see Harry, I reckon.
Harry?
Yeah, my brother, 5 years younger. Kind of a pet of Ma's. Every year about this time, she gets a notion he'll be coming home for a visit. Makes her upset.
Well, then that's why she's not eating or sleeping. Would help her a lot if your brother Harry could pay her a visit.
Yeah, well, I expect that ain't possible.
No? Dead?
Not exactly. Locked up.
Oh.
Stone Mountain Penitentiary. Robbery. Been in there 4 years.
Your ma don't know?
No, I kept it from her. Afraid it might kill her.
Well, I expect you're right, Tom. Shock like that might finish her off.
Yeah. See, Harry Taken went off to the city 10 years ago. Got in with a gang of some kind, got into trouble with the law. Only time he come back here to see Ma was when he had to hide out for a while.
Oh, I see. Well, try to keep her from fretting, Tom. But there is another thing.
Yeah, Doc?
She shouldn't be staying in this cabin, and neither should you. She should be down to town where she can get looked after better. Besides, the way the river is undercutting the banks, this cabin's going to topple right into it someday.
Yeah, Big Rock is eating this way fast, all right. But Ma won't move, not until she sees Harry again.
Try and persuade her, Tom.
All right, I'll try, but it ain't much use. She's afeard does she move, Harry will come back here for a visit and not be able to find it.
Tom?
There she is now. I better go on in.
All right, Tom. Night. But try to persuade her to move out before this cabin falls in the river.
Yeah, I'll try, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
Tom, boy, where be?
I'm a-coming. Here I am, Ma.
Open the window, son. I've a hankering to hear the big rocky river rushing by down there in the gorge.
Sure, Ma.
The river's loud tonight. Coming closer and closer. Ain't it, Tom?
Yeah, too close. When I was a pup, there's 4 acres of cornfield twixt us and that there gorge. Now it's hardly room for a hill of taters.
Been trying to get us ever since your pa built this cabin, old River has. Eating away toward us year by year. But he's never got us. And he never will.
He will if we don't move. Ma, now listen. Doc Hawkins is right. He's right. We got to move from here down to town.
All right. We'll move, Tom. But only after Harry comes. If we was to move, he might not find us. He might not know where to look.
But, Ma...
My mind's made up, Tom. Harry's coming soon. I know he is. Then we'll move.
Yeah, but supposing he don't. The last letter he wrote, he's mighty busy. Suppose he don't come for quite a spell.
He'll come. He's on his way now.
Now, Ma,
Don't try to tell me no, son. Something inside me tells me when Harry's coming to see me. And I never been wrong yet. Right this minute, my boy's on his way home to see his ma.
Try to start her again, Missouri. Maybe the motor will catch now, huh?
It ain't no use, Harry. This old tea kettle just done stopped percolating.
Well, it brought us 50 miles. Deep Valley is just over the next ridge. We can hike it.
What are we going to do with this jalopy?
Looks like a deep ravine here beside us. We can push her in.
And then we head for your ma's cabin?
Not by daylight. We don't head any place. It's most sunup now. We'll camp here in the brush till it's good and dark tonight, and then we sneak up to the cabin.
I don't like this here country, Harry. All these here hills and valleys is mighty fine country to die in.
Well, it's good country for hiding out from the law in, too. Don't worry, Missouri. We're going to make it. And with the help of Brother Tom and Ma.
Tom.
Oh, yeah, Ma. I guess I was dozing off right here in my chair.
Turn down the lamp, son. Smoke in bed.
Oh, sure. There. Gonna have to clean that lamp chimney tomorrow. Well, it's 9 o'clock. Past time for you to be in bed.
Just a minute more, Tom. Foggy out tonight, isn't it? I can smell the fog in the air.
Yeah, foggy and dark. Won't be moon up for most 9 hours. Huh?
What was that, Tom?
Sounded like a rock slide.
I can hear it playing now, Tom. Old river's undercutting the cliffs, being it?
Yeah. Big rock fall about half mile up the gorge there. Ma, now listen to me. We got to move. We plumb got to. River might undercut us any time and dump us 100 feet down there in that gorge.
I said we'd move as soon as Harry's come.
Yeah, but he might not come in time.
No, Tom, no. Because he's coming here tonight. My boy's coming here tonight.
Ma, what are you saying? He can't be coming here.
He is. Tell you. Glory be, my boy Harry's coming to see his old ma at last. I can feel his thoughts reaching out to me through the dark, finding me, telling me he's on his way.
But, Ma...
Don't argue-fy, Tom. It's so. Ain't I always told you true? Other times Harry came.
Yeah, I reckon you did. You always knowed before he got here. But now this time you're wrong. You just got to be.
I never been wrong yet about Harry's coming, Tom. It's like something calling out inside of me. And it's telling me he's coming closer every minute.
Well, if he's coming, you'd best get rested for him now. You can sleep till he gets here.
In a minute, son. Maybe this time Harry'll stay. Maybe he won't go off again the way he always has before.
Maybe.
Restless, Harry was. Restless like the river. Hungering for far places and bright lights. For the city. For city ways and city clothes. City talk.
I reckon he was.
But maybe this time he'll stay. Maybe he's had enough of traveling.
Now we'll see when he gets here. It's time now for you to be getting your rest. Here, take my arm, Ma. I'll help you to your room.
Listen to that, Harry. There's a bloodhound.
All right, Missouri, so it's a bloodhound.
Well, they're closing in on us. They guessed we'd come this valley. They got patrols out with bloodhounds looking for us.
Yeah, looks that way.
We're done for, Harry. They're going to trail us here, and they're going to get us.
I tell you they won't. Tom will hide us somehow.
Seemed to me you're pinning an awful lot on you, Brother Tom. Maybe we won't even reach the cabin.
Missouri, I forgot to tell you something. We have reached it.
Huh? I have reached it?
Yeah.
You mean that cabin over there we've been watching the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, that's my home, Missouri. We're there.
Why didn't you tell me?
I like surprises.
Anyway, we had to watch it to make sure there wasn't any strangers inside.
We ain't seen nobody but the old lady there and the heavy-set fella sitting in the kitchen.
Ma and Tom. Yeah, and there they go. Tom's helping her. Probably she's going to bed now.
All right, Missouri, we can slip in now. Come on along. Here's a path. What's that river here?
That's a big Rocky. Runs through a gorge back of the cabin. She's fast, but you can float a boat down her. Okay. Now we go in.
Oh, man, it feels good to be inside.
Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. We take Tom by surprise. What are you doing there?
I'm just pouring in coffee here out of this pot. Ain't very hot, but... Man, it sure tastes good.
Well, pour me some. Come on.
All right, sure. There you are.
Went down good. 24 hours since we've eaten.
Listen. That bloodhound's closer.
Quick, wipe that cup. We'll duck into the storage lean-to.
Well, why do we have to hide from your brother?
We don't. But I hear somebody coming up the path. Come on.
All right, then, quick. Let's get ourselves here.
This way. Come on.
I'm a-coming.
Evening, Tom.
Sheriff. Well, come on in.
Much obliged. Expect you know why I'm here, Tom.
No, I can't say I do, Sheriff. What's happened?
You mean you ain't here?
Heard what? We got no radio box here, no telephone neither. How'd I hear anything?
Thought maybe somebody stopped by to tell you.
Tell me what?
About your brother, Harry.
Harry?
He escaped yesterday from Stone Mountain.
Escaped from the penitentiary?
Him and another fella named Missouri. I figured he might head for home.
That's why I've been hearing bloodhounds.
I got men both up and down the trail in case he tries to hear. I got the cabin watch from down below, too. Just wanted to tell you.
Oh, he wouldn't come here, Sheriff. Harry ain't no fool.
He might figure you'd help him. Was I an escaped killer, I'd sure head for my kinfolk to get help.
Killer? Well, Harry's no killer. He went to penitentiary for robbery.
He's a killer now. Him and this Missouri, they stopped a car yesterday. Stole it. Bashed in the driver's head.
Murder? Harry done murder?
Don't know what else you'd call it. He found the car over in the next valley. So we figure Harry can't be too far away.
Maybe that's why Ma said...
Yeah?
Nothing. That's mighty bad. Harry killing that there driver.
Now that you know, you figure on helping him if he gets here?
I guess not, Sheriff. For anything else, I won't say. I don't know. But killing? No, sir, I don't hold with killing. If he shows up, I'll keep him for you, Sheriff.
I reckon I can get back outside.
Have a cup of coffee before you go? I got some here.
No, thanks, Tom. Maybe later. Gotta go now. I'll be stopping in again later.
Bloodhound. For Harry. Harry out there in the dark. Bloodhounds on his trail. Ma mustn't know. She mustn't never know. Coffee. Yeah, I guess I'll have a cup myself. It's empty. It's funny. All right, Harry. You can come out now. Harry, I said you can come out of the lean-to now. You might as well come out, Harry. I know you're there.
All right, brother Tom, we'll come out.
All right, Harry. Stand there. I got my gun here and she's loaded.
I suppose the empty coffee pot gave us away,
That's right. I knowed I hadn't emptied it.
And then it come to me somebody must have slipped inside while I was in there with Ma.
Well, I was coming out anyway. I just didn't want the sheriff to see me.
Yeah. Your friend can come out, too, now.
Come on out, Missouri. Tom knows you're here.
All right, Harry. What kind of greeting is this? A loaded gun pointed at our noses. You said you could count on your brother.
Sure, I can count on him. Can I, Tom?
Expect you heard what I told the sheriff. That still stands.
He's going to turn us in.
Oh, no, he isn't.
You're staying right where you are, Harry, till the sheriff gets back. And you're going along with him.
Without saying hello to my dear old mother? She'll be disappointed.
She's sleeping. Sound. You'll never know you're here.
I have an idea that she'll wake up.
Why should she wake up if we're quiet?
But we're not going to be quiet, brother Tom. When the sheriff comes back, we're going to make a real loud racket.
But then she'll hear you. She'll know you're here.
That's right. Then she'll know. Everything.
Harry, that'd kill her.
I wouldn't know about that. But I'm sure going to yell.
Oh, no, you couldn't. You'd be killing your own ma, man. Nobody could be that low.
I tell you, she'll learn everything. Unless you let me and Missouri get out that window.
Prison's changed you, Harry. You are a killer now.
All right. So it's changed me. And I'm not going back. No matter what happens. Now, you going to let us go out that window or not?
Out that window.
That's what I said. The door's being watched. We heard the sheriff say so.
Maybe they're watching the back, too, Harry.
Oh, no. Not a chance. It's only about 100 feet to the cliffs above the river. But there's a path down to the water and a boat anchored down there. Once we get to that boat, we can drift right out of this state. Tom, is that boat still there?
Yeah. Boat's still there. Tied up further down, though.
We'll find it. Well, how about it? Going to let us get out that window the way I used to go when Pop was on the rampage after me? Or do you want me to wake up Ma so I can tell her goodbye before the sheriff drags us off to be hanged?
All right. No, I can't let you do it. The law's the law. Sheriff's coming up the path now. You two just stand still.
Tom, I'm warning you.
Be quiet. Come on in, Sheriff. Come in quick.
What is it, Tom? You sound... Well, that'll be it's Harry and the other guy.
Yeah, it's him. He was hiding out. Put away your pistol. I got my rifle trained on him.
Yeah, let me get these handcuffs unlocked. I'll cuff them together, call my men. We'll take them away.
This is the kind of help your brother's given us. And you talk so big, Harry.
Shut up, Missouri. We ain't taken yet.
Sheriff, just one thing.
Yeah, Tom?
My ma's never to know. You hear? She must never know about Harry. It'd kill her to learn he's a jailbird and a murderer.
Yeah, I reckon it would. All right. I passed my promise on it.
But I haven't made any promise. Oh, Ma. Ma.
Harry, you can't kill your own ma, man.
Well, I'm not leaving without saying goodbye to her. That's all. Just goodbye. Ma. Ma, where are you?
Harry. Be that you, Harry?
She's here.
It's me, all right, Ma. I've come to see you.
I knowed you was coming, son. Come in here. Bring me out to the light where your ma can look at you.
I'll be right in as soon as I've said hello to Tom. Well, Tom, now she knows I'm here. I can't go without a little visit with her.
You can, you will. Come on now, put out your hands.
How about it, Tom? Want me to tell Ma I can't stay because I've got a date with the sheriff?
Harry, son, what's keeping you? Your ma's hungering to see you. Come bring me out to the light.
I said put out your hands, Harry. I'm not taking any nonsense.
No, Sheriff. Wait.
Tom, I know you don't want to upset your ma, but these two are killers. I just
Sorry,
can't
grab it.
No, watch it. Quiet. Let go of me.
I've got you.
No, you don't. You're not getting my pistol.
Hold his hands. Quiet.
show you.
Hold him, I say.
Tom, shoot. You can pick him off. I'll have my pistol in a minute. Go ahead.
Better not, Tom. Better not. No matter who you hit, it'll sure upset more.
Tom, shoot. Shoot. They're breaking my arm. Tom.
What's he keeping Harry?
Think fast, Tom. Think fast. Another second, somebody will get shot. But pass me your promise to let us both go safe out that window, and nobody will be hurt.
All right, Harry, you got my promise.
Tom.
Sheriff, put up your hand. I got you covered now.
Tom, you can't do this.
It's already done. Put up your hand.
You'll regret this, Tom. You'll regret it sad and heavy.
Yeah. Take his gun, Harry.
I got it.
Now, both of you step aside. That's it. Sheriff, I got to do this. I got to.
You're siding against the law now. The law don't forget that.
Tom, where's Harry? Where's my boy Harry?
He's coming directly, Ma. Sheriff, I got to tie you up in the lean-to. Now, Harry, you can't go from here till you've talked to Ma some. You got to leave her with an easy mind. Now, go on. Go on and bring her out here.
So that's where you've been, Harry? Out in California, raising oranges.
Yeah, Ma. Oranges. A whole 1,000 acres of orange trees, with the hills on one side and the sea on the other. And the orange blossoms filling the air with perfume, like when the gates of heaven are open.
Oh, it must be pretty. I sure would like to see it, Harry.
You're going to, Ma. I'm going to send for you to come live with me there, Ma.
Soon, Harry? Send for me soon.
Just a week or two, Ma. And then you'll be able to sit out on your own porch and, well, pick oranges right off the tree.
How much longer we got to wait? It's been half an hour already.
Hush. Ma's almost asleep. You go as soon as she dozes off.
Tell me more about it, Harry. More about California.
Oh, it's a grand place, Ma. It's got mountains standing tall like the glory of God. And then there's the ocean, the Pacific.
I've never seen an ocean.
This is the biggest ocean there is, Ma. And the bluest. And the sand on the beach the whitest. And the waves come in. Big blue waves that have traveled all the way from China. And they bring a breeze with them that smells of tea and spice and ginger and cinnamon. And all you have to do, Ma, is sit there in the sunshine and soak up strength and watch the ocean on one side and the mountains on the other, with the birds singing and the flowers blossoming. All right, Tom. I've done what you said. I've talked you to sleep.
All right. You can go on now.
It's about time, too. I've been hearing them bloodhounds all the last half hour.
Don't you worry about them. We're going to float right past them down the river, 50 miles before morning.
You better be getting. It's almost moon up. Here's the sheriff's flashlight.
You got to keep the sheriff here till we're safe past South Fork, understand?
Yeah, I'll keep him here till you're beyond catch.
And let's get the window open, huh? There, she's up. All right, Missouri, you first. Just ease through and drop, huh? It's only about 6 feet.
Anything you say, Harry.
Harry, don't do it. Stay, both of you, and take your trial. I'll get you the best lawyer in the state.
Oh, what a preacher you'd have made. Go on, Missouri. Push yourself off.
Sure, powerful dark out here. Can't see a thing.
Well, that's what we want. Now, go on. Drop.
All right. I'm going.
Now it's my turn.
So long, Brother Tom. I'll see you. In California.
They're gone. They're gone. All right, Sheriff. Reckon I can set you loose now. Let me get at them knots.
You let them escape, Tom. That's going to go bad for you.
Done what I had to do. There. You're free.
I reckon they're beyond catching, but if I hop out after them, Tom, you're not delaying me anymore.
I don't aim to. But look at that window. Now shine your light down at the ground.
Shine my light down. Great David Crockett. Tom.
I had to do it, Sheriff. There wasn't no other way. I couldn't let him escape, but I couldn't let him kill my ma either.
So that's it. The river's undercut right up to the foundations of the house. No ground at all outside the window. Just a straight drop, 100 feet to the rocks.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, with a title role played by Maurice Costler. Others in the cast were Scott Tennyson, Frank Barron, Agnes Young, and Bill Smith. All characters in the story were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters was purely coincidental. Original music played by Alfinelli. Grayson Enlow speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, it's time for the Hermit.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. Murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? It happened on Sunday. Eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Yes?
Your cousin, Viola Straight, is here to see you, Mr. Straight.
Viola. Swell. Send her right in.
Yes, Mr. Straight.
That's a coincidence. Just about to call her. Hello, Vi.
Hello, Dave.
Here, take this chair. Most comfortable one in the office. You know, I was just saying to myself, this is a coincidence. I was just going to call you.
Were you?
Yes. Raymond just called me about 20 minutes ago.
He did?
Yeah.
Well, this is more of a coincidence than you thought, because I came up to talk about Ray.
Well, what do you know about that?
I just had to talk with someone. And, of course, Dave, you were the logical person. He's your closest friend. You introduced us a year ago.
Which should give me the right to be best man at your wedding, don't you think?
If there is any wedding.
Hmm?
Oh, Dave, there's something terribly wrong with Raymond these last 3 weeks. He isn't the same person.
Vi, haven't I told you before? When he gets one of these painting streaks of his, he isn't like other people. He always goes out to his studio cottage and refuses to see any of his friends.
I know those moods, but this is different.
In what way?
I don't know where to begin to tell you. I've been so upset. It's so baffling. It all started 3 weeks ago. Monday night, Ray and I were having dinner at Meadow Lane Inn. You know that place, about 4 miles from his cottage?
Oh, sure.
Well, we'd driven out to the cottage in the afternoon. Ray was going to pick up some canvases he had out there. The housekeeper...
Mrs. Orion, you mean?
Yes. Well, she and her husband hadn't expected Ray to call that day, and they were house cleaning.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't go into the living room. I stood in the hallway, and I heard Ray tell Mrs. Orion to burn that big oil painting he made of his wife, just a few months before she died.
You heard him tell her to burn it?
Yes. He said it upset him so every time he came out and looked at it. He didn't mention it when we got in the car and drove to the inn. Then, while we were eating, he scarcely spoke to me. So while we were having our coffee, I decided to break the silence. I overheard what you said to your housekeeper while we were at the cottage. I wasn't supposed to, I know.
What are you referring to, Vi?
About burning that lovely painting.
Oh, I see.
You weren't going to do it because of me, because you thought it might annoy me?
No.
Then why destroy it, Ray?
I think it's best. Marion belongs to a dead past.
You can't kill memories.
No, that's true.
Ray, I don't know how to say this exactly,
But perhaps you shouldn't marry me in August. Maybe you aren't ready to marry anyone yet. After all, it'll only be 3 years this month. I know how much you mourned, how much you loved her.
Why, let's not talk about it anymore. Our plans are all made. Believe me, it's best for you to forget all that you heard me say to Mrs. Orion. Please, let's not mention it again.
Naturally, I said nothing more. But from that night, Raymond seemed to change. Evenings when we've gone out, he's silent, almost morose. He doesn't seem to be aware that I'm in his presence. Then, Monday of this week, he called to say he was going out to the cottage. But he didn't say when he would see me again. He didn't invite me to drive out there. It was almost as if he was saying goodbye for good.
That's strange.
You say he just called you?
Yes.
Did he have anything to say about him and me?
No, he didn't, Vi. But he was very upset. He asked me how busy I was, and then he said, Dave, you've got to come out here no matter how busy you are. I want you to come out and stay the rest of the week.
What can be the matter?
I don't know. It isn't like Ray, I'll admit.
Are you going out?
Tomorrow. Told him I had some work that I couldn't leave until tomorrow afternoon.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. Tomorrow's Friday. You can drive out Saturday afternoon.
Oh, but Dave, if he doesn't want me to be...
Oh, nonsense. You come out. I won't tell him. We'll rig up a surprise party. Whatever's eating him, he'll get it off his chest Friday night. By the time you get there, he'll be straightened around.
I hope so.
Will you come?
Yes, if you think it's all right. I don't have to tell you how much I think of Ray. I'll do anything to help him. And although it would break my heart if he decides it's best for him not to marry me, I'll respect his wishes.
Forget that, Angle.
He loved Marion very much, didn't he?
None of us saw anything of her or Ray while she lived, but I suppose he did.
You know it. He never left her side. He allowed her to stay in the cottage while he painted. They were inseparable companions for 7 years. You can't forget anything like that in 3. No. Why did I have to meet him? Why did I have to fall in love with him?
Vi, you're creating unnecessary mountains. Now, I don't know what's wrong, but I know it isn't anything to fret about. So stop worrying and come out Saturday afternoon ready to have a good time. You'll see. Everything will be straightened out. Well, Mrs. Orion, it's nice to see you again.
I'm glad to see you, Mr. Street.
Now, where's this guy who dragged me away from a busy office on Friday afternoon?
He's up in the studio. He said to tell you when you came to come right up there.
Fine. I thought when he called me yesterday that he might be ill.
Oh, no, Mr. Street. It's not any physical illness he's got. It's something mental.
So, just exactly what do you mean?
I can't say any more. I shouldn't have said what I have. But if you're his friend, Mr. Street, you'll urge him to get away from the cottage this weekend.
Well, how...
Now, please don't ask me any questions, Mr. Street. I can't say another thing. And don't mention to him what I have said.
No, of course not.
Just remember, Mr. Putnam isn't himself, not at all. And he needs you. He needs your help and friendship.
He has both, Mrs. Orion.
You know how I feel about him. At times, it seems like he's my son. I've taken care of him ever since his parents died all these years since.
I know how you feel.
And yet I'm just his housekeeper. I have to remember that. Now, shall I take you up to the studio?
No, thanks. I'll burst in and surprise him. See you later, Mrs. Orion. Believe me, I'm looking forward to one of your good dinners.
Come in.
How are you, Ray?
Hello, Dave. I'm glad you came.
Gosh, I thought from the urgency of your invitation that you wanted me to come out and pose for a painting. I've often wondered why you never saw anything worthwhile in this mug of mine. Yeah, what's wrong, Ray? Just no go?
There's nothing wrong. I invited you down because you haven't visited me for a long time. That's all.
Okay, Ray. Been doing some work?
No.
It's a doggone shame that you came into so much money you don't have to paint for a livelihood. You've done some mighty fine things. Now, listen, you can't walk the floor this way and still insist there's nothing wrong. Well, why keep it all to yourself? Why not get it off your chest? You invited me down here for a purpose. Look, we've been friends for years. I'm the logical person for you to confide in. Now, come on. Stop walking this room like a lion in a cage. Listen to me. Is it Vi? Have you found you don't care for her?
No.
Is it something about your health?
No.
Well, then, it can't be anything very serious.
If you're my friend, don't ask me any more questions. If you want to know why I invited you down here, it's because I don't want to be alone. I want you here.
Your wish is granted. Now, what do you say we have a stroll around the grounds, and then urge Mrs. Orion to serve dinner early, Come start.
Dave, we can't leave the studio. You've got to eat here with me. We'll sleep here tonight. You see, I've had Mrs. Orion bring 2 cots in here. You've got to stay right here in this room with me. Now, wait, don't ask me why. Just give in to this whim of mine, or whatever you want to call it.
You have me baffled, I'll admit.
Maybe someday I can explain. If I ever do, then remember this episode is between you and me, never to be mentioned to anyone else. Now let's settle down.
$12. Guess I'll roll up in my bunk, Ray. You ought to do the same.
Go ahead if you're sleepy.
I am. Wish I could persuade you to have a game of golf with me in the morning.
I will in a few days.
Well, what's wrong with tomorrow?
You heard what I said. I'm not leaving the studio until Sunday morning.
So that's that. Well, I'll be talking to you in the morning. Seems a doggone shame to sleep on an old cot like this when this house is filled with good beds. You turned out to be a heck of a host. Yeah. Good night.
Good night. Dave. Did you hear it? Someone laughing. Someone laughing as if they were right outside the windows of the studio. No one can get in these windows. They're all locked.
Hey, what is this? As if anyone would put up a fireman's ladder to try to climb in this third-floor studio.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I hope you do. Maybe you're expecting someone to drop in through the skylight.
Listen. Did you hear it?
Oh, sure. Someone at the door. Well, get on my robe before you let them in.
What? No one here. You heard the knocking on the door, but you see there's no one here. Mrs. Orion was right. What she told me is true. She came back last year at the same time and the year before. She won't rest in her grave. Mrs. Orion was right. She does come back.
This business has to be cleared up once and for all. Here, Mrs. Orion, you sit here in this chair.
Thank you, Mr. Street.
Supposing you sit here.
Sure.
Hate to get you 2 good folks out of your beds at 1 o'clock in the morning, but I want this crazy business cleared up.
My wife and I don't mind, Mr. Street.
Oh, we don't mind at all. Anything we can do to help Mr. Putnam.
There's nothing anyone can do.
I want the whole of this story. Now, Mrs. Orion, Ray tells me that for the past 2 years since Miriam died, that you people think she has walked about in this house each year on the eve of the night she died.
Oh, yes, Mr. Street. Pete and I heard the walking up in the studio.
We heard something, all right. Got up to investigate, but we didn't see anybody.
Of course you didn't. You know that there's no possibility of such a thing being true. Mrs. Orion, just this afternoon you told me how much you thought of Ray. Well, if that's so, why in thunder would you tell him such yarns?
He made me tell him. I didn't want to. I tried to convince myself there wasn't anything to it. But we did hear walking up in the studio, and we heard her laughing just like she used to do. Mr. Putnam, he made me listen on the night last year and the year before and report to him.
Ray, what made you think Miriam's spirit would come back to haunt this house?
Because she said she would, just before she died.
Well, of all the... Now, come on. Suppose you tell me the whole of this wild tale,
You might as well know it all, Mrs. Orion.
No, that's what I say.
I was a coward. I stayed away from the cottage last year and the year before at this time. These days are the anniversary of her death. I was afraid of a threat.
Well, go on, Ray.
No one but Pete and Mrs. Orion knew what Miriam was like. She was insane, Dave, but I never let anyone know it. I never let her out of my sight. What I'm saying is true, isn't it, Mrs. Orion?
Oh, the poor boy put up with more than anyone will ever know.
She used to stand here in the studio when I'd be painting and laugh, just as she did tonight. Creep up behind me as I worked. What? Miriam, you frightened me.
Sure. You're always afraid of me. Afraid that I will kill you.
Miriam, where'd you get that knife?
Out of the kitchen. Mrs. Orion never saw me take it.
Give it to me, Miriam.
I'm going to kill you with it. Just like I'm going to slash your picture to shreds right now.
Miriam, don't. Miriam, wait.
Your horrible old pictures. No one wants to buy them. None of them are any good. None of them are any good. Why don't you paint me? You paint everything and everybody but me. You don't paint me because you want to spite me. I know it.
I had intended to paint her for a long time. I tried to, but she wouldn't sit for me. And when she did, it was always to annoy me. She'd sit and grimace, laugh. I should have put her in an institution, but I couldn't bear the thought of that. She was beautiful, frail. I was afraid of the treatment they might give her. So I kept her near me all the time. Mrs. Orion and Pete were frightened, but they stayed on for my sake. Finally, I decided to paint Miriam even though she wouldn't sit for me. This seemed to mollify her somewhat.
Oh, she was much easier to handle those last few months.
Almost friendly-like. That was because she was growing weaker, though we didn't know it. You see, I had never called in a doctor for fear he would judge her insane. And then that last night, as Mrs. Orion and I stood by her bed, she raised up, looked at me wildly.
I'll come back every year at the same time. Do you understand what I say? I'll come back every year until I have my revenge. We heard what she said, Mr. Straight. But I told Mr. Putnam not to worry over it none. She was always saying crazy things.
I did forget it for a little time after she was gone. But 2 years ago, and then last year, as the time of the anniversary of her death drew near, her threat bothered me. I wouldn't come near the studio. Pete and Mrs. Orion watched for me. They heard her. And then this year I realized that I couldn't marry Vi until I was sure in my own mind. Until I'd stayed here myself. And then tonight I did hear her laugh. It was as distinct as if she were alive. So there's only one thing to do. Tomorrow at midnight, if I hear a knock at this door, even though I see no one, I'll use my revolver. I'll fire at her unseen spirit standing at the door of this studio.
An unseen spirit, a visitor at midnight. Will she return again? Will she make a threat come true? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now the hermit again.
It is nearing the hour of midnight. Again, Ray Putnam and his friends sit in the studio. This time, both are alert, listening for any sound they may hear.
Miss Orion left us some sandwiches and coffee, Ray. Want to join me in a snack?
No.
Well, I'm going to have coffee, or I may fall asleep on you. Stays piping hot in this thermos jug. Good cup of coffee is just what you need.
No, nothing.
You know, it's a strange thing to me how you can be taken in by all this nonsense. You aren't going to hear anything tonight or any night.
You forget that I did last night.
Oh, you listened so hard last night you had to hear anything your mind created.
Didn't you hear someone knock?
You had me believing almost anything. I feel so darn silly. As if we were playing a game of cops and robbers. You sitting here with that gun. Both of us waiting for a spirit to make an appearance. Yeah, I was planning on having a swell weekend. I told Vi to come out today, but with things as they are, I decided it was best to call her and tell her not to come. Better have some of this coffee.
Dave.
Yeah.
Look at that rocking chair. The one Miriam always sat in. It's moving. See it? Rocking back and forth.
Well, what's funny about that? I've seen chairs rock by themselves lots of times. Wind catches them.
Miriam's sitting in that chair. I see her. She's sitting in the rocker.
Oh, get a hold of yourself. There isn't anyone there.
Stop that laughing. I'll end that insane laughter of yours forever.
Wait! You're the one who's insane? There's no one sitting in that chair? Yeah, you frightened the wits out of the Orient coming up the stairs. Coming, I'll let you in.
Get away from me. You can't touch me.
Why, it's all his imagination. The fire to the rocker. Thought she was sitting in it.
Mr. Putnam, what's the matter? What's wrong?
She's got her hands around my throat.
There ain't anyone in here but us, Mr. Putnam.
Her hands around my throat. Stop. Stop. I'll confess. I poisoned you. I had to kill you. But you might have harmed innocent people. It was best to kill you. But stop. Let me free.
Ray, there's no one in this room. Miriam didn't return. Ray.
What's the matter with him?
Call a doctor, Mrs. Orme. I'm afraid he's dying. Get a doctor here immediately. Vi, it's a terrible thing. There's really nothing any of us can say to comfort you.
He poisoned Miriam.
Yes, he told us just before he died.
You don't think she really did come back to carry out her threat of revenge?
I saw no one. I think Ray died of a guilty conscience. But of course it's true that there were finger marks on his throat, as if someone had choked him. And that is the part that is hard to figure out.
Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries.
crimes of murder are mysteries because the murderer, having foreseen every difficulty of avoiding detection, has successfully overcome these difficulties and has therefore actually avoided detection. But there are crimes in which the mystery lies in the manner in which the crime was committed. Such is the case of the bridge whist expert, as the New York police termed the slaying of J.B. Maxwell in his apartment, 644 West 70th Street, New York City. Since some of the characters are still alive, names of characters and places have been changed, but the dramatic reenactment is authentic in every detail. The scene is the 600 block West 70th Street, New York. The mailman on his rounds waves to a milkman across the street. Police Officer Brown saunters down the sidewalk, and at that moment, a woman walks down the street, up the steps to number 644, takes out a latchkey, opens the door, and walks into the apartment as the clock strikes 8.
Mr. Maxwell, I brought you... Hello!
What's the matter, lady?
He's been shot.
Shot? Where? Tell me here, and have a look.
In here, he was still breathing when I walked into his room.
Well, he's dead now. Drilled clean through the head. What'll I call headquarters? Hello? Hello?
That thing's out of order.
Well, I'll use the one next door. Hey, you, milkman. Instead of standing there at the door gaping, get on the phone and call headquarters. Okay, I'll get him right away. You haven't touched the body?
No, I should say not.
Who are you, anyways, wife?
No, he wasn't married. I'm his housekeeper. I came in just a few minutes ago. I was going to tell him something. I came in here and found him like this.
You were out, huh? You leave the door open when you went out?
No, I was just coming in for the day. I live at my own home.
You found the door locked?
Yes, I had to use my key to get in.
How many people have keys?
Only me and Mr. Maxwell and...
Yeah?
Well, the lock was changed only last week.
Anybody can get in through the back door?
There is no back door. There's a basement door. It's bolted on the inside. Mr. Maxwell must have killed himself. Nobody could have got in.
Killed himself and then went out and hid the gun, I suppose.
Well, I didn't think about the gun.
Anybody here with him last night?
Not before I left.
Maxwell smoked a load of cigarettes?
Not that I know of.
Or was this one here on the mantel-shelf when you left last night? Been left burning and charred the shelf?
It wasn't here when I left.
Well, this is probably the DA and his investigators.
There's something else I don't understand.
There's a lot I don't understand.
But Mr. Maxwell wore a wig, and he had artificial teeth. He was very particular that nobody ever saw him without them. And yet he...
Yeah. He doesn't have on his wig, and he doesn't have his teeth in.
Where are you, officer?
That's the DA. And here, Mr. Wilson.
What have you,
found out, officer? Well, he was shot through the head. House was locked, both doors locked on the inside, and no gun.
He was reading his morning mail when he was shot.
Yes, Gary. Who gave him his mail?
He must have got it himself.
He was dead when you came in?
No, he was still breathing.
And he could have let the murderer in himself.
Yeah, but the murderer couldn't get out.
No? Who are you?
The milkman. I called you at headquarters. I was in the street delivering milk for 20 minutes and not a soul but the mailman.
The mailman? You saw him?
Sure. I waved to him.
How long before this woman, Mrs. Lawson, arrived?
Oh, less than 5 minutes.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's get this straight. No one has come out of this house since the mailman delivered the mail?
No.
Then whoever killed Maxwell is still in the house.
Sorry, Mr. Kelly, but that won't do. I searched the place while we were talking in here, and there's no one in this flat beside us.
Yeah, wait a minute. Maybe you didn't see anyone come out of this flat, but someone did. That's that. Well, Mr. Wilson, I was working my beat, and I would have seen anyone leave.
Then he was killed earlier than we think.
Oh, couldn't he, Gary? He's got the mail in his hand.
Oh, yes. I realized that as soon as I spoke.
Here's something else to puzzle over. Look at the bullet hole smack in the center of his forehead. Yeah, but look where the bullet hit the wall. Can you beat that? Now then, where would a man have to stand in order to fire a shot on that angle?
Over about here, sir.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's all right except for one thing. You're standing 15 feet away from Maxwell, and the shot was fired within 3 feet. See the powder burns?
But a man would have to be lying down on the floor to fire the shot at that angle and leave powder burns.
So it would seem. But what was Maxwell doing? Waiting for the murderer to take aim? Got me beat.
It's got more than you beat. Wilson.
Yes?
I'm going out for a minute. Going to call the phone company.
Yes?
Yes. I've got an idea. I'll be back in a few minutes. See if you can pick up any more, fellas.
Whoever killed Maxwell must have been well known to him. Well, we know that because he admitted the murder himself. He must have. But more than that, He was particular about his appearance. Mrs. Larson said so. He wouldn't have admitted anybody, that is, anybody he didn't know very well, without first putting on his wig and putting in his artificial teeth.
So?
So the murderer was a man and not a woman. And he was a man from whom Maxwell had no secrets.
All good reasoning, Brown. But it neither gives us a motive nor does it explain how the murderer got out without being seen.
Yeah, but Mr. Wilson, it does help to explain how the murderer got close enough to Maxwell to kill him at 3 feet without arousing his suspicion.
You're right, Brown. You're dead right. Your idea at least narrows the field of search down to Maxwell's immediate friends. Oh, here's Carrie. What'd you find out?
Plenty. Did you say, Brown, that this phone was out of order this morning?
Yes, sir. I tried to use it, and Mrs. Larson said
I said that the phone had been out of order for several days.
Well, listen to this. The phone company's records show a call, an incoming call at 3 this morning. Then Maxwell called Rockaway, 1841. And at 6:09, he called a number in Garden City. But you, Mrs. Larson, say that the phone has been out of order for days.
I know it has, because the other day the chauffeur drove over here instead of phoning because he said the phone wouldn't work.
Well, it's beyond me. The fellow's shot through the head, apparently makes no effort to fight, must have been shot by someone lying on the floor, doors, both of them bolted, the house under observation for at least 20 minutes, and a man doesn't live that long with a bullet through his brain. I tell you what.
Yeah, what, D.A.?
This place has me jibbery. Let's go down to headquarters, send out the fingerprint boys, and talk it over down in my office where things like this don't happen.
The fingerprint boys went out to the Maxwell flat. They found nothing. No fingerprints but those of the legitimate occupants of the house. The cigarette on the mantel shelf? The Lotus cigarette meant nothing. The investigators never knew before that the Lotus brand of cigarette was so popular. The DA's remarks about talking it over in the office became a joke to the department because every day Carey, Brown, the police surgeon, Wilson, and the fingerprint boys collected there to discuss the murder of the bridge whist expert.
I tell you, Chief, it was robbery.
All rubbish. The man had $500 in bills in his pants pocket. $5,000 worth of jewelry lying loose on his bureau.
And if it were robbery, how come the thief gets within 3 feet of him before he plugs it?
And I don't care if it's robbery, mayhem, or anything else. That doesn't explain how the murderer got into a locked house, windows bolted, killed a man with a .45, was lying on the floor to do it, walks out with a milkman watching, a milkman who swears that no one left the house.
Backed up by the policeman on the beat.
Yes, and the woman, the housekeeper, who says that the murdered man was breathing when she entered the room. Hey, everybody in the neighborhood seems to have been watching the house, and no one, not a soul, sees the murderer leave.
And not a soul hears the shot.
What's that you said?
Not a soul heard the shot.
My gosh, there's the solution, if only we knew how to apply it.
Well, what have we missed? 8 o'clock? He's dead. Shot through the brain. Powder burns showed the shot was fired within 3 feet. Doors locked. Police outside. Milkman outside. Postman brings mail. So we know he was killed after that.
Do we?
Listen, that's the second puzzling remark you've passed in 5 minutes.
Not a soul heard the shot. And do we? The chance remarks of a policeman on the beat. But they were the answers to the riddle which has haunted New York's police department for 15 years. But we believe that we have an answer. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the 600 block West 70th Street. A few minutes before 8. A figure, the mailman, walks down the street and up the steps to number 644, rings the bell.
Oh, forgot some mail, did you? I just came to the door a moment ago and got the mail.
No, I'm not the mailman.
You? What on earth is the idea of the disguise?
Don't keep me standing here. You got my letter?
Yes, I got it. Come in. Come in here. You, don't mind if I continue to read my mail?
I'm only interested in one letter in your mail.
Yes?
Yes. Will you give it to me?
No, I won't.
You know what I said to you yesterday over the phone?
Quite well. And I haven't changed my proposition one little bit.
Listen, J.B. As a mother, I'll go down on my knees to plead with you.
Get up off your knees and forget the melodrama.
Look here, J.B. In my handbag...
You little fool. Don't touch that gun.
Listen, J.B. I'm going to kill you.
You idiot. You can't get away with this.
Oh, I can. I planned it. Don't move. I'm promising you. If you move, I'll kill you. You asked about my disguise. Now is it clear? No one notices a mailman. And this gun, J.B. You recognize it. My husband. It has a silencer. But you, J.B., won't even hear it click. Oh, the letter. Where is it? Ah,
Under the chair. I'll move it. Oh, he's not so heavy.
The kneeling woman, the moved chair. These were the two things which confused the police when they investigated the acute angle the bullet had made. The mailman's disguise suggested itself to the woman because it was a letter she wished to recover from Maxwell. The mailman's disguise was what confused the witnesses as to the time element. Some of them saw the real mailman, others the murderer in disguise. So, the murderer, partly by luck and partly by planning, had left the New York police another unsolved mystery. Unsolved Mysteries. Down the ages, man has been seeking the answer to the riddle, what happens in the unseen realm beyond? With all our science, we're as far from answering that question as man was in the beginning. But with the accumulated records of the past, the conviction is borne strongly upon some that there is a link joining us mortals with those who have passed this way before. The scene is a famous American newspaper correspondent.
Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Agnes Moorehead in The 13th Sound, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Agnes Moorehead in a remarkable tale of Suspense.
We were driving too fast, but I knew that if I slowed down at all, I would begin to tremble. And so, although the road was tortuous, climbing steeply up the mountain, I kept my foot pressed hard on the gas pedal. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see that my husband was looking quietly into the green valley far below. He looked peaceful now. He had made his speech about driving too fast. I'd asked him to be quiet, and now he was quiet. I wondered what he would do if I stopped the car and told him right then that we were driving up to the Johnson house so that I might kill him. I parked the car on the highway at the foot of the dirt road leading up to the house. We walked quickly behind the heavy trees. My husband stopped once to wipe the dust off his shoes. I hurried him on, and we soon arrived at the front door. As planned, I'd forgotten the key. I did open my purse and look, however, and that gave me the opportunity to release the safety catch on the gun I had borrowed from my husband's belongings. I suggested that we try one of the windows. He agreed, and we slowly made our way through the underbrush that was growing wild at the side of the stucco building until we reached the first-floor window. The window was set high above the ground, and my husband had to stretch his body to reach it. I waited until he had his back to me, with his hands raised high in the air, reaching for the window frame. Then I opened my purse, took out the gun, aimed very carefully at a spot just in the center of his left shoulder blade, and pulled the trigger 4 times. He didn't fall right away. He had had his fingers over the window ledge, ready to unfasten the catch when the bullet hit him. With some terrible effort, he dug his nails into the stucco and tried to keep from dying. I couldn't move. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt paralyzed. He tried to turn his face and look at me, but he hadn't that much life left. At last, he said, I stopped screaming finally. I felt better for it. I bent and looked at my husband's body. He was quite dead. I wiped off the gun, his gun, and threw it behind an acacia bush. Then I walked back to the car, slowly and carefully removing any of my footprints which showed in the loose dirt of the road. At the car, I emptied some cigarette butts from the dashboard ashtray onto the road, dusted my shoes, then turned around and drove home. I put the car in the garage, went in and had my shower, and lay down in the library to wait. A few minutes after the grandfather clock struck 11, the telephone rang. Hello?
Miss Skinner?
This is she.
This is Jonathan Brown, Sheriff's Office. I have some bad news for you.
My husband?
Yes, ma'am. He's been killed. Miss Skinner? Hello, Miss Skinner. You all right?
I waited quietly for a moment. Then I let the phone fall to the floor. I listened until I heard Jonathan Brown hang up. Then I replaced my telephone on its stand, went into the kitchen for some ice, which I put in a large Turkish towel. I then arranged myself carefully and attractively on the living room divan and waited again. In here, please.
Oh, yes. You all right, Miss Skinner? That was a stupid thing for me to do, breaking news that way, you know.
Oh, I'm all right.
Well, I came over as soon as you dropped the phone.
Well, I felt faint suddenly.
Well, and no wonder.
Tell me what happened, Mr.
Brown, Jonathan Brown, Sheriff's Office.
Mr. Brown, please sit down.
Oh, thank you. Well, your husband was up at the Johnson house this afternoon, as well as we can figure. Up there on the side of the mountain, you know, and he must have been trying to get into the window, and somehow, somebody, got him. You sure you want me to tell you?
I'm sorry. Go on, please.
Well, we looked around the place, couldn't see anything. Though we found the, weapon, it was a gun, found in the brush near where he was, and no footprints or anything, except tire marks down the main highway and a bunch of cigarette butts where someone must have been sitting in the car, waiting, you know.
Those were my tire marks.
You was up there?
Well, I
They had an appointment to meet my husband this afternoon at the foot of the road leading up to the Johnson house. He had said that he had some business to attend to and would get a ride with this other person. He was very mysterious about it. I waited for an hour or more at the foot of the road. You were so clever to recognize the meaning of those cigarette stubs.
Well,
when he didn't come, I thought perhaps I was mistaken about the appointment, and so I drove home. Oh, to think about perhaps I'd gone up to the house, I might have saved my poor dear husband's life.
Now, terrible shock, I know.
I'm all right. I'm all right. I'll be all right.
Well, now, don't you worry about a thing, Miss Skinner. The sheriff's office will round up the guilty party or parties and have them brought to trial, you know.
Yes, I'm sure.
I slept well that night for the first time in 10 years. My husband during his lifetime had snored loudly and steadily, and during his later years he had acquired the nervous and distressing habit of grinding his teeth in his sleep. This night all was quiet and peaceful in the house, in my house, and as I say, I slept beautifully. The next few days were also beautifully quiet. A few photographers and newspaper men, but they were kind and gentle and didn't make too much bother. Finally, Mr. Jonathan Brown called to say that he would send a car for me on Friday morning, the next day, as it turned out, to take me to the coroner's inquest. The small courtroom was crowded, and almost everyone there eyed me with great sympathy. The inquest proceeded evenly. There was as yet no evidence as to the identity of my husband's murderer. I again stated that I had left the tire marks and cigarette stubs at the foot of the road that led to the Johnson house. No, I hadn't heard a shot. No, my dear husband had no enemies. Then...
I've had this blackboard brought to court so that I might show the position of the body when found. I think it might be of interest.
Very well. Proceed.
The body was found just below the first-story window on the left side of the house. The dead man was obviously trying to gain admittance, you know. He didn't die immediately, as I will show you, but stayed alive long enough to try to keep himself from falling, since marks from each of his fingernails were found running down the side of the building. Here, then, is the window sill, and here are the marks of his fingernails, and here is the spot where the body lay when it was discovered. And here is the house.
As he talked, he watched me.
Ground floor.
And I didn't know why until I heard the first scrape of the chalk against the blackboard. For one awful moment, it was the sound that had been made by my husband as he tried so desperately to hold himself alive. I found myself tightly holding the wooden table in front of me, my arms and body tense, trying not to faint.
Since a large deposit of the dried stucco from the building was found under each of the victim's fingernails, I believe I can best illustrate the manner of the victim's last moments with a physical illustration. Suppose I am the victim, you know, and this blackboard is the side of the building. We hear the gunshots, and then the victim slowly sinks to the ground.
Oh, please. Please, I can't stop. Please, don't make it. No.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Agnes Moorehead in The 13th Sound. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Tomorrow, on Valentine's Day, delight your Valentine with a gift that's smart, lavish, and in perfect taste. Say it with Roma Champagne, traditional wine of romance. Brilliant, bubbling Roma Champagne is an unforgettable token of your thoughtfulness. For pale gold, sprightly dry Roma California Champagne, made by the world-famous Charmat bulk process, is sparkling wine at its finest. Yes, to make any golden moment live forever, say it with Roma Champagne. And remember, you enjoy an exclusive difference, a better taste in Roma champagne. For Roma crushes only the choicest grapes, especially selected for fine champagne. Then Roma Vintner's unmatched skill, the magic of necessary time, and America's finest wine-making resources guide this great treasure to rare taste luxury. Finally, from the famed Roma champagne cellars to you comes better-tasting Roma champagne. So this Valentine's Day, say it with Roma. Roma champagne, golden masterpiece of Roma, the greatest name in wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood sound stage Agnes Moorehead as Mrs. Sally Skinner and William Johnstone as Jonathan Brown in The 13th Sound, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I must have been taken home from the inquest. For the next consciousness I had, I was lying on the guest bed. In the corner sat Mr. Jonathan Brown. He must have seen my eyes open.
Feeling better?
Yes, thank you. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Quite a strain, you know.
Yes, it was quite a strain.
The coroner asked whether it'd be all right to go on without you. Everybody seemed agreed, you know, so we finished up while the doc looked you over.
What happened?
Oh, he said you'd be all right. Shock.
I meant about my husband.
And his death at the hand of persons unknown, you know.
Is there anything further I must do?
Not a thing, Miss Skinner.
It's been very kind.
Well, it's a terrible thing happened to you. Well, I'll be going now if there's nothing more you need from me.
No, nothing, thank you.
Well, goodbye then, and don't you worry. We'll find who did it, you know.
After he had left, I had the time to be angry at myself for my behavior at the inquest. What must the people have thought? To faint only from the noise of a piece of chalk on a blackboard? I wondered if Mr. Brown had suspected anything, because as I remembered back to earlier afternoon, he had been watching me as he drew those silly little diagrams on the board. He hadn't been looking anywhere else, not at the coroner or at any of the reporters, not even at what he was doing. He'd been looking at me. Well, of course he was looking at me. He was showing his sympathy. I slowly allowed myself to return to my former position in the community. I was able now to do the things I'd always wanted to do, but had been restrained from doing by a certain attitude of my husband. He had never liked entertaining. He didn't believe that we should belong to the country club and take a civic pride in the fact that our home was the largest and most beautiful in the community. In fact, it was his desire to sell our lovely home that caused me to finally take that complete and drastic step. The first evening that I accepted an outside invitation was for one of the Wednesday night evenings of bridge at our club. At my table were the president of the bank and his wife. As I sat down, I noticed that a window pane on my left was shattered.
Good evening, Miss Gray. Miss Gray.
Well, good evening, Mr.
Brown. Miss Skinner.
Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Well, I'm afraid I'm the culprit here. Playing ball with the kids this afternoon, and I threw one right through your lovely window.
Oh, really?
But I got old Sam here. I brought him along with new painted glass, and he'll fix us up shipshape in no time at all. Go ahead, Sam, right over there.
Yes, Mr. Brown, sure. Don't mind me, folks. I'll be through here in just a jiffy. Don't worry about it.
Incidentally, Miss Skinner, I always meant to ask you whether or not you minded noises, especially. Sharp noises, like, say, chalk on a blackboard.
I don't understand. Chalk on a blackboard?
At the inquest, I always wondered about it. You fainted just when the chalk was scratching across the blackboard.
I don't remember hearing it. I'm afraid I fainted before you drew any diagrams. I assume that's what you were planning to do, draw a diagram?
That's what I was planning to do, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Does he have to do that?
There's something wrong, Miss Skinner?
Does he have to do that?
Miss...
I can't.
Mrs. Skinner.
Again it had happened. And again, when the noise was made, it sounded like my husband's fingernails scraping down the rough side of the Johnson house. And again, as I slipped into darkness, I could see that Mr. Brown was watching me. I stayed at home for the next 2 days. I canceled all appointments. The heat really was unbearable. In October, I resumed my activities. I began to see people again. I grew especially interested in chamber music. Through my activity, I arranged a musical evening to be given by a group of which I was the second vice president. They planned the formation of a Philharmonic Society, and eventually I went to the musical alone, and I was studying my program when...
Is this seat taken?
Oh, good evening,
Oh,
sir.
Mrs. Skinner, good evening. Didn't recognize you, ma'am.
Well, I was to be joined
Well,
later.
I'll just sit here a moment then. You know, I'm terribly sorry about the other
Oh,
night.
there's really nothing at all for you to be sorry about.
Now, it's very kind of you to say that, you know, but I do feel guilty as all sin, being the cause of you getting sick.
Well,
like
really,
that,
Mr.
you
Brown,
know?
I wasn't sick at all. Mr. Gregg told me I'd probably been affected by the heat.
Oh.
It was very close in the club that night, if you'll remember.
Oh, yes, ma'am, it was hard. Well, just so I don't feel it was my fault. you
Oh,
know?
no, I don't want you to feel it was your fault.
Yes, well, that's very kind of you, you know. Come on. If you don't mind, I'll stay here until Ever holds this seat gets here.
Oh, that's quite all right.
We crave your indulgence and a certain open-mindedness for giving a fair chance to the first piece with which we're going to open our program this evening. The title of this piece is The 13th Sound, and the composer is Julian Carrillo. And this piece, because of the unorthodox nature of it, created a veritable furor in New York City some weeks ago on the occasion of its premiere. It's what you'd call, I guess, modern music. And the really unusual thing about it is that the instruments, instead of playing as they usually do in Mozart, Haydn, and such classical veins, play in quarter tones. Now, a quarter tone is somewhere in between the other tones, such as the we are accustomed to hearing. So, on this following piece, the instruments are not playing, as you would think, out of tune. This is the way it is supposed to sound. Thank you. So now the various members of the quartet will tune their various instruments into these quarter tones. This is a short piece, but I know you're going to like it. Tune up, gentlemen.
This should be very interesting. I think, Miss Skinner, the 13th Sound. Have you heard it?
Huh? No, I haven't.
Well, too hot again, Mrs. Skinner? It does get stuffy here.
Oh, I
you
know.
know.
All right. It's hot in here.
You look terribly peaked. Sure you're all right?
I'm quite... Excuse me. Will you let me out, please? Excuse me. Please let me out. I left Mr. Brown sitting there. My man drove me home. I've never liked modern music. I locked all the doors and I turned to sing. I found a hammer and a piece of board. And I beat and beat and beat and beat on the board with the hammer as hard as I could. And finally the heavy, steady, safe pounding that I made drove the other sharp, shrill, awful noise from my mind. Then I turned out all the lights, opened the windows, and went to sleep. I didn't sleep well, but I didn't stay awake either. I hadn't set the alarm next to my bed, and when I first awoke the next morning, for a minute I couldn't remember what had happened. I felt drugged. I got out of bed, put on a lovely chartreuse brocade housecoat, and started downstairs. The sun was shining outside. It was a beautiful day. Not the sort of day when you could be disturbed by unrelated noises. I felt grand when I got downstairs. And I heard... I didn't know. I didn't care. I knew only that I had to stop it before it happened to me again. Stop it! Stop it! Please stop it! Get out of here! Who told you to do your work here? Did someone tell you to make that noise near my house?
Why, no, ma'am. The lawnmower, the dang thing wasn't cut, and I had to
Get
stop.
out! Go on, get off this property at once.
What?
Go and don't ever come back. You hear? Don't ever come back. Don't ever come back.
Morning, Miss Skinner. Lovely day.
I turned and ran right back to my living room. I stood shivering there in a beam of sunlight. I waited for him to come bursting into the room after me. I waited. And then the doorbell rang. Who is it?
It's Mrs. Gregg.
Oh, just a moment. Come in.
Did I disturb you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Then I will come in, but I can only stay a minute.
Would you like some coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. When I was so sick, you remember, the doctor absolutely forbid me having any more coffee.
I didn't know that. Sit down, please.
Do you drink much coffee?
No. Why do you ask?
Well, I thought perhaps your recent attacks might have been caused by that. Oh. Mr. Gregg is a great one for aspirin and salt tablets. I think it's much simpler than that. Cut out coffee.
Well, I think my attacks were just caused by this heat. I plan a sea voyage.
Oh, how splendid. That will certainly fix you. I don't mean to be disrespectful, heaven knows, but perhaps on the boat you might meet a fine young man who, well... when do you plan to leave?
This afternoon. I'm leaving from New York.
Oh, you can't.
Pardon?
Why, the clubhouse, the unveiling ceremonies are this afternoon.
Oh, I forgot.
Well, you simply can't leave. We have no one who can replace you on the speaker's platform.
Oh, well, all right then, Mrs. Gregg. I'll stay for the ceremonies. I drove to the new clubhouse with Mr. and Mrs. Gregg. The building was really very lovely. It was almost ready for occupancy. We were unveiling a heroic figure which graced the entranceway. Our speaker's platform was built alongside the figure, and quite a few of the members and their families were sitting on the wooden benches in the front patio, waiting for the ceremony to begin.
Isn't this exciting?
Yes, it is, very.
You ladies have done a marvelous job.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gregg.
Oh, what's that fellow doing up there?
Where?
Oh, you see, up on the roof there.
Oh.
The workman.
Yes, it makes me nervous to see people at such heights.
He's awfully close to the edge. But he knows his business, I imagine.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, I'm very anxious to hear your little talk, Mrs. Skinner.
Well, thank you, Mr.
And I think you've managed admirably since you're unfortunate.
Yes.
Well, you understand.
Yes, thank you.
Well, I think we should get on with it, eh?
Well, I believe it'll only be a few more minutes.
What
is it? What is it?
Good heavens. Look, that workman. He's going to fall.
Can someone catch him? He's hanging on the edge.
Some of the men are running up there now.
They've got to catch him.
Oh, they will.
They've got... Oh, no.
He's falling.
Oh, no.
Turn your eyes, lady. Turn your eyes.
I did it.
What?
I did it.
Why not?
I did it.
What happened?
I did it. I did it. I killed him.
He's not hurt at all.
I did it.
Well, you're not hurt. Here, let me take you home, Mr. Skinner. Well, he's not hurt at all.
I killed him. Listen to me. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
I killed him, Mr. Brown. May you stop that noise. Can't you hear it? I killed him.
I know, ma'am. It's going to be all right, you know. You just come along with me, that's all. Come on, Mr. Skinner.
Sign it, Jonathan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shame.
Yeah.
People do funny things.
Yeah. Did you pay the fella?
Mm-hmm. He's clever. Very clever.
He sure is. I really thought he was falling off that building.
Mm-hmm. Used to be an acrobat.
Ah.
How did he make that noise?
Yeah. He was holding 10-penny nails in his hands. Scraped them along the face of the building as he slid down.
Did you think of that, too?
Uh-huh.
Made an awful racket.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's a pity. Nice lady, you know.
Yeah.
What the devil are you doing?
Oh, fixing my nails, I guess.
Well, cut it out, will you?
Sure. What's the matter with you?
Noise makes me nervous, I guess. You know?
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wines. This is Ken Niles returning for a curtain call with the brilliant star of tonight's suspense play, Agnes Moorehead. Apparently, Agnes, you're not superstitious, accepting the lead in a play called The 13th Sound on February 13th.
Superstitions are no phobia with me, Ken, but I do have one.
What is it?
I refuse to give a party for 13 people.
Yes, but even a 13th guest is in luck, Agnes, when you serve Roma Port. Ruby red, fragrant, nectar-sweet Roma California Port adds warmth to the welcome for everyone. And Roma Port is so easy to serve. You simply pour, and hospitality reigns.
Yes, Ken, Roma Port does make entertaining a pleasure.
Not only that, Agnes, there's a difference you can taste in all Roma wines. And this better taste begins with the choicest grapes in all California. Then Roma's unmatched skill and winemaking resources guide these luscious grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, Roma places this rich taste treasure with Roma wines of years before. And finally, Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure.
Well, it's easy to see why Roma wines taste better, Ken.
Yes, Agnes, and here's the most conclusive proof of all. A gift basket of Roma wines for you and your guests to enjoy with the compliments of Roma, the greatest name in wine.
I'm delighted, Ken. Thank you very much. And good night.
Tonight's suspense play was written by Kathy and Elliot Ewis. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Ann Baxter as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as James Stewart, William Bendix, Eddie Bracken, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Ann Baxter in Always Room at the Top, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Ann Baxter in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Reception. Yes, she is, Miss Thornton. Very well, Miss Thornton. I'll have her come in. Miss Brand.
Yes?
Miss Thornton will see you now. Large corner office at the end of the hall.
Thank you.
Jean Thornton was a tall, square-shouldered blonde with high cheekbones and a good figure, and nervous as a cat. More than that, I hadn't been in her office 5 minutes before I knew that she was afraid of something. Her boss, the responsibilities of her job, something. I couldn't understand it. She was art director of William J. Fowle & Company, one of the best advertising agencies in town. She had everything I wanted, professionally and a couple of other ways. And yet she was afraid. I couldn't understand it. Then? Yes, he's quite good. Quite good, Miss...
Brandt. Helen Brandt.
Yes, Miss Brandt. Quite good. But, cigarette.
Thanks. Oh, how cute.
Silly thing. Mr. Farrell sent it to me from Mexico. Where else in the world would anybody have the patience to sit down and put together a musical cigarette case? But, as I was saying... what was I saying? Oh, yes. Yes, these are really very good layouts, Miss Brandt. I like them. But I don't quite see how we can use you just now.
You said that before, Miss Thornton.
Yes, so I did. Well...
Look, Miss Thornton, I don't need the job. I'm not one of those desperate people that's coming to cry on your shoulder. I have a job at Maxfield and Ellis, but they're stupid there. I'm not getting any place. In a firm like this where people have imagination, you have a chance. That's all I want, a chance.
So do a lot of other people, Miss Brandt.
Well, I'm not a lot of other people. I think I've got ability, and you know it. Commercial ability. I think I could be professional.
Yes. Well, if there's an opening, we'll get in touch with you.
You'll get in touch. I know what that means. I've been given the brush off by X.
That will be all, Miss Brandt.
I'm sick of being brushed off. I've got ability, as much as you have and maybe more, and I'll show you.
Miss Brandt, will you leave my office, or shall I have you thrown out?
All right, Miss Thornton. Good day. Of course, that would be the last time I'd ever lay eyes on Jean Thornton. That's what I thought. I went back to my office and worked most of the night catching up on my own stuff, doing a little extra that I was peddling around town. I was standing on the sidewalk, kidding with a night elevator man, while I waited for a cab, and looking up at the tower against the early morning sky. That dark tower, 36 floors above the street, and 3 blocks up the avenue, where the William J. Fowle Agency had their offices, and where I'd have given my right arm to be working.
You'll miss all your beauty sleep working this late, Miss Brandt.
Now, Charlie, who says I need beauty sleep?
Oh, you don't.
I like to work at night. It's quiet. Think of all the sunrises I see. Look at that sky.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice day, I guess. Look!
I saw the body falling and a scream came to us at the same moment. We stood there frozen. Fascinating.
Oh, Lord. I wish I hadn't seen that.
Charlie, that was someone from the Fowle Agency.
Whoever it was, poor devil.
A woman.
Oh, wait, Miss Brandt. I wouldn't go up there. Miss Brandt.
By the time I got there, a patrol car had appeared out of nowhere, the way they will in this town. An usual crowd of early birds and night owls standing around talking. They were trying to cover it up with a blanket.
All right, stand back there.
Who is it?
Oh, you couldn't tell anyway.
A woman.
I wanted to look, but I couldn't. A cop was picking up stuff that had rolled out of a handbag into the street, going through it methodically, opening things up. And then I heard it, and I didn't have to look. I knew.
I tell you, I don't know when Mr. Farrell's coming in. I don't know.
You wouldn't try to kid the press, would you, sister? You might as well tell us, because we'll just sit here anyway until... Hey, Mr. Farrell, I'm from the news. I'd like to know...
Please, I can't tell you anything now.
Mr. Farrell, I'm Helen Brandt.
Mr. Farrell, my people would like to know if Miss Thornton...
Get out of that door now. Please, get out of here. I told you I can't talk to any reporters. Now, give me a...
I'm not a reporter, Mr. Farrell. I'm Helen Brandt. I'm art director of a small advertising agency, but I've got some samples here. Mr. Farrell, please, just look at me. You're going to have a new art director.
What did you say?
Sure. You're shocked. But it can't hurt her. And I've been trying to see you for months, and now you're on a spot, and if you just look...
Take those things out of my face and get out of here.
Just look at them first. That's all I ask.
All I ask is that you... Well...
And, this one, for Parker's shoes. I followed Miss Thornton's general ideas, but I've added, well, that.
Mm-hmm.
They're good, Mr. Farrell. And if you say they aren't...
All right, they're good. They're very good. But if you think I'd hire a woman who hasn't any more decency than to barge in here at a time like this and try to push...
What's decency got to do with it?
Do you need an art director or a Sunday school teacher?
Look, Mr. Farrell, now, if you don't mind, my people want to know what Miss Thornton was doing in her office at 5 o'clock this morning.
She must have been working all night on the new Parker layouts. They have to be out by...
They have to be out by 3 this afternoon.
Working all night. Maybe went to the window for fresh air, tired, got dizzy.
Look, Miss...
Brandt. Helen Brandt.
Miss Brandt. Miss Brandt, I think you're one of the most despicable women I've ever had the misfortune to meet. But I've got a very big job to get out this afternoon. My assistant art director's homesick, and by the time I interview you can arrange the details with my secretary in there. And frankly, the less I have to do with you myself, the better I'll like it.
I think you'll change your mind about that, Mr. Farrell.
Now, Mr. Farrell, if you wouldn't mind, we know things are tough and you don't want to tell us, but...
Yes? Are you Mr. Farrell's secretary? Yes. Oh, well, I'm Helen Brandt. Marie Harris. How do you do? How do you do? I'm taking Miss Thornton's place.
Taking Miss Thornton's place, I see.
Yes, temporarily.
Well, you're not one to let the grass grow under your feet, are you, my dear?
Mr. Farrell said I could arrange the details with you.
To be sure. I expect you'd better make out one of our regular employment forms.
Oh, thank you.
Temporarily, you said.
Yes.
Still, doesn't it feel a bit odd to be filling a dead woman's shoes that are hardly cold, so to speak?
I don't see anything so odd about it, Miss Harris. Somebody would have to.
No, of course you wouldn't.
By previous experience, does it mean just in the advertising business?
Any experience that might be applicable. It has occurred to you, I suppose, Miss Brandt, that when someone like Miss Thornton is cut off in mid-career, so to speak, there's usually a reason for it.
They say it was an accident.
An accident, do they?
Now, will this be all right, Miss Harris?
Yes, that'll do. Of course, there's always the possibility of suicide. I suppose you've thought of that.
I suppose it might have been. Will you show me my office, please?
Certainly, this way. You might as well have the dead woman's, that is, Miss Thornton's office. And, of course, there is another possibility. Isn't there?
What other possibility?
The possibility of murder.
Murder?
Why, yes. Here's your office, Miss Brandt. If you need anything, just call me. I want to make you as comfortable as possible under the circumstances.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Ann Baxter in Always Room at the Top. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Next time you buy wine, remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. Yes, Roma wine is America's first choice because there's an important difference in Roma wine. A difference in fuller bouquet, richer body, better taste. A difference that means more enjoyment, more pleasure for you and your guests. To bring you wines that are superior, that taste better, Roma starts with California's choicest grapes. Then Roma master vintners, with America's finest winemaking resources, guide this choice grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, along with Roma wines of years before, these cuvées await selection from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines for your pleasure. That's what makes the difference in Roma wines. That's why Roma wines taste better every time. So for your best buy in good taste, insist on Roma wine. R-O-M-A. Roma, the greatest name in wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Ann Baxter as Helen Brandt, with Kathy Lewis as Marie and Wally Mayer as Bill Farrell in Always Room at the Top, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'd met Marie Harris's type before. Jealous of her authority as the boss's secretary, resentful of every newcomer, and determined to make them uncomfortable. So it was only natural for her to resent someone like myself, a total stranger, who walked into the job of art director for one of the best advertising outfits in town, the William J. Farrell Agency. And even though Mr. Farrell had said temporary, I knew that I had the job. I knew it before the first campaign was over. I was in. And then, one night, the first of those funny little things began to happen. I was just taking off my hat and coat when I saw it there on my desk. A picture. A big framed picture of a dead girl, Jean Thornton. And written across the face of it, it said, "Bill, darling, to the swellest guy and the swellest boss any girl ever had."
Admiring your predecessor, Miss Brent?
Where did that come from?
I'm sure I haven't the faintest idea.
It wasn't there when I left last night. Somebody put it there.
Possibly some well-wisher, Miss Brent. Some sincere well-wisher. As a sort of warning.
A warning of what? What are you driving at?
Miss Thornton and Mr. Farrell were quite close at one time.
And what's that got to do with me?
You know what happened, Miss Brent, to Miss Thornton?
Look, Marie. Are you hinting that female art directors in this office have a habit of falling for the boss and then falling out the window?
I'm not hinting anything, Miss Brent. You asked me for an explanation of how the picture got there. I've given you one. Doubtless it is far-fetched. Certainly it must seem so to you.
It's crazy.
Of course.
Will that be all, Miss Brent? Listen, Marie. Let's you and I cut out the formality and let down our hair. Is there anything around here that I, ought to know?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Miss Brent.
All right. The girl who used to have my job is dead. You've been hitting around enough about it. Is there anything that you know that I don't? Now, is that plain enough?
Quite. I can only say that I have not hinted at anything. I have perhaps engaged in certain idle speculations on matters which were better left as they are. That's all.
Okay, Marie. But the way things look now, I'm liable to be around here for quite a while.
Oh, I should think it likely.
And you and I ought to learn to get along.
You'll have no trouble getting along with me, Miss Brent.
But you mean I may with him?
I can only say, Miss Brent, as your sincere friend.
And well-wisher?
Yes. That you're working for a man who's subject to singularly strong enthusiasms. Sometimes these enthusiasms are apt to be carried to extremes. It is essential to appreciate this in dealing with Mr. Farrell.
I don't suppose this picture gag would be one of Mr. Farrell's little enthusiasms.
Under the circumstances, I should think it most unlikely.
And it wouldn't be one of yours, my little well-wisher.
No, Miss Brent, it would not.
You couldn't help but believe her. She was so prim and proper. But I was determined to have a showdown anyway on the whole thing. My job and everything. I stalked into Bill Farrell's office with a picture in my hand and without benefit of knocking.
Oh, hello, Helen. Come in.
Something that appears to be from your desk seems to have popped up on mine.
Hmm?
Here.
Where did you get that?
I just told you. On my desk. Your ever-tactful Marie has suggested that some well-wisher left it as a warning.
Oh, poor Jean. She gave me that when...
That explanation still seems to leave several questions unanswered, Mr. Farrell.
Look, Helen, you'll hear a lot of funny things in this office, like any other office. Take my word for it, they don't mean a thing. Just do your job the way you've been doing it, and you'll be all right.
How right is that?
You like the job, don't you?
I like the work. I haven't got the job.
Do you want it?
What do you think?
Well, you've certainly earned it, Helen.
Will you stop beating around the bush? Am I the new art director of the William J. Farrell Agency, or not?
All right, you are. You are hereby officially the new art director of the William J. Farrell Agency. From this day forward until...
Until what?
As long as you want the job, Helen.
Until death do us part, is what he'd started to say. I forgot it, though. I forgot it almost the moment he said it. And for the next 24 hours, I was walking on air. It wasn't just the job. It was something even better. I knew Bill Farrell was falling in love with me. I knew that was just a matter of time, too. Morning, Marie. Mr. Farrell in?
Not yet, Miss Brent.
I wish you wouldn't be so formal with me, Marie. Everybody calls everybody else by their first names around here except you.
I'm used to more conventional methods in most things, Miss Brent.
Okay. Let me know when he comes in, though, will you? I want to see him.
Yes, Miss Brent.
Hello, Bill, darling. You hear it? Yes, it's that silly little thing you sent me from Mexico. I got it just this morning, darling. And so I wanted to tell you how sweet it was. to thank you this way.
Marie!
Yes, Miss Brand.
Marie, I just heard her voice.
Whose voice, Miss Brand?
Hers. Jean. Miss Thornton's.
Why don't you lie down on the couch for a moment, Miss Brand? You've been working too hard lately, and I'll get you some water.
No, I tell you, I heard it. Right in this room.
In this room?
Yes, I know it was because there was that music box, too. That cigarette case of hers.
Oh, yes, I remember.
So do I. Because the last time I heard it was down there when they were picking up the things.
There's no one here now, Miss Brand. No one but you and me.
I know, but I heard it.
Was it speaking to you, this voice?
No, to Bill, to Mr. Farrell. Something personal.
Oh, I dare say. Have you ever looked in this closet by the door, Miss Brand?
Well, not especially, no.
I think there's probably a perfectly logical explanation of what you heard, Miss Brand. Yes, you see?
Oh.
A dictograph. It used to be Miss Thornton's. They use dictographs for everything in this office. They say it saves them $40,000 a year in stenographic help.
I see.
Something must have turned it on. Yes, there, you see? This box of pencils that has fallen off the shelf. It must have been that.
What turned it off, Marie?
I'm sure I don't know. But it's quite simple, isn't it? Here's the switch.
Hello, Bill, darling.
Stop it! Stop it!
Yes, Miss Brand.
And I'll get it out of you.
Certainly, Miss Brand. Is there any particular...
I don't care what you do with it. Do anything you like. Throw it out the window.
What was that, Miss Brand?
Just get it out of here. And leave me alone. It's silly, I know that. It could have happened that way. It must have, just as Marie said. But all the time in the back of my mind was a lurking horror. A nameless thing that I felt hanging over that office and over me. Something about a girl who was dead. A girl who had plunged to her death from that same dark tower that was now my dark tower. Plunged screaming to her death only a few short weeks ago. The next night, I had to work late again to make up. I'd been out to supper, alone. I was conscious of the light still burning in Bill's office when I got back. I wasn't particularly anxious to see him just then. To be truthful, I was avoiding him, I suppose. I'd been in my office about an hour and a half when the phone rang. I thought it was strange because I was certain that I'd asked to have my night line disconnected. Out of habit, I picked it up to answer.
Hello, Bill. Bill, is it you? Bill.
Bill! Bill!
What, Helen? What is it?
Oh, Bill.
Helen, darling. Here, tell me. Baby, what is it? What's happened?
I heard her. Again.
Heard who, dear?
Jean Thornton.
Jean?
Yes, on the telephone. I know it was. I swear it.
But, darling, it couldn't have been.
Oh, Bill, I think I'm going mad.
Oh, Helen, darling, listen to me.
The picture, the dictograph. All right. But this...
Helen, look at me.
Yes, Bill.
I love you, Helen. You know that, don't you?
Yes. Oh, yes, darling, I do. I'm afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of, darling.
No, not that. I'm afraid because now I know that you're afraid.
I am?
Yes. You are, aren't you?
Helen,
Bill, please. You've got to tell me now.
Now, look, darling. I'm in a jam. A bad jam, an awful bad jam.
Yes,
but it's nothing that you have to worry about. It's nothing that isn't going to straighten itself out. It's nothing that I'm going to let affect us ever.
Bill, if it affects you, it does affect us.
Darling, you've got to trust me just a little longer.
Bill, I do. I will. But it's about Jean, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it's about Jean.
And it was. She didn't just fall.
It was a terrible thing, Helen. Terrible. About as terrible as it could be. But, Helen, just remember this, darling. There's nothing to be afraid of. It'll all be over soon. Very soon.
Is that all? All you can tell me?
It's all I can tell you now. Oh, darling, I know what this is like for you, but please go home now and forget all about it.
How can I forget about it?
Well, try anyway. I've got some things to finish up here, and then I'll call for you, and we'll start making our plans. Oh, you will marry me, won't you, Helen?
Oh, Bill, yes.
Then everything's all right. Go on now, go on.
All right.
Good night for now, my dearest.
Good night. I went out. I didn't go home. I couldn't. I walked for miles, trying to think. But nothing made any sense, except that I was in love and in an agony of fear for what might happen to spoil it. And suddenly I realized that I had to know everything, now, tonight, whatever it was. So I went back to the office. Bill's light was still on, and I was just at the door when I stopped.
You're insane, crazy. Suppose somebody saw you and recognized you.
You sent me a message. You sent me
I did not. I gave no message to no one. Why do you lie to me like that?
I'm not lying to you.
You
Then I
are,
heard it.
so.
I threw open the door, and she was standing there. Jean Thornton. A woman who was dead. When I came to, I was lying on a couch in Bill's office. At first it seemed perfectly natural, lying there and Bill sitting beside me, holding my hands, and her there, Jean, standing over by the desk, talking to him.
Well, what are you going to do about her?
Do? What do you mean, do?
You're going to have to do something. She knows, doesn't she? Or she will when she snaps out of it.
I'm not going to do anything.
I suppose you're in love with her.
What if I am?
Because it makes a difference, my sweet, to me.
Bill?
Oh, darling.
Bill?
Darling, it's all right.
Is she really?
Yes. Yes, it's Jean.
But I saw her. That morning I saw her lying.
What you were supposed to think.
Then who?
Just a girl.
Well, you might as well tell her. At least then she'll be in it as deep as the rest of us.
Jean, please.
Your boyfriend there has been dipping into the till about $250,000 worth of the client's money. My insurance and what the company had me insured for was just about enough to cover it. Like a fool, I agreed to it.
You suggested it.
I thought he was in love with me then.
But there was a girl.
A girl who worked in the office. No friends, no family. I fired her the day before, then got her to come up here that night. Another chance. Modeling, I said, was my clothes.
A cigarette case.
I dug up another one. I knew people would remember that.
Oh, Bill.
I told you it was bad.
Oh, darling, I don't care. I don't care what it was. As long as...
I think you'd better let me take charge of things now, Mr. Farrell.
Marie.
Please don't move. I'm quite prepared to shoot if I have to.
Marie, this is insane.
Is it? It's a shakedown.
What do you want, Marie?
Quite a lot, I'm afraid, Mr. Farrell.
And how do you expect to get it? It's your word against ours, three of us.
You forget, Miss Thornton, that you are legally dead. As for the rest, do you remember, Miss Brandt, that I said we used dictographs for practically everything in this office?
It was you that...
I tried my best to warn you, Miss Brandt. I'm truly sorry for you. Listen.
You might as well tell her. At least then she'll be in as deep as the rest of us.
Jean, please.
Your boyfriend there had been dipping into the till about $250,000 worth of the client's money. My insurance.
There is more, of course, but I'm sure that will suffice. Now, Miss Thornton, I think you and I had better have a little talk alone.
What do you want us to do, Marie?
I'll come to you later, Mr. Farrell. For the moment, I must ask you to step into the conference room behind you. You too, Miss Brandt.
Marie.
Please, Mr. Farrell, not now. I shall have to lock you in, but it will not be for long, I think. You know, of course, that there's no other way out except down.
We stood there, huddled together by the locked door, but we could hear nothing. Until there was a sound like a window being opened, and then...
Marie! 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 Marie!
Come out now.
What have you done to her?
Miss Thornton has, shall we say, taken the easy way out.
You mean you forced her?
Very well, if you prefer. I'm sure it can make little difference now. You, Miss Brandt, I take it, are in love with Mr. Farrell, in spite of my warnings.
Yes.
Then I'm sure I can count on your silence, knowing the results to Mr. Farrell if you were to break it.
Yes, anything.
But I'm afraid your marital plans will have to wait.
What do you mean?
I think it's best this way for my own protection. Of course, if anything were to happen to Mr. Farrell, this way, everything would come to me.
What would? How?
The firm and the money. You see, Miss Brandt, Mr. Farrell is going to marry me.
I looked at Bill. I knew he'd do as she said. What else? I turned and left the room without speaking. In my own office, I found the little automatic where lately I'd always kept it. When I came back, Bill was staring out the window, and Marie was making up her face from a little contact. They didn't even glance in my direction. I'm waiting for the police. I've been looking over the new layout. The Dorset Silk campaign is particularly good. We did it together, Bill and I. The theme was a bride and groom.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wine. This is Ken Niles bringing back to our Suspense audience the lovely, talented star of tonight's play, Anne Baxter. Anne, you did a marvelous job. We're sorry you weren't cast as a sweet young thing tonight, but then most of our Suspense characters are pretty rugged, you know.
Well, I can't be the sweet young thing all the time, Mr. Niles.
Well, bad or good, to show you how we feel about you, Anne, here's a gift basket of Roma wines with the compliments of your host tonight, Roma Wine.
Thank you, Ken. And Roma, too. Let's see. Is there a Roma wine in my basket that goes with baked beans? It's a Saturday night favorite.
Oh, positively, Anne. For a combination fit for a king, try this delicious Roma California Burgundy with old-fashioned baked beans. It's a tempting treat. And whatever the dish, robust Roma Burgundy adds zest to everyday meals.
Ken, I could use you at home to help sell my cooking.
No need of that, Anne, when you serve Roma Burgundy. You'll find Roma Burgundy works wonders for the simplest dishes, brings out the natural flavor goodness of any hearty food. And remember, with Roma wines, you enjoy an important difference, an extra goodness in fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. Yes, that difference in Roma wines, that better taste, is the reason more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
It certainly makes sense, Ken. Thank you, and good night.
Anne Baxter is currently being seen in the 20th Century Fox Darrell F. Zanuck production, The Razor's Edge. Tonight's suspense play was written by Eleanor Beeson. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear William Bendix as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Until next week, enjoy more suspense thrills as compiled in Suspense Magazine.
In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as James Stewart, Eddie Bracken, Howard Da Silva, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater thrill.
Stay tuned for the thrilling adventures of the FBI in peace and war, following immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.